who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
Hi, my name is Beth Rose. I'm a research chair professor of business policy and strategy at IIM Udaipur.
I'm Ankur Kapoor and I'm an associate professor of marketing and co-chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur.
My name is Veda. I'm a faculty in the marketing area at IIM Udaipur and co-chair for the Center for Healthcare.
I came here because of the excellent research ecosystem. This is a very research-oriented institute, and our PhD program is a big part of that. Our PhD program is built on the foundation of this world-class research ecosystem, and that sets IIMU apart from many, many institutions. IIMU is ranked 4th in India for high-quality research output according to the very prestigious UT Dallas ranking. This reflects not only the research caliber of our faculty, but also our commitment to fostering research excellence, and that includes our doctoral students.
I'm glad to share that you will be trained by one of the top-notch faculty in India. These are the faculty who have published in top journals of the field, and therefore they are at the cutting edge of the research and will train you to be so as well. In terms of resources, the stipend is at par with the best institutes. Library resources, national and international conferences are also among the best in India. I also want to specifically highlight the study abroad program, in which you can get an opportunity to spend few months in an international top research university to collaborate with the faculty there and kickstart your research journey.
When I think of PhD as a journey, there are 3 things that comes to mind. First, it's a transformative experience. It makes one think deeply, critically, and objectively. Second, it changes the way we work. We learn to work more efficiently and effectively. Finally, it gives us immense satisfaction merely because of the intellectual contribution that we are able to make to the world.
This program is designed to develop well-rounded scholars. Beyond research, we emphasize teaching experience with PhD students supporting faculty as teaching assistants. This practical experience helps you refine your teaching methods and prepares you for academic roles.
The research pursuits here at IIM Udaipur are not just rigorous and relevant, but they are also responsible. We take great pride in our research work that impacts and adds benefit to the society. For instance, at Center for Healthcare, we work with people to improve their adoption of preventive and promotive healthcare. By doing so, we are not just building knowledge, but also providing or generating evidence for the policymakers. Do apply to our research program.
I look forward to your applications and can assure you of the commitment that we will have towards you, your training in the PhD program and beyond. Good luck.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
I am Ankur Kapoor and I am an Associate Professor of Marketing and Co-Chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur. I want to talk about the marketing area in case you are considering your PhD in marketing. I am proud to share that we have faculty members doing research across all the paradigms of marketing. We have faculty doing research in marketing strategy, quantitative marketing, consumer behavior and experimental research, and consumer culture theory. So, you are free to explore your own research interest and work with faculty in the area that you like the most. And therefore, you will have all the flexibility and freedom to choose your own research topics. We also have area advisors who are top researchers in international universities who guide and mentor our faculty. And therefore, if you join the program, you will have the benefit of seeking their mentorship and potentially working with them as well. We also have certain centers and labs that can help you bolster your research. We have Center for Healthcare, which is headed by marketing faculty. We have Consumer Culture Lab, which focuses on understanding Indian consumers through sociological cultural lens. And we also have Behavioral Lab, which focuses on neurophysiological methods to do consumer research. So, in essence, we have all the resources and the range of topics and people to help you explore your research interests and have all the flexibility and freedom in your PhD journey. In the end, I also urge you to reach out to senior PhD students to understand their experience in the PhD program so that you can make a more informed decision. I look forward to your applications and can assure you of the commitment that we will have towards you, your training in the PhD program and beyond. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Khushi Kapoor. Originally from Chandigarh, I'm pursuing my first year degree at Flame University in Pune. The reason I chose the SPM at IIM Udaipur was because I wanted to gain an insight into what an MBA program basically entails. And obviously, the opportunity to study at an institution as esteemed as IIM was the cherry on the top.
The reason why I've joined the summer program in management at IIM Udaipur is to get networking opportunities.
The way this program was advertised was a pre-MBA program which can help students determine whether they want to pursue an MBA or not. And I guess coming to this program and attending this program at IIM Udaipur has made my decision of doing a future MBA really concrete.
I'm so glad that this is such a brilliant idea of opening a pre-MBA, because directly going for an MBA is a big commitment. but a pre-MBA idea was amazing.
So this program was a very crucial stepping stone whether to decide I want to do MBA or not.
Coming from a design background, I was unsure about management studies, but this course covered essential aspects and allowed me to interact with fellow MBA students, further guiding my decisions.
SPM has been a very life-changing experience for me, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't belong to a technical background or
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to DFuture, the India Digital Conclave 2025, proudly hosted by IIM Udaipur. As an alumna of this esteemed institution, it's a true privilege for me to be here today, sharing the stage with a dynamic group of visionaries, innovators, and industry leaders. Now, in its second edition of IDC, it has evolved into a dynamic platform where academia and industry converge to spark meaningful conversations, foster collaboration, and inspire actionable insights in the realms of digital transformation and AI. This year's theme, Beyond AI, compels us to explore the expanding role of artificial intelligence and its profound influence on businesses, society, and humanity at large. Today, India is not just adapting to the digital era, we are shaping it. With advancements in AI, a thriving startup ecosystem, and global leadership in areas like digital payments and smart infrastructure, our nation is setting the pace for global technological progress. In the spirit of connection and the common purpose that brings us here today, I'm excited to share the stage with my co-host Ankur, a fellow IIM Udaipur alumnus, and together we'll ensure this conclave is both inspiring and unforgettable.
Thank you, Angeline. It's truly an honor to share this platform with such a distinguished audience. Before we dive into the incredible journey and the lineups of the speakers, let's take a moment to revisit the journey that brought us here. The India Digital Conclave 2024 set a remarkable precedent, bringing together change makers from across industries to spark powerful conversations around digital innovation. Last year, the Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, hosted the first offline edition of DFuture India Digital Conclave. The event featured a keynote from Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa and former CEO of Niti Aayog, who spoke on India's digital infrastructure and vision for sustainability impacting over 1 billion lives. The day also included insightful presentations and panel discussions on topics like digital disruption, India's rise on global tech stage, and digital solutions at scale, addressing India's challenges. The second half celebrated the corporate success stories, including Mahindra and Amul, and concluded with a startup showcases. Building on this foundation, IDC India Digital Conclave 2025 takes us further into an uncharted territories as we explore beyond AI.
Thank you, Ankur. Sorry. As we set the stage for today's enlightening discussions, it's only fitting that we hear from the visionary leader who has been instrumental in fostering a culture of innovation and excellence at IIM Udaipur. It's my privilege to invite Professor Ashok Banerjee, Director of IIM Udaipur, to share his thoughts on the importance of digital transformation and how academia plays a critical role in shaping future leaders for this evolving digital landscape. Please welcome me in, please join me in welcoming Professor Ashok Banerjee to the stage.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you, and welcome to the second edition of IDC. IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011. It completed its first decade, now in the second decade. And in this short span of time, we have made some marks, both nationally and internationally, in terms of our ranking in top ranking institutions and also our accreditation by the leading accrediting body. At IIM Udaipur, we believe in 3 parallel themes. And whatever we do, we check that are we following those broad themes. First is innovation. And each such theme cuts across all our programs. So whatever courses, programs are carried out at IIM Udaipur, we see that the themes are run across. First is innovation. As we teach innovation in courses, we also practice it. For example, IIM Udaipur would be the first IIM to build infrastructure under PPP mode. So no other academic institutions have ever tried to fund infrastructure through PPP. So that's one example. Our second theme is sustainability. So whether we are teaching logistics, supply chain, finance, marketing, we touch on sustainability and see how sustainability is linked with various functions of management. And also we practice. For example, at present, 20% of our energy consumption is through renewable energy. And by the end of this year, we will be touching 45% through solar energy. And our target is to become, energy neutral in terms of mix between fossil fuel and renewable by 2030. And all these initiatives that you have taken of implementing solar energy and expanding it is through a collaboration where we spend zero and organizations who support us, they invest and they recover. And we do it in 2 ways. So this target of achieving net zero, we do in 2 ways. One is supply side, which is setting up more renewable energy facilities, and also through demand side management by doing energy audit and better practices. The third theme is digital/AI. We run a program, 1-year full-time MBA program called Digital Enterprise Management, where the students spend 40 to 45% of their time on general management topics and rest of it on domain areas of digital/AI, machine learning and so on. And this initiative of India Digital Conclave actually stems from that program. And we said that, okay, whatever we are teaching to the students in class, can we interact at a larger platform with the industry and understand what they're looking for? Very recently, we did a curriculum review of this Digital Enterprise Management program where we consulted about 20 companies and told them, this is the curriculum, this is what we teach. Please tell us, are we cutting edge? Or do you think we need to add something? And in that discussion, it came up that there are some emerging topics, trends, which change every 6 months, maybe every 3 months in this space. And it is extremely difficult to keep changing curriculum every 6 months for an academic institutions. So what we have done in the new curriculum is have a few hours for frontiers of trends. So where the industry people will come and talk about what's going on in the industry. So this platform is created where we listen to you and then see how much of it we can curate and integrate with our curriculum. We want our students who are doing this specialized MBA program to dirty their hands while they are on campus. And in order to do that, we have set up in a small way, of course, IoT lab, we have a supply chain lab, and we have plans to set up a AI lab also. It's very costly, but we have plans. So we hope today we'll have a great discussion, deliberations, and participations from the audience, and I'm looking forward to all the discussions. Thank you so much. Welcome you all again.
Thank you, Professor Ashok, for your insightful words and emphasizing the power of education in driving digital change, and also sharing your details about the IMU, especially the 3 themes. Now we move forward to much anticipated part of the today's event, our keynote address. It is my distinct privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. P. Vasudevan, Executive Director at Reserve Bank of India. With a career spanning for over 3 decades at RBI, Mr. Vasudevan has played a pivotal role in strengthening India's financial infrastructure, particularly in the areas such as payments and settlements systems, bank supervisions, and regulatory strategy. In his current capacity, he leads the activities related to fintech and corporate strategy. He has represented the Reserve Bank of India in various international forums like Committee for Payments and Market Infrastructure, CPMI, and like SARC Payments, SPC. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause as we welcome Mr. P. Vasudevan to the stage. We would like to invite Mr. Vasudevan on the stage. We would also like to invite Professor Ashok Banerjee on stage to join us. To mark this special occasion, I request Professor Samadrita to join us on the stage and present a flower bouquet to Mr. Vasudevan. Thank you, Professor Samadrita. I would like to request Mr. Vasudevan to share your insights.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Thanks to the Institute, the professor and team for having me here. Some difficulties we will have with LLMs when we try to ask them something and we try to get an extract. My name is Vasudevan, not Vasudevan, so I thought let me make that clarity. And nice to, as I said, be here as a non-techie. I am from a non-tech industry as well. But I have actually enjoyed being part of the digital payment revolution and many more such initiatives which the country has seen. And we feel actually these initiatives can help us propel and take us to the world where the AI will settle down and AI will be the thing for the future. I was actually initially wondering whether the topic beyond AI, how will we be able to justify and what are we supposed to look at? Then I realized that if we have to usher in AI and we have to make it settle down well, there are many dimensions that we need to look at. So what are those dimensions and how do we actually ensure that the benefits of AI are harnessed by everyone and we can actually see that the country that has seen successes in the payment space, in the technology space, can be also seen in this AI space as well. I am actually emboldened and empowered by virtue of being part of this space. I thought I'll spend some time with you. The director was mentioning about the PPP mode. Absolutely essential in any initiative that we do. That has been our approach as well. And similarly, when we are looking at us being, say, self-reliant, self-empowered, and selfless, so we need to have this PPP mode to take us forward. Many of the initiatives that have been undertaken within the Reserve Bank, I can share as well. And I was just checking before I took the stage whether we are on camera. I was told yes, so I said I will hold on to some of those things we are doing because at this stage some of them may not be public yet, so I will have to maintain that element of confidentiality. See, AI has been in many ways being used already, but what we are trying to make it is mainstream AI by adding many more things as well. And the country that we are in, the data that we have, the data becomes the most important resource. I am reminded of one of the experiments we are undertaking now of nowcasting GVA, gross value added, using the data available to us from our NEFT and RTGS payments. Now just imagine the wealth of data that can come in from these payments, which are now 24/7 by 365. And how we can harness that to see what all purposes are payments being made. For which part of the week or month do these payments get made? What part of the day do these payments get made? These are the data points that we have to see that we can use them to nowcast GBA. But some of those problems that come out is many of these data fields lack consistency and lack completeness as well. For instance, we send a payment instruction, we complete a payment message, but we may or may not write there for what purpose we are making the payment. Sometimes we may say that I am sending it for a salary purpose or for paying rent, etc. But then we may not really intend to mention what we are actually doing in the message. And that becomes a hurdle if you are using that data to create some nowcasting or forecasting tool. Similarly, some of those credit risk models and behavior models are using these inputs from forms and time taken to fill a form to predict a person's eligibility to take a loan. We are very concerned about some of these things because we know that financial inclusion is the most important agenda in the country that has been driving us for past couple of decades as well. But in the process of financial inclusion, if you try to use these tech models and see that that's how we decide on the eligibility or credibility of a person who comes for a loan, and end up making a mistake. The financial exclusion is more dangerous than not having financial inclusion. That is being seen in some of the situations where these models are literally black boxes. The developers, the entities that are imbibing or employing these models are not comfortable as well to understand what the box is doing and how the box can be asked to explain why it has taken a decision. So that becomes an area where we need to also worry about to see that when some entities or some developers come to have these models as part of their mainstream activities, how are they actually taking care of this transparency? How are they taking care of this responsibility as well? And if many of these models become mainstream again and many of these entities try to adopt a similar approach, then we have the problem of herd mentality. That's one thing again we want to avoid. We have seen, for example, some of these recent instances of scene simulation, court scenes were being simulated, some of these instances where deepfakes have been created, even the governor RBI was not spared. I remember we got a complaint from one of the individuals saying that based on the governor's video, we have put some money. And if you say in a later message that this message was a deep fake, then please give us back the money because we trusted him. Now, whom do we go back to say that, Arey, you have developed this model or you have created this? Now, whom do we go back to have a liability clause on them? Those are the challenges that we have. And some of the hackathons and the sandboxes that Reserve Bank runs as well, we come out with certain themes whereby we say that we want to have an AI-empowered solution to, say, arrest, prevent, detect frauds. And many entities come saying that we have an AI-powered solution. But when we sit through the solution, when we have a jury that is listening to them, then we realize probably AI is in their mind and not in the solution. So that becomes a real challenge actually to understand what they had in their mind and what actually is AI in the solution. We didn't find any AI in the solution. That's what I said, I have to be on camera so I can be very politically correct. So we ended up rewarding some, thinking that going forward probably they will employ AI more in their products and we can engage with them to have these things. But in our, for example, we also use AI in understanding the reports that are coming to us. Internally, we have decided to employ AI chatbot to have more clarity on the RBI circulars for our own staff. For example, it runs on our knowledge portal, and then anybody can go to that portal internally and ask about a particular topic or a particular new initiative that has been launched. The AI looks into those circulars and gives out its own version. Then we realize there are many things probably we have to do better. For example, many of our circulars are not empowered for or enabled for machine learning. So how do we actually do that? By going far back into history. Many of them could be in PDF formats. How do we entertain or enable these AI bots to pick up those things? So we want to be very clear. Recently, you would have been aware that the geofencing and geopolitical activities have also commenced on the AI front as well. If you would have seen day before, the US President, US executive order on AI leadership to be maintained by the US. They have mentioned about what are all the things they are going to do to see that the leadership position or pole position is maintained. Similarly, there was another list which says that which are all the countries which could be allowed or facilitated to use the things that need to be in AI to have AI with us. For example, the chips and all those weights, etc. Probably India may not figure in the first list or in the top list as well. It's also very much in our right to also have similar reasons or initiatives to see that we ring fence ourselves. I'll tell you some of the things where we have tried to ring fence ourselves in the payment space. For example, if you are dependent on a particular institution or network for a particular purpose, and some of those recent tensions and escalations in one part of the world also prevented some services being available to the world at large. I can talk about SWIFT, I can talk about some of those payment networks like card networks not being available. So we have tried to ring fence ourselves to say that we will develop our own messaging systems. We have our own messaging systems. And we can also ensure that we have sufficient redundancies internally to see that we are not handicapped in case those infrastructures are not available to us. So we will continue in that journey in our present AI mode as well. We have just set up a committee for ethical and responsible enablement of AI in the financial services sector called Free AI. And we believe in that free AI in the sense that it should be freely available for everyone to use, freely available for everyone to implement in their system. But there has to be some guardrails. And what are the guardrails? We have heard about when we use AI, about hallucination effect, about human in the loop, about some of those things now being talked about, prompt leakage, etc. So we have to be very mindful because people are here out to exploit. As I said about these frauds that are happening, so digital payments are the lifeline of our economy, makes us all do things more comfortably. But if you see the types of frauds that are coming in, we have a situation where probably now one fraud happens for around 87,000 transactions. Now our intention is to see that this number increases, not the number of frauds, but the number of transactions per fraud, etc. We are trying to work on that. Whenever we see a particular pattern, we try and come with a solution to see that those patterns are taken care of. For example, we saw that frauds were being caused by the cards, the debit or credit cards being used at, say, ATMs, being used online in raw form. So we would have come out with an innovation or with an initiative whereby we said that you can actually withdraw or deposit cash without the need for a card. You can actually scan the QR code, you need not even touch the machine, and you can complete your transaction. Similarly, for the card data loss online, we have come out with the solution of tokenization. You can tokenize your card in such a way that you can devalue the numerals on the face of a card, and you can have those encrypted numbers moving around in the ecosystem, whereby even if the data loss is there, nobody can make any benefit out of that. Let me tell you, in the last 2.5 years since we have launched this, around 100 crore cards have been actually tokenized, and touch wood, I can still proudly claim that there has not been a data breach of late. There would have been data breaches, none of the card ecosystem where people have been misused or defrauded. So that gives us confidence to think that we can have these world or national level initiatives that can be unique for India as well. Just like some of those cultural expectations in India, we also feel that the AI should be customized to meet our requirements. So we are working towards that. Especially we have multiple digital payment institution initiatives already done. When we say DPI, digital payment institution initiatives have already been taken. I can talk about, I don't know how many of you would have heard about the Clearing Corporation of India Limited, CCIL, as early as in 2001. Then, of course, everybody would have heard about NPCI, the National Payments Corporation of India. People may not have heard of RBI or Reserve Bank of India, but NPCI comes into everybody's mind when we hear about UPI and other things. So the digital public institutions are already there. The digital public infrastructure by way of identity, we all know about Aadhaar, by way of payments, we know about UPI. Now we are looking at digital public intelligence being made through AI. So we are looking at DPI being the way in which we will present to the world as to how we can approach the AI. We have been now using API. From API, we have to move to AI. It's not going to be as difficult as we envisage, but it is also not going to be as simple as that. This is where the coordination is expected from the industry, from everyone. And we are willing to also offer our resources in case wherever it is required for participating in our sandboxes, for participating in any dialogue as well. There are so many experts in the country. We feel that we will be working together in case we can ring fence India. As I said, we can actually be a selfless country in terms of empowering the global south to be also here to use AI. Some of those data related things that we are having concerns, you would have heard about the initiatives of the Reserve Bank and the government to keep the data of the country safe and secure. So we have said in by way of expectations that the payments data, see, let me understand, let me also present to you the context behind some of those initiatives that would have taken. If two persons within the country are making a transaction between or among themselves, among a group, then why should this data go out at all? Why should this data being taken out for processing? If at all it is taken out for processing, why should it be taken out for storage? If at all it is taken out for storage, why should we not have control over who is using this data and who should not use this data? So that was the purpose behind us saying that any payments data that belongs to two residents should be stored within the country. Even if it is taken outside the country for processing, it should be brought back to the country within 24 hours. And that initiative has had many advantages, including us to have data control, including to have an awareness about who are all the people who enjoy the data and why do they want to use the data. But the other concomitant benefit has been the extent to which the data center infrastructure has come out in the country. A significant number of data centers have come out. Many of those institutions which were taking out data outside for processing are now bringing data here, including those data that's belonging to some other jurisdiction as well, because now they have the comfort of processing within the country, and we could be the BPO or BDO, back office data processors types of organizations as well. That has really helped us now to look at data infrastructure being available to take care of the AI related expectations. No, the data infrastructure is quite robust, and we are having hyper and ultra data centers which are computing or which are taking care of so much of computing power that we have those infrastructures already coming up. Similarly, when we talk about the cloud computing related expectation that may be required when we are looking at the processing in the AI world, we are aware of the compulsions and consequences of data being stored again on the cloud. We don't know whose cloud and where the cloud is. So Reserve Bank also has come out with an initiative whereby we will be setting up our cloud infrastructure as well, which will also enable our institutions to use the cloud infra. And probably we can be reasonably safe that this data is available for us when we want. Because just as we say that these cloud infrastructures are supposed to be highly safe and secure and robust, we do hear about some of those data breaches that have happened. Probably some of them may be public or publicized, some of them may not be. Some of the owners or infrastructure providers may be transparent, may not be accountable as well. So we need to be mindful of many of these things in the AI world as we go ahead. Because one of the risks that can come about this availability and use of data is from the legal perspectives as well. So we have to take care of that legal risk, we have to take care of the data risk. Ultimately, it's all about privacy. If I want my data not to be poisoned, if I want my data not to be used by anybody else, I have to have ownership over the data. I should be allowed to control and exercise my right over the data. Believe me, India may be a very popular destination for many to come in. That's one of the main reasons, or one of the reasons for that is also about the extent of data power that we have, the number of people that we have. Just today I was seeing a report saying that almost 900 million of our people use the internet for their requirements. Just imagine the footprints we are leaving. And this data can be the main source for many of these models to be developed as well. So people are using our data, people are using our information to develop those models. So we should jolly well be doing that in our country as well. That's our expectation. When we have the data, when we are the owners of the data, these models can also be developed by us. And one of those institutions which I was referring as a DPI could also be the Bhashini system or software or the platform where multiple languages are available. You can usually use them to condition. And believe me, in some of those use cases, you would have heard about conversational payments being made through UPI. Again, it's all about AI converting your speech to text and completing a transaction. There are challenges there because Vasudevan, different languages being tried to use, different lingo being used, how to customize and bring it into your model is a very tough thing. And when those transactions are delayed or if they fail because of failure to understand or complete the expectations of a converser, then the people will start blaming the system, saying that your platform is not ready. Believe me, it's not that. If India in one system alone can process almost 600 million transactions every day, we can do so much more going forward as well. I feel AI will definitely empower us, but we need to have those safety standards as well. One of the core principles on which we have developed our infrastructures, our institutions, our facilities is the customer centricity. And we will not be comfortable, we will not be empowering people to implement solutions that are not customer-centric. Because I'll tell you one thing, we may be a financial services regulator, but this sector or this segment is the most dependent one and everybody comes in. There are certain things that are being said about, but I'll use it in a different context. That when we talk about marriage, people say that those who are in want to maybe go out, those who are outside may want to come in. That's a world we are living in when we talk about marriage. Similarly, in the financial services sector, we are having people who are not in want to come in, be they cab aggregators, maybe be they restaurant aggregators, be they any aggregator, they want to come in. And people who are in don't want to go out. Even if they are doing things which are not correct ethically and otherwise, they don't want to go out. So we try to track these people and we try to say that you are not fit for the financial services sector. You know, we would have done many a thing to say that you are prevented from operating for some time in these segments because of certain things we have seen which are not good. So this is a space. And when we are managing or when we are in this sector is taking care of the wealth of many others. You are not playing with your wealth, you are playing with the wealth of others. And when somebody's wealth is being played at, it's also probably going to impact his or her mental and physical health as well. So the health sector, the financial sector, maybe the law is one area, the legal sector is also being looked at where things have to be looked at differently, not just by way of enablement or empowerment. You have to be so very ethical and so very customer-centric. And the way we have developed our infrastructure, we have always been interoperable. We would not like one player or one system be dictating or making us dependent on that. We believe in interoperability. Even here, we will be very happy if the industry collaborates. And as I said, customer centricity is one and interoperability is one. Because we cannot afford to invest so much on these powers because you know how much of investment is being looked at by the big tech and other players who are doing so many things on this space. But here, we need to collaborate and we need to not compete but participate together. And this is where we feel that the interoperability will be a very good thing. We have set up our own innovation hub as well, the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. You are most welcome to come there and spend time. In the innovation hub, we do many things, but one of the things that has been recently done is something on AI called the Mule Hunter. See, when you actually have a digital fraud, it's about somebody impersonating you, somebody trying to call you up in your family's voice, trying to extract money, trying to take out your money. But then how do you take out? So you need to have those mule accounts. You need to have those people who rent out their accounts for others to use so that these monies can go in there and from there they can move out in the ecosystem. So these have started creating complications for us. We call them as mule accounts. So this particular AI is a mule hunter software. It looks into the patterns. What have you been doing in the last couple of months? What is the pattern now appearing like? What are those transactions that are coming in? How many transactions come in? And how long do they stay in the account? And when they come in and how much time does it take the account holder to move the money? So those things are being looked at, including the geographies from where the monies are coming in. So this software has been now developed. It is working with 2 large banks. The success has been good. I am still saying success has been good because what was being done by that particular bank or institution till now without this software being employed, maybe the success rate was around 40%. That means you identify 100 accounts are as likely mule accounts, only 40 were coming out to be. That means 60 were not really mule accounts. So you are actually inconveniencing those customers who are probably thrown out by these softwares as false positive. So in the mule hunter situation, we have a success rate of 90%. We are still working towards coming closer, but in these 90% of the cases, the time taken is also a little long because, as I was saying, millions of transactions are coming in. Now, how do you make the frequency much more nearer to real time? So that's one work that's going on. So what is taking now maybe 7 days could take 1 day. The next effort will be to prevent those transactions from coming in itself. It's not about detecting after something has happened. How do you prevent those things from happening so that we may block the account for money coming in, or we may even block the account for money going out. Let the money come in, let the money reside there, we can block and then see what best can be done with that money. So we are actually working very closely. We will be very happy to partner because, as I said, it learns on its own, it creates rules on its own. So we call it maybe tomorrow we can add one more phrase to that to say that Gen Mule Hunter, predictive mule hunter. We can add all those lingos and acronyms to this because that's what we are actually doing. But the problem is, as we are fearing, we don't want to inconvenience anybody by saying that your account is mule, your account is fraudulent, because if it gets escalated to the law enforcement authorities, you know the complication that can come out. So we are very, very keen to see that these things are avoided. But the Innovation Hub is a place where these things are being looked at. I'll be happy if many of those initiatives that are going to be discussed in the afternoon today by the startups, you can come and partner there and have a sandbox there as well. We'll be happy to provide our data. We are also an institution where huge amount of data we have on many aspects of our financial ecosystem. Many of them are accessible through our website, but we are also now providing a lab where people can come in and use the data sets and do the research, try to come out with solutions which can empower everybody. So again, it's a PPP. So for people who I just heard before you took over, interest for research and PhD in IIMU. So this could be some of those research topics as well, and your need for data could be taken care of by us. So we are willing to provide that. And as I was saying, the initiatives that have been there, I talked about the free AI initiative we are doing. MeitY has come out with a draft regulatory framework. MeitY is the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. They have come out with a draft regulatory framework on AI. They have also set up centers of excellence in many areas. You know, the India AI mission is also coming up very strongly. We have the Airavat platform, all nice acronyms as well. You see what's the explanation of Airavat, you will know. It's all about AI. AI platform being available for everyone to come and use, compute, and compete among them yourselves, not with the others, but then we can actually bring the country to the forefront in many of these things. I was very happy to see a recent report to say that where it is said that out of some 122 parameters and 83 countries being covered, we are the second in terms of talent. Second in terms of the resources that is available to think and to do something. So why should this resource not be utilized for our own benefit? Why can't we leverage on that and see that we develop solutions that are accessible and available for the world at large? Global South is one initiative. Probably this talent could be better utilized to see that we develop for our country and we develop for the world from here. One particular disturbing number there was we are actually 68 in terms of infrastructure. That's where I thought this PPP could come in to develop infrastructure, to develop platforms that can leverage on this human talent, human skills to develop things for India. I was looking at the negativities of use of AI. I was also trying to use something for my own purpose, but I was not happy with the output or outcome I got. Probably the way it has been fed, I don't know whether the regulatory bent can be captured by those software or by those GenAI. I probably wanted to ask, if this is happening in the ecosystem, what should I do next? It shouldn't tell me to stop using that system. It should tell me what guardrails I can bring in to see that the system becomes safe. So that bent should also be captured in the way these models get programmed. That's not being seen. And I don't want somebody in my team or in my office to put out a paragraph that can come in the monetary policy on the chat GPT to say that, can you give me a nicer version so that it becomes crisp for me to put up in the note? Because these are things that are going to happen tomorrow, day after next week. We don't want that to come out here. So I want to condition our people that what should go in there should be very carefully put. It cannot be everything and anything. I don't know if, based on developments, in case we take certain decisions as a regulator, as a supervisor, whether you will have a software to predict our mind as to what we will do if a particular situation happens. People may be tempted as part of RegTech, as part of SoupTech to come out with a predictive behavior if a particular scenario or situation is there. Sometimes we don't ourselves know what we might be doing or what should be doing, because we go by what's happening on the street at real time and then take certain decisions. So those things are all very challenging when we look at the predictive nature. So we are very okay if this predictive behavior of AI can be used for, say, credit risk modeling, for loan collection management, trying to see how a loan, when it has been given, what should be the way in which a particular individual could be approached for loan collections. But for saying that whether this guy should get a loan or not based on this is something that can be a little damaging, as I was saying. The exclusion worries us more than inclusion, and the gender biases that are coming in. The more as we see the gender biases, now how do we actually negate or remove these gender biases from a model is extremely challenging. And in some situations, probably we may be also expected to vet a model which an institution is probably planning to implement. So those, the yardsticks or those guardrails are also being looked at. You know, there's an AI Safety Institute being talked about. This AI Safety Institute is probably going to look at these models that are going to come into the country being used by different sectors, and whether the AI Safety Institute can actually vet before a product is being released. But the problem here is, most of those models, when they come in, they say it's a beta version, and they remain beta for long. By then, enough damage has been done. I don't know, ChatGPT in the last few years, how many versions have already come out? And some for paid, some for unpaid people as well. And like fintechs, India is seen as the fastest or the biggest adapter of these things, probably because it's still free yet. And tomorrow when it gets charged, we'll have to see how much they will be used or how frequently they will be used. But the data, see, I have this adage with me: when something is free, data is the fee. Okay. So if you are getting something free, believe me, you are contributing to the data. And that data is much more expensive for you and much more lucrative for them than the charge you would have paid for using that particular service. That we have seen in our world. Many of our players in the payment space, etc., are behemoths. They also enjoy huge amounts of data, and they are all successful because of the tools they have deployed to make better meaning out of this data, all using AI. But if it is to be for their benefit and not for the community benefit, we look at them with a little, I won't say disdain, but discomfort. For example, when they find that one particular user is not good for them to provide more services, we are saying that, why don't you have that person who has been blacklisted to be available to the community as well? Why should each entity try to have the same experience to blacklist an individual? If I am found rogue in one institution, probably my behavior is rogue. I may be rogue across other institutions as well. Can we have an industry-wide blacklist? Can we use this AI to empower that and see that, okay, as and when my transactions increase in the ecosystem, I may be probably removed from the blacklist, or I may be really seen to it that nobody even entertains me, not just in the financial services sector, but for any other services as well. Those are the things actually we can benefit from AI, and we want us to continue in that mode. I honestly don't know, because the timer has stopped, as to when I should stop. I will be advised by the organizers as to when my time ends. I'll be also happy to take questions, because I'm sure many of you might think that the regulator is a different animal altogether. No, we are as much a person like you are. We are also into this world in an exciting way. We every day look at so many people willing to come to us and present their models. We do discuss with them, and we do engage with them to see whether we can learn better, whether what we are doing we can do better using AI. AI, in the sense, it's nothing like that is going to be developed tomorrow. So when I look at things like beyond AI, I'm looking at those guardrails that need to be brought in to see that AI functions well, and AI actually responds well to our requirements. As I said, centricity, interoperability, the data privacy. You know, DPDP has come. DPDP is going to be a very critical input and a responsibility for everyone who is going to use data. The damages can be very deafening and negative, and we don't want anybody to be caught on the wrong side. One of the I would say allegations, discomforts with RBI, some people say is that you are very mild on punitive action. If I want to penalize the entity, one of my responsibilities in addition to fintech is enforcement. Okay, so half the day in we are listening to entities and we do have a process in which we have punitive action being taken. But then the market and the ecosystem, if you compare with the global activities, our punitive actions are smaller in terms of number. We may talk about 1 crore of rupees or 1 lakh of rupees, there are hundreds of millions of dollars. So people say that, but when you are handling data, and we are handling data for a global community, be mindful of these risks that you are going to entail with. Legal, as I said, is a very mild form of me saying, but it could wipe away your entity, it could wipe away your reputation. So wherever you are going to step foot, do so with caution. Think that just like when I use data or when I use a digital service, I'm leaving a digital footprint. Whatever you are using or doing with my data, you are also leaving a footprint. So be extremely careful that if you are caught, you will probably never be able to come out. But we don't want that to happen. So we have to have those guardrails, because that ethical responsibilities are more important to discharge than somebody saying that you should do like this and you should not do like this. That's where those culture bias, the gender bias. See, you know how many languages we speak, and if I am from South, I come to Mumbai and talk in Hindi, people immediately tell me, are you a Madrasi types? That bias is there. When I go to the North, definitely they may appreciate my Hindi, but then they don't appreciate my lingo. Just imagine those complexities that come into our models, and based on which, if somebody is deciding whether to give a loan or not to a North Indian or a South Indian, it's going to impact. And many of the people behind implementing these models are not even involved in the decision making. They are claiming that my loans get sanctioned in 3 seconds. We are not happy with that statement. You have to be very nuanced when you take such a decision. Don't claim to fame that I can do in 3 seconds, I can do faster. It's not like a Rubik's cube here. If somebody gets money or not is being decided by you. So we are now looking at a situation where it's not human in the loop, it should be machine in the loop. Machine should be incidental, like Tata's, I believe, when they say that we also make steel. They do many things, including making steel. Even here, when the AI is used to give a lending decision, we also lend, but we also are taking care of so many things around the person before that lending decision is given. We want that to be the DNA of everyone. Be it lending, as I said, soup tech, reg tech, and everything tech is coming in. And they say AI empowered tech. But we have to be convinced that AI is really being used, and it is being used in an ethical and transparent way. That's the purpose of the committee. It has good subject matter experts who are all leading these AI initiatives in the industry, in the government, in the academia. They will all be happy to probably hear some of those learnings that are going to come out from this conclave as well. I'll be happy if the institute also shares with us the outcomes of today and the digital enclave that follow as well. We will also be happy to use. And we are going to have experts from cross country to also share with you what's happening there. All those learnings are useful for us also. We'll be very happy to take. As I said, we are in the supply side. We are in the supply side as RBI. We are here to give you data. We are here to empower you. But we should also be worthy enough to demand this supply. We should also be there to meet the demand function as well. The supply demand should be a balance, just like innovation and responsible innovation should be balanced. Everything is something that's in balance. The country will be prosperous. I am sure we are in a first world problem. We have enough of everything. How do we actually make a good out of it is something that's going to be a challenge. So I stop here, and I wish the deliberations all success, and the students and the institute as well, many more such IDCs going forward. As I said, if I have any questions, I will always be available. Otherwise, I can always be available on an offline mode as well, so not an issue. Thank you. I can have a seat? Okay.
What a powerful keynote. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights. And I think, to know that RBI is responsibly taking these initiatives to ensure that the public at large is very safe with the kind of data that they have, right? I would like to now open the floor to a couple of questions. I think our wonderful students would help around in passing around the mic.
Thank you for your question. I have a question. So you mentioned that you've deployed AI mules in a couple of banks. Is there a mandate to deploy it across the country to all the banks, that is including private and public? And do you have a timeline, or do you have a time frame by when you would have a stable model which will do this mule hunting?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Actually, based on the learnings from that particular institution or institutions where this has been deployed, a recent announcement was made that it could be used by other institutions as well. We don't distinguish between public, private, etc. So most welcome to engage with our innovation hub and then try to deploy the model or try to see how the model works and customize it to meet individual bank requirements. We don't want it to be like a omnibus model that can be used by everyone, and it has to be customized because the rules are different, the processes are different. So you could customize it. You are most welcome. If you have any difficulty in reaching out to the hub, you can reach out to me. I will facilitate your interactions and those institutions which want to partner with the hub as well. And as I said, it need not be a bank lender in terms of private public. It could be a non-bank lender as well who wants to deploy. And I can actually share with you one more thing that's happening. You have heard of UPI in payment space. Now we are bringing out something called ULI, Unified Lending Interface. That again is going to be a DPI in the lending space. Just imagine we have 12 loan journeys, personal loans, dairy loans, mortgage loans, education loans, any loan that can be actually given out by these banks and non-banks who are partnered with the platform. On the other side, we have data sources. Why should you worry about an institution or as an individual to get your data? We have 54 data sources as of now, including the land records from various states, including the dairy milk pouring data, including the GSTN data, Aadhaar database, invoices database, everything we have. So 54 data sources as of now, around 20-25 lenders on this side. Just imagine you come to the platform, ask for a loan, it can pick up. If you want a choice of lender, if you want a choice of data, it can pick up and give you a loan. As of now, you come through a lender, but going forward, we believe that we can democratize that as well by making you come to the platform, the lenders will bid for your loan. So we will be in a world where the customer will be empowered. As I said, you will be empowered to choose your lender, you will be empowered to choose which data source the data can be accessed from. None of these data sources or data sets will be stored in the platform. It's all through API. They will be taken and used only for the particular transaction. So the ULI is going to be one more. I like the AI, ULI, API, DPI, all those things being used. No, all those things are going to be partnered in this. And here we also will use intelligence. AI will be used intelligently to see about customer behavior, customer scores, past experience. You can create a mandate automatically when you take a loan. So we see your repayment behavior. Everything can be done through the platform. The ULI has been in the pilot mode. We will be probably looking at a national launch as well. So that may be bigger than UPI also.
Good morning.
One of the key factor is foreign exchange rates. And I'm happy that RBI is positively intervening in regulating the foreign exchange rates. My question is RBI using AI for prediction or taking some actions on the foreign exchange, which will give us confidence as business, because many of our policies get completely changed due to the foreign exchange rates changes.
See, typically, as I said, everything in this world is based on demand and supply. You have to be responsible and responsive to that. Normally, when we look at the foreign exchange reserves being accumulated or taken or even being used, etc., there are certain principles that come in: safety, liquidity, and of course return when we deploy. But the exchange rates are supposed to be market driven and market determined. It's between what currency is in demand and what currency needs to be given. We don't have that activity where we look at a particular level and then decide what to do, etc. It's not like that. It's a market play. But of course, we have also the mandate that if there is excessive volatility, then probably some interventions may be there to curb or smoothen that volatility. That's the only thing. Otherwise, it's a decision that individuals have to take about when to maybe pay, when not to receive, etc. It's something. But today you would have seen some more announcements have been made as to how you can use your export earnings for what purposes, etc. So we don't do that. Having said that, we also have a model internally. So we look at that model effective exchange rate, what it should be, etc. internally, and that could be a yardstick for us to see how the market is behaving. Otherwise, it's all about market taking care of its requirements. We don't. So we don't have a particular level in mind, or we don't intervene to keep that level in mind as well. So you have to be very, very, like you will be empowered. No, you can take your decision. You don't have to worry that somebody else is managing that for you. Why should they manage? I can manage myself. So we will leave it at that. As I said, there are certain things that happen, but not for an open forum. We can discuss one-on-one as well sometimes. But be clear that we don't intervene to look at a particular level. It's all market determined. Only to curb excess volatility, sometimes there may be some interventions that are there. Hope that convincingly answers your question.
Good morning. I am Shamik. I lead global marketing for an international MVNO enabler. Now, my question is, you had mentioned cloud computing and the risks associated with it. Now, DOT migrated its digital intelligence platform to the private servers of Amazon in May. Right? Now, telecom companies have a lot of data, including financial data. This move was also contested by the private telecom operators. How do you react to that?
Those are individual decisions, discussions by different regulators and different sets of agencies. I don't want to comment about that. Having said that, I know that the government or MeitY has also probably given out a list of cloud service providers who could be used by the government institutions and government departments and ministries. The name you said could be also figuring in that list. There may be another 15 or 20 such service providers also in that list who have been typically, as you may say, whitelisted. That means they have been certified for their practices, for their transparency related activities, for their capabilities. They might have been looked at, and then they might have been shortlisted. So that's available on their website and public. It's for public use. So could be one. But there are certain challenges when we look at some of these cloud service providers and maybe some of the infrastructures that are being hosted anywhere else. So we in RBI, you probably are reflecting about the mention that I made about RBI wanting to set up its own cloud infrastructure. We want to take care of some of those banks who may not be comfortable to discuss, negotiate, or participate in those cloud service provider infrastructure. So probably we thought we can help them out by providing this infra, especially for small banks, small requirements. You know, some of those banks are quite small, but they have a cloud requirement. Some of us have the difficulty of walking into certain private sector banks or foreign banks because they look very sophisticated. We're more comfortable to walk into a local public sector bank as well. I'm just saying that was the mindset thing people had. Here also, we don't want them to be conditioned by certain things that are there in the bigger institutions, and they may not be comfortable enough, so our infrastructure could be available. As of now, and as always, we will only be providing alternate services which people can use. You did mention a number of things about who you are, but you never said which institution, which activity, etc. So similarly, some of these things are also like available, but we cannot be very forthcoming into saying that what is the thing that we take care when we provide this service. But believe me, this service again is a public DPI type of infrastructure that is available. Is it okay? Does it answer you? Because I don't want to talk about some decisions taken up by some other regulators or some other department. It could be in their own interest and initiative that they have done.
Oh, thank you. My question is basically you answered part of my question very nicely with the RBI's infrastructure. The issue is Amazon has a lot of clouds, mirror servers, etc. So I'm not very sure whether that is being taken into account.
Can we take this offline if you don't
sure.
We can take this offline, we can take this online as well. I can tell you what happens when some things are being said, when some things are not being said. Very difficult. For example, let me tell you about one data point that was there of a particular bank. A bank's core banking solution, such a major bank, it was actually outsourcing some activities in that core banking solution to a particular service provider. One day we asked that institution to do a small audit to see where all the data is going. You know, to their surprise, they found out that there are 54 entities or persons who are using this data source for different purposes across the globe. Actually, you had one agreement with one TSP, but he had so many agreements with so many else downstream and upstream, 54 data sources which the bank did not even know. And just imagine, you sometimes give your desktop or other service remote access. You don't know what all they are seeing other than for the particular requirement, you have reached out to them. So we have to be very mindful. So I don't know where the servers are being stored. I know for well when we said that the payment data has to be stored locally, many of those servers that were located elsewhere were all brought to India. Then we did an audit to see which all the servers are talking to which all servers. We got comfort by talking to them. So AWS may have its own policy. It doesn't come under our direct realm as well, because we are looking at the financial services, not the entire infra of IT and other things. Right. I hope I could answer the other part as well.
Right. So in the interest of time, we will probably take the rest of the questions. You can take it offline. Yes? Okay. Thank you so much for the engaging questions. To commemorate this inspiring address, I would now request Director Sir to hand over a memento to Mr. Vasudevan Sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was absolutely thought-provoking keynote, especially focusing on the themes like self-reliant, SEM-empowerment, and key focus on the ethics component. And continuing on the same thing as we transition on a topic that continues to spark a global theme, AI and the human beings. We have our esteemed professors who would be speaking. This segment will explore how artificial intelligence intersects with the human behavior, ethics, and the social well-being. In this format, each speaker will speak about 25 to 30 minutes, and at the end of the both presentations, we'll have a combined Q&A. So please feel free to note down any of the questions which we can cover in the Q&A segment. As AI continues to evolve, its implications to society, ethics, and human well-being become even more critical. To explore this fascinating topic, we are thrilled to have with us today Professor Mohan, a distinct academic and a thought leader in the field of AI and the computer vision. As the director of NUS AI Institute and a globally respected researcher, his insights into ethical dimensions of AI has shaped policies and the practices worldwide. Now let's welcome Professor Mohan to the stage to share his insight on his critical area of research.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me here. I have next, I'm told 35 minutes, but I have a lot to cover, so let me just get started. Not working. Okay. It's frozen. Okay, sorry for that brief interruption. I have a lot to cover today, and what I'm going to do is I am part of two things. I'm part of AI Singapore, which is Singapore's national AI R&D program, and I'm also the director of NUS AI Institute, and I'm a professor of computer science. And I'm going to talk about my own research ideas. I mean, each of those things is a 1-hour talk, but I'm going to compress it into a few minutes. So I'm going to just give the basic intuitive idea and skip the math and the details. So first, the AI Singapore experience. So AI Singapore is the national AI R&D program of Singapore. It is hosted at NUS, but it's a national program. And we have actually 5 pillars. The AI research, which is basic research, fundamental research. We basically fund all the researchers in the universities and other research institutes. I'll talk in more detail about AI technology, so I'll skip. We do AI innovation. We work with industry to facilitate the innovation and deployment of AI with industry. We have something called very successful 100 experiments with industry. I can talk offline about it. We also build the ASEAN language, large language model called Sea Lion. And this is built from scratch as well as fine-tuned. It's a sovereign model which we build. And we also look into AI governance, the regulations and ethics, which Mr. Vasudevan talked about, many of those things. So let me get into AI technology. So the whole idea of AI technology was to fund mission-driven research. And the whole idea is, can we use AI for some of the national challenges? And we kind of divided it into 2 types of challenges, big challenges, which are the grand challenge, and some prize challenges. So let me give some of the thinking. So when we started thinking about it, we wanted certain guiding principles in trying to decide the grand challenge. And some of our thinking was like this. First of all, a lot of the fundamental research actually done by computer science professors like us or any scientist is not kind of accessible to the general public, to the lay people. So we wanted, for the grand challenge, the research statement to be understood by the man on the street. Okay, so that, and there was a kind of a selfish reason to that also, because we are spending a lot of taxpayers' money, and the taxpayer should feel that his or her tax dollars are being used for a good purpose, right? So we wanted to kind of use it in a very responsible way. The second thing is that the research should, even though it's a grand challenge, it should not be some airy-fairy that will change the world, which is vague. It should be measurable. That is, there is a measurable kind of impact, there's an improvement. So that was the second criteria. The third criteria was, just because it is understandable to the man in the street, it's not sufficient. We also wanted, by the grand challenge statement, to be exciting for researchers to actually participate in it. We wanted the best researchers to actually go and do research in this area. The last and the very important part was that once this research is done, it does not remain as just papers, published papers, but they're actually used and they're deployed in the country. So there has to be a deployment pathway for that. Now, we kind of laid this out in the beginning, but doing it was very difficult. It was very difficult, but then we came up with the grand challenge. So our first grand challenge was in healthcare. The idea was the following. Can AI help to address the 3H problem? Now, the 3H problem is a problem which happens in many countries in the world: high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high blood cholesterol. Can AI help reduce the incidence of 3H disease progression by 20% over the 5 years? That was the first grand challenge statement. The way we worked about it is we made this call, and there were a lot of competing proposals done by groups of researchers. It had to be groups of researchers because it had to be AI scientists working with medical professionals and doctors for a pathway. And what we did is, of the many proposals submitted, we picked 3 as promising candidates. We gave them some initial money. Actually, we gave them $5 million each to do that. And after 3 years, we did an evaluation. And in the evaluation, there was one winning team, which was further given $20 million to go ahead and develop it fully, and also incorporate the best ideas from the other 2 teams, which did not win. And so this was our first grand challenge. The second grand challenge was in education. Singapore has a national policy of bilingualism. That means every Singapore citizen should be fluent in English and also fluent in his or her mother tongue. But it has been found, and often in many places, that because of excessive speaking in English, the fluency of mother tongue was going down. So can AI help primary school students to improve their mother tongue proficiency by 20% in 2 years' time? So that was the challenge. Okay, and then we have done some more specialized challenges in material science, where can we develop functional materials, composites and alloys of having certain properties, of strength properties, which are 50% lighter while having the same properties. Okay, again, can AI help design such materials? So this is basically called inverse functional design. We also had a grand challenge in robust AI, and computer vision systems have this robustness issue. And again, for autonomous vehicles, can AI help develop robust computer vision systems which are, 80% can do 80% recovery if they are attacked by an adversary. So this gives you kind of a flavor of the type of challenges, we kind of did that. And in fact, this turned out to be a very meaningful exercise. Though it is very difficult to come up with grand challenges, it's actually very interesting and very exciting for researchers to participate. So of course, the natural question to ask, what really happens? So our first grand challenge, which was in 2019, was in healthcare. Turned out the winning team was by my colleague, Professor Winnie Su, and her team with doctors and all that. They have come up with a suite of tools to help the 3H problem. Unfortunately, it should have been deployed by today, but you all know that there was a pandemic, and a lot of things slowed down in terms of that. So as of today, all the developed AI techniques actually are undergoing patient trials in the various hospitals in Singapore. And actually, they're looking very promising. The evaluation will be done very soon, end of the year, and hopefully a lot of these things will be deployed, this thing. So this is to give the idea, it is not just about research and doing grand challenges, but actually looking at a pathway towards deployment. Then, of course, we have smaller challenges, which we call prize challenges, and these are usually global challenges. We are done on fake videos, we are done on localization. In fact, we had a AI in finance challenge, which we ran with the Singapore FinTech Festival in 2023. And again, there was very global participation on that. Our latest challenge, then we did on finding harmful social media content. That was this thing. Our latest challenge actually is in making safe and secure LLMs. This one just finished. Basically, we have an open challenge for anybody in the world, including people in this room, to join this. But this one got over, if you say, this got over in September 2024. And the idea was to attack and jailbreak large language models. But not to worry, if you are really interested in this, we have an ongoing challenge right now, which is the defense mechanism. Can you come up with a defense mechanism against jailbreak attacks for large language models? In fact, it is on right now, started on 7th January. It's on till 25th February. Anybody is willing to, you can come to the AI Singapore website and find details about this challenge. And it's not a bad prize money. The first prize winner gets $40,000 US. So it's not too bad at all. Okay, so that was some of the things which we are doing AI for societal good under the aegis of AI Singapore. Now I'm going to completely change tack and talk about me as a researcher, some of my research which I'm doing in my group. And I'm going to go through a few topics which we have done recent research. I am a person doing multimedia computing research. So I've been working on multimodal models for handling images and videos. And I also do multimedia security, which has got transformed into AI safety and security over the last few years. So I'll speak a little bit about each of the topics I have. First and foremost is making multimodal large language models better. Now if you work in this area, they have been revolutionized by a large amount of pre-training of data. And there are models like CLIP and BLIP, which are very good for handling images and text together, okay? And they are basically trained on a huge amount of paired image and text data. And our question was, because we had not just images to handle, we had a lot of videos to handle. So can we make these foundation models, which are good for images and text, work also for videos? Now, mind you, I'm a university professor. We have very limited resources. We don't have 100,000 GPUs like OpenAI, where I can feed in a lot of video data. Now, video is really large data, especially long video. So we had to innovate. So what we did was something which we just presented in one of the AI conferences called New RIPS just last month we presented. We basically extended large model by a very clever trick. What we do is we use these image text models and we feed in the keyframes of a video, and we create text descriptions of this video. And basically, we have a timestamp text description of the video, and we call it textual video or TIDIO, okay? And this is, text data is much less, amount of storage compared to videos. So now we use this text videos to actually fine-tune these image video models. And it turns out they are extremely effective, okay? So this is a clever way of reducing the complexity of videos, transforming them into a corresponding text-based video, and using them to fine-tune the models. And then we use it actually on real videos, and it works really well. So this actually was an interesting piece of work which we did recently. Again, I'm going to move very fast. I'm going to now talk about something, I think, which our keynote speaker talked about, bias and fairness. And this was the work we did a couple of years ago. Again, we presented it last year, making AI models fair. So I'm going to show you a picture about, we asked a stable diffusion of a photo of a family at dinner. And we asked this prompt many, many times to this generative AI stable diffusion model to create such images. I have a problem with this video, with these images. And I think you can guess that. All of the images generated are not like how I have dinner at my home. This is an Indian family having Indian food. These were all mostly Western families having Western food being generated. This is actually bias of these generative models, which is because of the training data, right? But these stable diffusion, OpenAI, many of these products are used worldwide. Why should we, if you're using it in India, or I'm an Indian in Singapore using it there, why should I have this as a family dinner photo, okay? So this is some of the bias, and how can we make this generative AI have less bias, okay? Now we did another experiment. We wanted to look at gender bias. And what we did is we asked stable diffusion on 50 different occupation categories by International Labour Organization. And we said, if you keep on asking this stable diffusion to generate, what kinds of pictures it generates? Turns out that at one extreme, there is one which generates only males, and there's one extreme which generates only females. And the ones which are males is, the title is, I think it is called construction worker. It's only males. And then you're curious, what is the only female one? The only female one is called executive assistant. If you call executive assistant, these diffusion models only generate females, as if no male can ever become an executive assistant. Okay? So these are, actually, you may think that this is like kind of trivial, but I think there is a problem. For example, in computer science, we have a problem. Not enough women are there in computer science. And when you have these models being used by kids and all that, you get an idea. If you type a computer scientist, if the male guy comes, or if you type CEO and only males come, and actually that actually perpetuates and amplifies some of the biases. So we want to reduce the bias from these generative models. So we looked into this, and we have a work, and what we call is as a distributional alignment problem. And the whole idea is we use some soft token-based optimization to remove the bias. Now, one of the very philosophical question is, suppose today's CEOs, only 10% are women, okay? Should my generative AI model generate today's reality, so being truthful of today's? Or should my generative AI model generate 50% women CEOs and 50% men CEOs, So that is the aspiration we have as a societal aspiration. That is the aspiration we hope for. Or you want to overcorrect it, because do you want the natural tendency for certain genders to prefer certain professions? Do you want to distort with that? So problem is, as a computer scientist, these are very deep sociological, philosophical questions, and I didn't want to venture into that, so we took an easy way out. We say, let's make whatever is the distribution you want as an input to this model. And then we can align, so we can do distributional alignment so that whatever distribution you want, your AI generative model can generate that. So that is what this technique actually does, where the distribution, the required distribution is an input, and we can generate according to that. So for example, if I want to attract more computer science high school students to come into, more female high school students to come into computer science, I want to generate more female computer scientists, so that to attract them and to show that there is no bias against women in computer science. Okay, so we did this, debiasing actually, we can do it for race, we can do for age, we can do for a variety of things. This was actually for librarians, and we wanted to do that. I'll skip into this, and I'll move into my next work. One of the real problems of AI, and especially generative AI, is the problem of fake news and deep fakes and deep videos. So this is a huge societal problem. In fact, we wrote about this in 2023, and this has actually attracted a lot of attention, that how generative AI is going to change the landscape of fake news. And I'm also seeing in my all the WhatsApp group I belong to, there are a lot of dubious posts, and the amount of these dubious posts being circulated is actually increasing alarmingly increasing with time. And part of the reason is some of these generative AI tools are so easy to use that you don't need to be a real technical expert in order to generate these fake videos or fake audio, fake images, fake text. Everything has become so easy, right? And I think as a society, we need to worry about this, because really, I mean, there used to be an adage, seeing is believing. Now I think seeing is unbelieving. I think you cannot trust anything, right? So we are doing our own work in this. We are actually trying to look into facial forgeries. There is a lot of problems with facial forgeries, and we've developed a data set generated using generative AI, and how do we detect that? And we have actually put this out in the public domain, and we are actually developing detectors to do this. And we started with the face images because human beings as a species, we are very narcissistic. There's been studies that 70 to 80% of our images and videos contain human beings and human faces. We love to look at ourselves, so we said we'll start with that, and then hopefully we'll move on to other things. Okay? So that just gives you a flavor of the kind of work we are doing. Let me move on to another work which is very different. And again, our keynote speaker, Mr. Vasudevan, mentioned about hallucination. So we have done a very theoretical work, which is a very depressing, we have a very depressing theorem, which is an inevitability theorem, which says that all large language models, right, like GPT, 3, 4, Gemini, or any of them, will always hallucinate. There is no escaping it. So all AI models will hallucinate. And this is it's a mathematical proof there. So it is, and this was very, we got interested into this because when ChatGPT came out and all that, and a lot of the tech company CEOs were saying, oh, hallucination is a problem, it's going to go away. It's a matter of doing retrieval augmented generation, doing some other techniques, you do data augmentation, it will go away. Unfortunately, it's not going to go away. You can, of course, mitigate it, but it will never go away. And therefore, whenever you use AI models, you have to be very careful. It will hallucinate when used as general problem solvers. And many people say, oh, no problems. I have one model which will put out an output, and I will have another model check that output, and together they will remove the hallucination problem. Again, we theoretically show that this is impossible. Basically, a bunch of models become an ensemble of models, and we have proved it using what is known as a diagonalization argument, which is a very sophisticated version of what you might have seen as a Cantor's diagonal proof in your high school to show that the list of, say, all decimal numbers is uncountable, right? You can make such arguments out there. Most importantly, one of the takeaways from this research is LLM should not be deployed in any situation where they're making automatic decisions in any safety critical area. Like, for example, in healthcare or in law. That means if you get any advice, or even in finance, if you get an LLM advice, you cannot just take it as is. You have to check, you can verify. Okay, let me move on to a slightly different problem. And this is the problem of what is known as value alignment. Basically, value alignment, we have been very impressed with the LLMs, with their capabilities. Doing math and coding and science. In fact, this year's 2 of the Nobel Prizes went to AI. So it's very impressive, the power of these models. But LLMs may not exactly work in many of the areas. And in fact, there were some, I think you might have heard of character AI. That was one of the things where you can actually have a conversation with this model as a companion. And one of these character AIs actually goaded a teenager in the US to commit suicide. So that could be very dangerous. And one of the things which we want these models to do is basically we want them to adhere to our human values. That means a large language model should not advise somebody to go and commit suicide or even provide ways of how to do suicide. So now what we want is our models to do good things. And basically, and who determines what is good and what is bad? We collectively as human beings, we decide. But how do we tell LLMs that these are the values we cherish and therefore please adhere to them? So way this is done in large language models is by doing what is known as building preference models. So the way LLMs are done is there's a large amount of training done, or what is known as pre-training, and then instruction fine-tuning. And then what we do is the value alignment. That means manually you create a set of prompts, like I ask a model, what is the most efficient ways of destroying the world? Okay? And then, of course, one answer which can be generated by the model is, sorry, I cannot help you, let's be constructive. The other would be, okay, this is how you destroy the world. You go to the nearest nuclear weapons facility, or do whatever, give the whole instruction set. So the point is, this is a response we want our model to make. This is the response we don't want it to make, right? So this is a not preferred response. And what we do is, we do the following. Based on the human values, depending on all the bad things which people might ask these models, either innocently or maliciously, we actually create a preference data set which covers all the values, right? Be truthful, don't murder, don't kill, don't harm anybody, all these kind of things. So how do you do that? Actually, companies spend a lot of time generating this preference data set, where there's a prompt with a desired response and a not desired response, right? And then there are strengths of these responses. And then what we do is use that to train a preference model, and this preference model is used by the target LLM. In fact, they are now combined directly with what is known as called DPO, direct preference optimization. So we started looking into this because of all these problems. People are doing this value alignment, but still the models are not working perfectly. So what is the issue? So we started looking at it from a very fundamental perspective. And again, I'm going to skip a lot of the details. What happens is that these preference models are what are known as pairwise Bradley-Terry models. That means, as I said, there is a prompt and there's a good response and a bad response. Okay? It turns out that when you do the good response and the bad response, there are problems. So for example, you can say the prompt could be, what is the best poison to make someone ill but not kill them? okay? And let's see the LLMs, we have 4 different answers. One is you ask, why do you want to know this? Or the LLM could answer, I'm very interested in your research here, I'm learning a lot, let me help you in 2 ways. You might look into cordials and some other this thing, and then you administer this to make people ill but not kill them. Or the third answer could be, I'm very interested in your research here, you might want to look into cordials or poisonous herbs. Or the fourth one is, why do you want to know this? I'm not sure, I want to tell you, right? And you can have many more. So the problem is when you do pairwise, for example, answer 1 is preferred over answer 2 with 0.9 probability. How do you get these strength values? Because you don't rely on one person to ask. Normally what companies do is generate these prompts and ask a whole bunch of people and then see what fraction says this is preferred and what fraction says which is preferred. And then they come up with the strengths. There's a way of doing that. So let's assume that answer 1 is preferred over answer 2 at 0.999. Answer 4 is preferred over answer 2 with 0.98. And then answer 3 is preferred over answer 2. Now, one of the problems with the preference model is you cannot do all the pairwise combinations because there's a combinatorial explosion. So you do only a subset. And you hope that the preference model generalizes to the things you never asked people about. So unfortunately, what happens is, even though 1 is preferred over 2 and 4 is preferred over 2, which is correct, but there's a slight difference in the strength. And now I have not asked 1 over 3 and 4 over 3. Slight perturbations in those. 1 is preferred over 3, which is good, but 4 is preferred over 3, unfortunately. So effectively what we found is, by doing a theoretical analysis, that it generalizes. So you do this preference model training, this area is good, it adheres to the values as we think about, but these are what we know as instability regimes. That there, the preferences for unknown things which we never trained for can flip very much depending on those scores. Okay? Then also we found that what was traditionally what has been used by Bradley-Terry model, there is a general version of that called the Plackett-Luce model, in which for one prompt you give n number of responses and you rank order the responses, right? How do I commit suicide? First, this thing is, sorry, I can't tell you, you seek professional help. Number 2, you say, I cannot tell you. Number 3, why are you asking? Number 4, here, buy a rope or something. So you can rank order them, right? So it turns out that instead of binary good response, bad response, if you just add one more and 1, 2, 3 and say good, okay, and no. 3, like you give 3 responses, then this instability regime actually shrinks. And if you add 4 responses, it shrinks further. 5 shrinks further. If you have so asymptotically, if they go infinite responses, it shrinks to 0. But there is a problem, because if you want to build this preference data set, you need to spend more money, more annotation, it's more painful. So actually, most of the companies rely on the binary one. But this is a new problem which we have highlighted, that there is an instability regime, and therefore you cannot trust those models. And that's why many of these models actually give bad answers where it should not supposed to give. So this value alignment is an open problem, which is as of now unsolved, and I think it requires a lot more effort in this area. Okay, let me now move to my last problem, which I'm going to talk about. And this is a problem of machine unlearning. Now, 3 years ago, when I used to talk about machine unlearning, people say, was there a typo? You wanted to talk about machine learning? No, there's no typo, it's machine unlearning. We were one of the few, in 2022, we are about 4 or 5 groups in the world, we are doing work in this area. We are one of the pioneering groups. Then in 2023, we had some results. And by 2024, this field has exploded. Now, literally thousands of people are working in this area called machine unlearning. And there's a reason why people are working in this. So the idea is unlearning, which is forgetting specific things, right? We know that. And machine unlearning is forgetting specific things from a machine learning model. Now, what we want to do is the following. And our motivation was originally privacy. That you have subscribed to certain service, and then you say, I withdraw, I want to stop from that service. So for example, there is a face recognition model. and you have willingly said, I give my face, so you join a company, and they have a face recognition model to allow you entry or exit access. And then you leave the company, and then you want to be deleted from their face recognition model, right? So basically, I'm going to say, forget me, and then the machine, you do machine unlearning, and the model forgets you. That is what we want to achieve, right? Of course, the natural question you say, what's the big deal? You had the data set of the people in the company, and then you trained the face recognition model. Now you said, I'm leaving the company, so just remove my data from that data set and retrain from scratch, okay? Yes, that is a solution. It's a solution where it is feasible, and the problem is, if you retrain the machine learning model from scratch for every deletion request, it is compute intensive. Some of these large models have days and weeks of training. For every deletion request, you cannot retrain from scratch. It's too expensive. There's a huge carbon footprint. So we want a more efficient way of doing things, okay? So turned out, so we have a method for doing this. One very interesting point is, though I use the word forgetting is not same as unlearning. Forgetting for human beings is actually involuntary. You don't control what you forget. In fact, it is very interesting. If I tell you, forget Mohan, the fact if you think that I want to forget Mohan will actually reinforce, and you will probably never forget me, right? So it's paradoxical. But for machine learning models, we want to perturb the weights in such a way that Mohan is forgotten. And in fact, it is possible. So original motivation was privacy, but now people have said there's a lot more applications other than privacy, like deleting out-of-date samples, unlearning outliers, unlearning poison. There could be deliberate poison data in your data set, or there's noisy labels, or there can be biased data, all of that. In fact, the surge in interest today for machine unlearning is also coming from large language models. I told you for preference modeling, right? You don't want your machine learning models to answer if I say, how do I commit suicide? Basically, the model, because of the training data, knows how to commit suicide. It knows how to give. Then you build the preference models and guardrails so that I know the knowledge, but if you ask me, I'll say no. Then you ask me in an indirect way, I say no. And they ask me in a really indirect way, then I say, yes, this is how to do it, because I have the knowledge. So many people are saying that for doing value alignment, for harmful thing, what if we make the machine, the model unlearn? If I don't know how to do suicide, then people say, how do I commit suicide? I said, take a plate of samosas and eat it, because I don't know how to commit suicide. So this is the interest which is coming, that machine unlearning is a way of making the models less harmful, of doing better value aligned. Okay? And we actually have done work unlearning with anti-sample reasoning. So again, we use a toy problem that suppose we want to forget about Harry Potter, where he studied. Okay? We have a way of, just like there is training samples, training data, what we are trying to do is we are trying to create the anti-sample. The anti-samples are like training data, which will have the reverse effect on the gradients and the model parameters as what the learning does. And if you can do that in a very principled manner, it is a bit complicated, because actually knowledge exists like a concept graph, and just removing one node is not enough. You can indirectly reach through the other nodes. So it's a bit complicated, and a lot of people are working into this, and therefore there is this huge interest and excitement in this area. Okay? So basically I'm coming to an end of it. So I think there is a huge amount of opportunity, I think, in this area, AI in general. I think I listed a few: tackling misinformation, and I think building Indian multilingual large language models, I think, needs to be. I think we have some experience doing there, where ASEAN languages. Also building Indian multimodal foundation models. I don't want stable diffusion to be used in India, where all the images it generates or the videos it generates are Western, or Chinese for the Chinese models. You would like Indian, scenes and scenarios and Indian sensibilities, Indian cultural nuances to be captured in this model, right? And of course, how do you do effective value alignment of Indian foundation values? Because India is also a very complex, multicultural kind of, we have all the regional differences and all that. And we need our foundation models to reflect the Indian cultural values out there. Okay? And for hallucination, I think the trend is you have to use these large language models with some deterministic, provably accurate systems. And my favorite example is if you're using LLM for a financial application, don't use LLM as a calculator. LLM is pretty bad as a calculator. You can train it to become better and better. But actually, you have deterministic calculators which can do very good calculation. So your LLM should invoke an outside calculator to do any calculation and then use the data. But still check for hallucination when it outputs anything. And in fact, the hype for this year is agentic AI. And in a way, people are recognizing that just using generative AI is not good enough, and we need agents which specialize in, and you orchestrate a combination and coordinate them to do that. And of course, there is a huge opportunity in applications, healthcare, agriculture, education, law. I know there are a lot of initiatives in India, and I think there's a huge amount of potential out there. So this is my last slide. I think AI has, I hope I have convinced you, based on some of the work we have done, that there is a lot of potential to do good, but it needs to be properly harnessed, and there are a lot of downsides, and I've been working on a lot of the AI safety and security issues. We need to mitigate that. So AI has generated a lot of excitement, and there's a lot of hype as well. And also there's a lot of apprehension, like a lot of the creatives are very worried, making posters, images, songs, videos, everything with Sora and all that, and people are worried about job losses. And it is a very interesting times, how will the future pan out, and I'm very happy to have, later on offline, conversations. I think there is reasons to be optimistic, there are reasons to be depressed also, and we need to kind of have a very balanced perspective on that. Personally, as a computer science professor, I think this is one of the most exciting times to be doing research. Thank you. I was told that Q&A will do jointly with the others.
Hello? Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Mohan, for such an insightful presentation. So continuing with this theme, it is my pleasure to now introduce Professor Soumen Chakrabarty, a pioneer in the field of data mining and web search. Professor Soumen is a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. His groundbreaking research on knowledge graphs and AI-driven data models has transformed how we approach data integration and search intelligence. Let's welcome Professor Chakrabarty on the stage for his session on frontiers between language and reasoning.
Hello, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll be talking about the frontier between language and reasoning. Unlike the amazing landscape portrayed in the previous two talks, this will be a bit of a zoom down into very specific details of language and reasoning. So while we enjoy the post-AI era, I'll raise a few pertinent questions about how humans understand language and how we connect language to our world and reason about the world. So let's start with a very innocent sentence. Washington reclined on a Barcelona and popped open a cold Newcastle. If you submitted this sentence to a traditional NLP system, say even in 2015, you'd get these kinds of parts of speech for various tokens in the input sentence. And if you push the system a bit harder, you'd get these structures of lexical relationships between different tokens of the sentence. So we know Washington is a proper noun, we know reclined is a verb, and Washington both reclined and popped, and what was reclined upon a Barcelona, and so on. But what are these things? Humans immediately want to map from what are these tokens into real-world entities and relationships. And there, we used to have far less luck than today. So if you went to the Allen LLP demo for their older, non-deep language processing system, they would still say Washington is the location, Barcelona is an organization, Newcastle is an organization. Those are soccer clubs, and Washington is the location. If you went to the Code NLP website, it would say Washington is a state or province, Barcelona is a city, Newcastle is an organization. But that's not really how a human would ever interpret the sentence. This Washington often slams, but it never reclines. And reclining on Barcelona would not be comfortable anyway. Newcastle may be very cold, but it's hard to pop open. So today, LLMs have mastered this completely. If you go and ask ChatGPT, what is Washington in this sentence, Washington is a person. You'll never make that mistake. However, even though both humans and apparently large language models understand this sentence in the regime of objects, types, and relations, there may still be some problems left. So a human or ChatGPT would understand that Newcastle is this beverage which can be popped open. Barcelona is a style of furniture. It's a modernish European design chair, which should be pretty comfortable, but it was only introduced in 1929. Up to this point, things are going great. And then ChatGPT, if you push it, would say, this is Washington. But Washington could never have reclined on this version of Barcelona, because this Barcelona was released only in 1929. So perhaps we are talking about this rather more handsome Washington. Maybe, maybe not. If your knowledge base has 500 Washingtons, it's unclear if in the current discourse, the Washington is any of them. For example, if it's an act of fiction, it might be a Washington that's not even in a knowledge graph. Language models find it very difficult to desist from making a commitment and say, I don't know, I mean, this Washington is not any of my known Washington. There's no evidence for that. So there are still a lot of gaps left, and this goes back to hallucination and overlay of prior knowledge with the current discourse and such issues. So we do want to understand the world in terms of abstract types, a person reclined on a furniture and popped open a cold beverage. So for years, many of the most famous names in artificial intelligence have hypothesized that the human brain has a graph reasoning module, just like arithmetic module or logic modules. And fMRI scans have shown that very different regions of the brain are activated when different kinds of functions are going on. And this, again, is unnecessarily conflated in single language models. What is a kind of knowledge graph or a graph reasoning module that you invoke when you understand the world? There are entities which are nodes, and there are labeled relationships which are edges. And we also understand that these nodes and edges might have temporal character, that people are presidents of countries within some time ranges, and so on. And other people may occupy the same position at a different time. In terms of digitally stored knowledge graphs, there have been a sequence of them through the decades. And today, in the public domain, some of the largest ones are Wikipedia and Wikidata. They have hundreds of millions of entities, several billion edges as facts, and hundreds of thousands of relation types. Wikipedia has almost 7 million entities, and 500 plus articles are added per day. There are millions of categories and hundreds of millions of internal hyperlinks richly connecting this space of entities. And these have been extensively used in natural language processing and continue to be used today. And yet, if you ask ChatGPT, how many nations have more rivers than Venezuela? ChatGPT will give you a very roundabout answer saying this is how you go about doing it. But ChatGPT is in a position to see all of Wikidata and Wikipedia. How would a human navigate these knowledge graphs, collect the necessary information, and make an estimate? There may always be some errors in the margin, like do you really regard these stream as a river or not? But broadly, it should be possible to answer that question with some error bands. And as of today, ChatGPT can't do that, or at least last night. How would humans do that? And I was actually shocked to find an updated estimate of the human brain power. It's apparently just 20 watts. Apparently, the body at rest consumes about 80-85 watts, of which 20 watts are in the brain. Have you ever read Wikipedia end-to-end? Me neither. Do you have Wikidata incorporated in the structure of your neurons? Probably not. Do you need 5 examples to solve simple cognitive tasks? Not really. Do you hallucinate? Oh yeah, but it's a little different from LLM's hallucinations. So it seems like for humans, the recipe of accessing knowledge and processing it is our primary strength, not the knowledge itself. Right? So dynamic retrieval and linkage are the keys. And not really how much information is stored in the language model. So today I'd like to argue that human cognition and reasoning goes far beyond language, and it's vital to combine it with logic systems as well as graph-structured understanding of the world. So here's one motivating example of the kind of problems you might want to solve or can solve once you're armed with both language and graphical understanding of the world. So suppose there's this query, the birthplace of a cricketer, I want to find the birthplace of the cricketer who led the winning team in Adelaide in 2003. There are some ambiguities, like winning team at what sport? But modulo that, there's cricketer, so it's likely to be cricket. And cricket is often played in Adelaide, so that's good. There's some reinforcement there. So we say, look, I'm looking for entity U1 whose type is location because it's a birthplace. And in particular, cricketer E2 was born there. Because there's the keyword led, you would expect that cricketer to be involved in an act of captaincy. And captain is of a team, so winning team, so E3 is the team. And that happened in Adelaide, that event of victory, and it happened in time 2003. And then there's world knowledge, which says to lead a team to victory in a particular match in 2003, you have to be the captain in 2003. So there's a confluence there, which is world knowledge. So this graph basically is a very complex, but actually an implicit representation of the textual query I asked. And I'd like to argue that queries as graphs is as vital as passive text as graphs. And these graphs need to be matched up to get your correct answers. Meanwhile, there's this passage sitting out somewhere in Wikipedia or the web, which says Sourav Ganguly was born in Kolkata in 2003. Ganguly was captain of the Indian cricket team. This page, or this paragraph, is one of trillions of paragraphs on the web. To zoom down into it, I really have no clue. Apart from the 2003, nothing matches. But there are so many documents where 2003 matches. There's also this table somewhere on the web, which is an HTML table with no standard schema, where only from the other context in the page and maybe the table caption, we know that it's about cricket matches and their winners and losers. So there are columns which have some information. Now, Adelaide starts matching and 2003 starts matching. And maybe from the page context, I know this is about cricket. So now things are starting to warm up, right? And now the question is, how do I enable linkage between all these sources of information, the question, the table, and the text? There are techniques, and have been techniques for at least 10 years, which can take my passage and turn it into a little graph like that. So Sourav Ganguly was born in Kolkata, captain and captaincy. So now you see that it starts matching bits and pieces of the query graph. Meanwhile, the table has less help, but we know that there is something like a row, and it has columns, and Adelaide is the venue, 2003 is the year, India is the winner, Australia is the loser. can I bring these three graphs together and identify the answer of Kolkata? So that seems still like a tall order. I need to understand that India in that table is the same as the Indian cricket team, and that's a non-trivial text bridging act that LLMs are now increasingly good at. And that this particular row in the table is actually a victory event. That may be even harder. Now, if you go and ask these questions of ChatGPT today, you might get the impression that all this formalism is unnecessary. It's already answering you correctly. But that's a bit illusory. Experiments have been done in asking these kinds of multi-hop reasoning questions, where the final answer given is correct. And then you drill down and you ask about specific sub-problems, and many of them are not nailed correctly by the LLM. There was actually a study from NUS, I believe, by Anthony Tang's group, which did this work. So to have explainable AI, we need all the steps to be described to someone at least reasonably trained in the art. Otherwise, you're never sure why the language model is getting it right. Here's another example that might have resonated with our speaker from Reserve Bank, Dr. Vasudevan. So there are lots of legacy tables like this, and even if you wanted to get it structured, you would need very complicated OCR and tables restructuring software to do that. And even in contemporary settings, you might have huge amounts of reports coming into ACCI or SEBI and so on, right, with tables that look like this. And the question might be, in 1997, what fraction of lima beans planted was harvested? It's a highly non-trivial visual grammar for extraction and processing. For example, 1997 and planted together creates this pattern, from planted to 1997 and down the column. So the human eye, if you could track our gazes, you'd see that we'd scan for 1997 and planted, and we'd scan down the red rectangle. Similarly, harvested in 1997, you'd scan down the rectangle, and those would form your initial focus of or foci of attention. And then lima beans are involved, so now you scan for lima beans, and that creates a row-wise attention. And the way we would process the document is that we'd look for extracting the two values, 2,700 and 2,500, and those would be those marked cells, and the values would be, say, $1 and $2, and then we have to compute an expression. This is really the whole explanation of how things should go. Not from the LLM's packaged memory, but from here. Why is this important? Again, with regard to the RBI talk, the LLM might have been pre-trained in a different country with a different legal regime, which talks about regulation and enforcement of business practices under a different set of laws. Those have been baked into their language model. And now we have a different legal code. We don't want any leakage from there into this setup. I want my answer to be coming from this table and not preformed opinion of how lima beans are harvested in the LLM. So the recipe consists of starting with a table and a question, have an extraction plan, and I should be able to explain it to anyone. A human answering the question, if they're asked, they would say, look, I looked at this, and the cells at the intersection of those rectangles are the values I should extract. And then, when the values come out, I need a computation plan with them, and the computation gives me the answer. We absolutely need to insist that the next generation of AI can provide all these steps. Chains of thought do a lot of this, but not quite enough, especially in the multimodal setting. The grammar of charts and diagrams to extend beyond tables. So here's a question. Find a paper that reports the best trade-offs between response time and ranking quality for dense retrieval systems. To do this, I need to go into arXiv, the main computer science paper repository, and from millions of papers, somehow nail one of the best papers to answer this question. From that paper, extract this diagram, use world knowledge to understand that flops is floating point operations. And the more flops there are, the slower the query, so the larger the response time. So the left part of the graph is better for me in terms of response time. On the other hand, ranking quality is represented by mean reciprocal rank, or MRR, and higher MRR is better. And therefore, the region I should zoom on is that upper left corner. And if you look at the legend, or the marker at the upper left corner is the blue circle, my gaze shifts downward, I find distill-splayed, and then I report that as the answer. The distill-splayed algorithm, maybe with a citation and a GitHub code page saying, go to this paper and this code to find the system that gives the best trade-off. Bibliographic search today is completely hobbled. It's nowhere near this level. Extending to less controlled images, suppose you have a query image where a man in a shirt is riding a horse. There is technology to identify regions in images, make a little functional and layout graph out of that, and based on earlier association between text and videos and images, like we were listening about, you can actually infer that the man is riding the horse and not, for example, feeding the horse. So based on that, for either images as queries or text as queries, we should be able to have much better quality of ranking of images or video frames, where the exact same functional relationship hold between the elements of the image. Then there is cross-modal querying of the form, I give you this disturbing picture, and then I ask this, what are these animals poached for? So how do I answer this question? Again, not as an end-to-end miraculous act, but as how human brain can deal with this problem. So again, visual object recognition will tell you that in this picture there's a gun, there are trees, there's in fact a jungle, an elephant, and some people. And remember my knowledge graph. So from the knowledge graph, we know that there are animals of various forms, and elephants and humans are both mammals, but only some humans are poachers, right? So based on that, so now connections start building up. Animals links to animals, and poacher matches poached. So some part of the knowledge graph heats up. So besides, on the Wikipedia or on the web, there are passages like this. Poachers kill about 20,000 elephants every single year for their tasks. And for matches for, although it could be a more indirect match. Right? So once again, it's the case of billions of documents, hundreds of millions of nodes in the knowledge graph, but there's only a certain pattern of connectivity which reveals the answer to you. So once these connections are built, poachers, between the passage, the knowledge graph, and the image, and the question, we can now edit the question and say, what are elephants poached for? That's pretty obvious at this point. And once you ask in this form, it's great for an LLM to answer. It's easily going to extract the correct responses, and there are tasks and ivory. But we need this initial helping hand to build the bridges between all these communities. So at this point, I hope I have convinced you that from a multitude of applications and modalities, it's essential to know how to join and match up graphs to each other. So that's the premise of the talk. So today I don't have much time to go into our technical work or algorithmic work, but I'll take some baby steps and hope to keep all of you with me. So as a baby step, we'll talk about graph matching. Graph matching is a notoriously difficult combinatorial optimization problem. But in the context of trainable distributions of graphs in real life, how well can we do, say, based on neural networks? So here, n-node graph, n is equal to 4 in this graph GQ, can be represented by a 4x4 adjacency matrix. At the moment, I'm pretending as if the nodes and edges have no features to keep the conversation simple. But of course, these nodes have a lot of rich features, and the edges have a lot of rich features. corresponding to entities and relationships between them. Now, nodes are numbered 1 through 4, and the rows and columns of the matrix are also numbered 1 through 4. Connections are denoted by a 1, lack of connection is a 0. So that's the graph. The matrix AQ fully represents the graph GQ. I'm given another graph in the corpus, say, where all the edges in GQ exist and some more. The edge 2 to 3 or 3 to 2 is extra. So we say that the graph GQ is a subgraph of GC because it embeds completely in GC with some edges possibly left over. And this has applications in many areas, knowledge graph matching, even searching for molecules, what enzymes dock to what proteins and all that stuff. Right. Now, we say that GQ is a subgraph of GC if the adjacency matrix AQ is element-wise less than or equal to the adjacency matrix for GC, that's AC. So as you can see, there are places where GQ has a 0 and GC has a 1, and that's fine. Because that's what we are looking for, that GQ is a subgraph of GC. Every edge in GQ is also present or covered by a corresponding edge in GC. But this is not how nicely graphs will be given to us in reality. What if the nodes of GQ are presented in some arbitrary order? Suppose we want to draw GQ in a different way, where 1 maps to C, 2 maps to A, 3 maps to D, and 4 maps to B. Then the same graph is reordered in the matrix form to have zeros and ones in a different position. Right? And this time there are ones, the red ones, which are not ones in GC, and unless we can reorder the nodes of GQ prime, we'll not be able to say that GQ is a subgraph of GC. We cannot do it simply by comparison. Before testing, we must apply the inverse permutation to the rows and columns, right? To test if, and this can be done by multiplying and before and after by a permutation matrix. If there's a permutation matrix P corresponding to this transformation, and we multiply AQ prime before and after with P and P transpose, we can still test it. This is easy to verify. But the question is, who's going to propose or give us this permutation matrix? So the inputs are the raw adjacency matrix AC and AQ prime, and there is some unknown network which has to output an approximation to an n by n permutation. So this is tricky because for the longest time, neural networks output an approximation of 1D logits, right? So a language model samples an output vocabulary. So we start with a logit, we take a softmax, and you get a multinomial distribution over a 1D space. How do we extend that to a permutation? There are ways to do that. But how do you want to train this? So suppose there's a GQ. We say that GQ is a subgraph of GC plus, that GC plus is a desirable graph if this property holds, right? Whereas there's also a negative graph, GC minus, which we don't like. Because there doesn't exist any permutation for which this inequality will hold. So in one case, there exists a P such that this happens. In the other case, there is no P for which this relationship holds. And human supervision will only want to supervise with GQ, GC plus, and GC minus. Like we're hearing about pairwise preferences versus listwise preferences. We only want to say, for this query, I like this image. For this query, I think Kolkata and Saurav Ganguly are the answer subgraph, but nothing else. And then from here, we need to, while training, also infer the certificates, the permutation matrices, which help me learn that pattern. So I don't go into the scary diagram. This is how we can train a neural network to learn how to find the certificates P and also find whether GQ is a subgraph of GC or not. So I said that these graphs are richly featured, and here's another application of that. So suppose we want to align knowledge graphs across multiple languages, and this can be very valuable in growing our knowledge graph with information which was not originally in it. So we've been talking about supporting multilingual language models. But to do that, you have to start with first aligning multilingual knowledge graphs so that they can accumulate knowledge into the language model. In English, you might say that there is a fact triple, Albert Einstein, place of birth, Ulm. But in the knowledge graph Wikidata, there are actually abstract IDs, Q937 for Albert Einstein, P19 for place of birth, and Q3012 for Ulm. Those are opaque IDs. If you click on these, you'll go through to the page on Wikidata, which will list you all the properties and the connecting relationships. That same fact triple in Hindi would be written as Albert Einstein, Janmsthan, Ulm. Observe that Albert Einstein and Ulm are just transliterations, whereas Janmsthan is a translation of place of birth, and that's an important distinction. So in real life, mappings between knowledge graphs are always a mix of translation and transliteration. So at this point, suppose we have the Hindi table and the English table. We want to verify or we want to infer if the Russian Stolitsa or Hindi Iski Rajdhani is the same relation as capital of in English. So how do you do that with some confidence? So there are existing techniques which can embed every entity in a knowledge graph to a vector and every relation of a knowledge graph to a vector. We can compare the embeddings of the relations to decide if the embeddings are sufficiently close that these relations are the same. But that's nowhere as good as judging a relation by the company of entities it keeps. How do we understand a relation, right? So the relation capital of is characterized by pairs like India, Delhi, Japan, Tokyo, Austria, Vienna, and so on. Meanwhile, the Hindi table has Chile and Santiago, those are transliterations. Japan and Tokyo are also transliterations. But instead of United Kingdom, it may have Yukt Rajya. So again, it's a mix and very soft matching between these. So it's better to collect the subject-object signature, SO, of a relation, turn it into a set of vectors, and then try to align this set of vectors. And that gives a much better performance. So I've just tried to give a couple of vignettes of how graph matching and graph alignment can build bridges between queries as graphs, textual corpus as graphs, tables as graphs, images as graphs, charts as graphs, and so many other modalities. So we believe that graph alignment and graph isomorphism can form a very sound backbone to these kinds of inferences. Many of the legal codes underlying finance, banking, can actually be encoded in knowledge graphs. Many of the medical knowledge has been successfully encoded in knowledge graphs. Materials. Increasingly, there are slices of human knowledge which are being codified as graphs. And to try to mitigate further the problems of generative AI and large language models hallucinating or having an excessive amount of confidence in finding a solution to your problem or answering queries that should not be answered, it's often a result of the textual knowledge not sufficiently allied or aligned to codified formal knowledge. And we are hoping that this line of work will mitigate that problem. So reasoning involves many other brain modules and regions than language representation, interpretation, and generation. Language is one of the things we do. We do many other things with our brain. Natural language is not the best to represent all these forms of reasoning. Formal logic was invented for a good reason. And in fact, with the rise of agent systems, we are actually returning to that space saying it's probably not best if agents interact with each other in natural language. Why are we calculating using another language? We shouldn't do that. They have a very specific structured language of interaction. There's an area called semantic interpretation where noisy human language is translated into more precise query language like SQL or Sparkle, which are then the interchange media between formal agents. And there needs to be more work in that space. In this talk, as I was saying, I have focused on graphs and tables as critical representations used to communicate reasoning steps between humans. If I want to convince you I got the right result, I need to show you the steps using a point and tell. on the layout of the text, on the layout of the table, what values I extracted and what operations I did with it. Tables can themselves be represented as graphs, and much world knowledge is already encoded as graphs. And the retrieval problem is also extremely significant. There are language models now which support increasingly longer context lengths. But are longer contexts necessarily a panacea? Probably not. There are papers which show that long context cannot be uniformly and effectively used. There's a nice paper called Lost in the Middle, which shows that in a long prompt, if the answer is somewhere in the middle, it's much more likely to be missed as compared to the beginning and the end. And the sample complexity of training the LLM to be equally sensitive everywhere in that range is just too much. So we have also found in our experiments that just because we can cram a lot of information into a long context, maybe we shouldn't. There's a vital step of retrieving relevant subgraphs from this gigantic billion node union of all graphs of human knowledge, which really form a coherent subgraph that the language model can then make the best use of to generate your answer or to infer your answer. So even the top language models need to learn this skill to avoid the current problems of hallucination or lack of alignment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Somen, for your fascinating insights on this AI and how it is integrating with the language, and especially starting with the easy examples for people like us. I would like to invite Professor Mohan back on the stage for the combined Q&A. To help moderate this session, we will have Professor Adhikari, who is Dean of Faculty and Research, who would help us in guiding this Q&A. Please welcome Professor Adhikari on the stage.
So you need to have another chair, right?
It's okay.
Okay, welcome to the Q&A session. So for the interest of time, I'm going to request you to make the questions concise. So because I got the opportunity. So first I'd like to thank Professor Mohan and Professor Soman for their intellectually stimulating presentations. So because I got the opportunity, I'm going to open the Q&A session with my own question. Yeah. So my question is to Professor Mohan. So today we started the session with a keynote. Our keynote speaker talked about the governance aspect of AI. Professor Mohan talked about the societal aspects of AI. And my question will be in the environment front. In one of the slides, when you talked about machine unlearning, you also talked about the carbon footprint, right? So my question is, how can we balance between increased use of AI and the environmental impact arising out of it?
Thank you. I think this is a question which worries a lot of people, and as Professor Soumen Chakraborty showed, we need only 20 watts, and the consumption by a lot of these models is incredible. People are trying to build nuclear reactors to support some of these compute data centers. So I think while there is a lot of news about this use of power for computation, especially in AI, I think there is also a parallel, a strong strand of research on building resource-efficient AI and trying to build small models with less amount of high-quality data. And again, I think, again, we can go on and on. I mean, the whole these scaling laws and build larger models with more data, with more layers. I think there's a limit to that. And I think, like Professor Soumen Chakraborty, just because you have a large model, some of the multi-hop reasoning you want to do, you're not going to do it better. So I think at least a lot of people are aware of this problem, and I think there's a whole bunch of researchers also working in it. And maybe Professor Chakraborty may want to add to that.
I have my own microphone. I already. Yeah, so I totally support that. So one thing I feel very confident about is that the transformer architecture is hardly the end of the road. And many researchers will sympathize with that. But there are yet more interesting network structures to discover. In our own work on graph matching, we have designed neural architectures which are very new. They help us solve not just subgraph isomorphism, they help us solve graph edit distance problems, they help us solve maximal click problems or approximate maximal click problems, the so-called KMST type problems, Steiner problems. So we have this program of going for very small networks which only do one thing well. In other work that I haven't described here, we have looked at specializing language models into planners versus solvers. So this was a couple of papers last year where we looked at introducing algebra to primary school kids. So there are actually educational psychology papers back in the 70s which say that third grade is enough to start introducing some algebra. Like instead of saying Ram had 5 pencils and Shyam had 12 pencils, and Ram gave all his pencils to Shyam, and how many pencils does Shyam have now, where the child may shortcut things by looking at frequent numbers which appear in questions, why not give it symbolically? Ram had A pencils and Shyam had B pencils. And if you run that alongside the original problem, kids can actually do better at school. There's a study that by going symbolic at an earlier time, you can do better. So we try to do that by saying there's a planner LLM which has only seen symbolic forms of math problems. And then there's the executor LLM which can do some calculation for you, or we can give it to a calculator. So I think, again, I agree with you that a lot of what LLMs are doing are better offloaded to far more energy efficient.
Exactly. And I think a data-driven approach has its advantages in certain areas, but not in everything. And you need to have a heterogeneous set of models which are specialized in different things. And overall consumption of energy will be lower in that case.
Okay, thank you. Now let's hear from the audience. Yeah. So can you please pass on the mic?
Yeah, my name is Rajesh Nanarpura. I'm a faculty at IIM Udaipur. And my question is to Professor Mohan. So one of the things that is worrisome about AI is this thing that like the power to decide how AI goes is with certain people, because you need a lot of resources to come up with new stuff in AI, right? So you talked about value alignment. So I worry about values being decided by very few individuals, right? Say, for example, Mark Zuckerberg believed that misinformation should be controlled. Now he believes that free speech is more important. So his values have changed. Does it mean, therefore, that the way that AI models will be decided by Meta is dependent on the values of the people who kind of have the power to decide what those values should be?
Thank you. That's a great question. First of all, I question the assumption that why should one listen to those few corporations? And therefore, I think different geographies, different nations should have the capacity and capability and should be building their own models. Why do you want to cede the leadership to only a few corporations? And in that context, I would say that Singapore is a tiny country, but there was a very strategic decision to make our own sovereign model there, training a model from scratch and not be, dependent on any corporations. I mean, people say, oh, why do you do it scratch? Just take a pre-trained model like Llama, which is open source. But that open source is within quote open source. It's not really open source, and fine-tune it. So I think, to me, there is absolutely no need for a few corporations or individuals to determine how the course evolves. And the only reason to do is to bring in alternatives. And I think, again, relating to the resource efficient, you might have heard that at the beginning of January, there was a sensation from China that DeepSeek, it was a small company, it trained a completely large language model of amazing capability using only $6 million of compute. So it is not necessary, and that was purely by clever engineering, not any other innovation. So I think there is a lot of scope for innovation. And I don't think one should take it for granted that one has to use models from other companies. And once you have the own model from scratch, then I think a lot of interesting issues come about. And I think India is again a very interesting country. I think we have so many languages, religions, subcultures and all that. And value alignment is going to be very interesting. I mean, just to give you a very personal anecdote, I'm a Kannadiga, my wife is Bengali. And when my kids were very young, to go to one set of grandparents' place, you eat only vegetarian food. You go to another grandparents' place, you can eat anything. And how do we tell our children that you ask the right food at the right grandparents' place? And actually, they picked it up very quickly without us explicitly training us. But I think if you're going to deploy models in Indian context, I think the value sensitivity and all is going to be very different. And talking about multilingual, I think I liked your example. If I trained all my preferences in Hindi and then ask a multilingual model in Marathi, will the answers be consistent? I think there are enough evidence to show they are not. Because really there is no understanding out there. I mean, these large language models don't have a deep understanding because values are hopefully independent of language. So if you teach values in one language and you ask about the values in another language for a multilingual model, it should reflect the same values. Unfortunately not. In fact, this was discovered by the Arabic language model from UAE. So UAE developed that Falcon model. And in fact, I know somebody who had asked that can an unmarried man and woman live together and stay in the same hotel room in Indonesia, in Bali? And if you ask in English, it would say, yes, it is possible. If you ask in Bahasa Indonesia, it would say, no, it is against the local culture and the law. So that's ridiculous, right? I mean, the answer depends on the language you ask the question. So I think there are a lot of such interesting issues which need to be resolved. So currently, whatever is being pumped out of a few corporations is not the final answer. There's a lot of things to be done.
Yeah, the other danger is there is no discernible boundary between what information or what judgment came in from the pre-training corpus versus what you want to encourage or enforce based on the local context.
Exactly.
That boundary is still.
Yeah. Thank you. So because we have a tea break session, for the interest of time, we are going to take one more question.
Hi. Hi, good morning. My name is Harveer. I have a question for the panel on how do you think about debiasing in context of business implementation of some of these AI models? And the specific example is what Mr. Vasudevan mentioned in the morning around lending. Now, if you look at lending, the way it has been practiced, there are some inherent biases that come in, right? There are gender biases, which was spoken about, but there may be area bias, where you live, where you are from, are you a migrant, are you a local, etc., etc. Now, given that people who may be trusted upon to look at some of these models may also suffer from those biases, and the data, which is historic, may also have those biases built in. How should one think about it, and is there a framework to sort of go beyond the binary model, which may work in case of image, saying that is this image racially representative or not? But in a complex situation like this, what would you suggest, or how do you think?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. I'll start with an anecdote where someone wanted Stable Diffusion or similar tool to produce portraits of Nazi or Nazi sympathizers. And by that time, AI companies had built in a bunch of debiasing tricks in their system. And the example Nazi sympathizers turned out to be completely racially distributed across Asians and black people and people of color, etc. And this was, of course, laughable. Right? So what is bias is, again, highly contextual. Now, the other point I wanted to make is, today you can make a business judgment that using someone's gender or ethnicity will maximize your profit as a bank if you use that to decide their loan decision. Right? So there's this area of machine learning called consequential decision making, and this actually started happening in web search almost a decade back, when people realize that the way in which Google is ranking the top page actually substantially modifies people's behavior in real life and how they come back to do another search later on, right? So there's this kind of rich gets richer because some pages float to the top, people inspect them more, and that's why they ask certain other kinds of queries, and there's this feedback effect, right? So even if you agree that from the business perspective, racially or gender-wise profiling someone is better for your business today, the question is how consequential should it be in the future, right? And here we are talking about to what do we want to align this, right? What the world is today or has been 50 years back or where we want it to be. And so, there's been work on the equilibrium of a very unstable system of the world, which is reacting to the actions of your decision-making process versus how the decision-making process is adapting to the world. So there are two agents playing a game, and the outcome of that game is something that you would like to control with consensus, hopefully with a lot of democratic consensus for where we want to go. So all these things have to come together, and today's ML technology is still not really at the level where one lone decision is actually calculated, keeping in mind how that would cascade into that person's child getting an education and becoming more eligible for a loan despite their ethnic background, right? So to be able to look forward into future and make a calculation over the expected worlds that can happen, that's still in its infancy.
So I think, thank you. Let me be more blunt than Professor Chakravarti. I think what you have asked is a very interesting and a very important question. It's a question of bias. And why are our models biased? The models are biased because our training data is biased. And why is our training data biased? Because humans are biased. This is a failing of us humans. And in a way that is indirectly being reflected in our models. And therefore, to expect our models to be bias-free, I think is too much to ask. This is a socio-technical problem. Even if you give unbiased models to biased people, they're going to use it in a way that is going to be biased. So to me, if you think that technology is going to solve a socio-technical problem which involves human beings, I think there's bound to be disappointment. And therefore, we need regulators like RBI, which says access, you have to give banking to poor people, not just the most profitable people, right? So I think that's why human society has come up with these mechanisms of having regulators and trying to correct the behavior of individuals who unchecked would do not the right thing. And therefore, I think to the extent possible, I think we should make the tools as bias-free and as fair as possible. But it is tools in conjunction with humans which are used in the world, and we need to make the whole society bias-free, and therefore we need to and it's very depressing, the research by Kahneman and Tversky showed that even if you are aware of your own biases, you cannot get rid of them. And therefore, merely being aware is not good enough. And sometimes punitive measures are actually good. And therefore, you need a range of instruments in order to go to a society which we desire that we should have a society. And therefore, I think technology is one part, but regulation is the other part, law is the other part, public policy is the other part. And finally, consensus building through democratic mechanisms is ultimately the underpinning for all that.
I'll just add one more comment to that. So economics and game theory has a lot to add there, right? So why are monopolies bad? I mean, so you might argue that, monopolies are somehow immoral, but even if you forget about that, monopolies are bad because of the reactive way in which the winner will then control prices, and that's bad for the consumer. So there's a formal notion of the price of monopoly. And economic theory prescribes prevention and punitive measures in direct proportion to that reduction in welfare, not more, not less. So even if you keep morality out of it, it's a good thing to reduce bias.
But I think as technologists, we have to be aware and familiar and try to reduce as much as possible from whatever perspective we come from. I think that is very critical.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, professors, for this intellectually stimulating and engaging Q&A session. I hope, they will be available, they'll be able to address other questions offline after the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, professors, for your insights. I would like to request Professor Anirban to present token of appreciation for their enlightenment. Thank you once again for our esteemed professors. We will now take a short 20 minutes break where you can network and talk. This tea break is sponsored by Bank of India. And we kindly request that everyone to return promptly by 11:55 to 12 so that we can continue with our further exciting sessions.
Hi, I'm Khushi Kapoor. Originally from Chandigarh, I'm pursuing my first year degree at Flame University in Pune. The reason I chose the SPM at IIM Udaipur was because I wanted to gain an insight into what an MBA program basically entails. And obviously, the opportunity to study at an institution as esteemed as IIM was the cherry on the top.
The reason why I've joined the summer program in management at IIM Udaipur is to get networking opportunities.
The way this program was advertised was a pre-MBA program which can help students determine whether they want to pursue an MBA or not. And I guess coming to this program and attending this program at IIM Udaipur has made my decision of doing a future MBA really concrete.
I'm so glad that this is such a brilliant idea of opening a pre-MBA, because directly going for an MBA is a big commitment, but a pre-MBA idea was amazing.
So this program was a very crucial stepping stone whether to decide I want to do MBA or not.
Coming from a design background, I was unsure about management studies, but this course covered essential aspects and allowed me to interact with fellow MBA students, further guiding my decisions.
SPM has been a very life-changing experience for me, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't belong to a technical background or a commerce background, but thanks to SPM, I feel more confident about taking up MBA and pursuing MBA from an institute like IIM.
The course is designed beautifully. The program has topics ranging from strategy, innovation, digital technologies, marketing, finance.
What I discovered here is the teachers, what they're teaching in the class are way different than what is taught in other colleges or other schools. So this is what exactly ignited my fire to join this college.
Faculty has been very amazing. The learning experience is very great, and I love the case-based studies.
About the IIM Udaipur, and another major part was learning from the industry experts who are coming for various guest lectures.
After coming it here, I realized that the faculty helps you bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge with practical application, and not to miss the cultural blend they have added with the Udaipur. Like, you can't miss it. And the unique blend of application, dynamic learning environment, city lake, it's amazing. You get to learn so much, and the constructive debates you have with your peers, it's so enlightening.
The case study learning method, it's been around 7 days since I've been attending the classes. So the case study method is like really exceptional. We have been provided with various case studies of multinational companies from all across the world.
The faculty here is like amazing. I mean, the experience they carry over the years, they've been prolific in their domains, and you get hands-on experience to learn from them, and it is an experience of a lifetime. So,
and the way the teaching pedagogy is, the faculty makes it so very engaging. They use real life examples, and the case study method of teaching that is deployed in class also makes learning so much more fun. The faculty is always open to insights from the students and is ready to help even beyond the classroom, and I feel that's truly a unique thing and makes me want to learn so much more.
And their case study based approach is just really engraves all the concepts in our heads. I think that's excellent.
This program has not only given me the confidence, but also has shown me the right mindset to take my career forward.
So far, this course has been better than how I expected it to be. By far, this is one of the best career decisions that I've ever taken.
This journey so far has been amazing. It's truly transformative. Yes, it is extremely academically rigorous, but then at the end of the day, when you sit back and reflect on the insights that each and every faculty member has provided you with, you realize how rewarding it actually is.
The 2-week summer course at IIM Udaipur has been amazing. The senior faculty has provided me a clear and insightful guidance, which has given me a clarity on my future path.
The campus is beautiful. You get the feel of the fort architecture, and at the same time you have all the fun that a college experience does have.
The atmosphere here at the campus is very friendly. Everyone is very helpful, and it's a very nice way for you to explore what you want to do in the future.
The course is designed beautifully, and I truly feel that it makes you so very future ready, and that's why it's an investment that each and every student should make in their lifetime.
In a world of interconnected markets, mastering supply chain is paramount to seamlessly orchestrate logistics, manage the supply chain, and manage and mitigate risks. Industry is looking forward to hire graduates who do not only understand the management fundamentals, but who have domain expertise in the global supply chain management. Keeping this in mind, IIM Udaipur has designed a special program of 1-year MBA in Global Supply Chain Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings. We have several centers of excellence at IIM Udaipur. These are unique in the sense that most of the full-time 1-year MBA program in India are general management programs, whereas Center for Supply Chain offers specialized program.
The program of Global Supply Chain Management is a year-long program which has 3 classroom terms. In the first term, students are taught a variety of core management subjects such as finance, marketing, people management, and strategic management. In the second term, the students learn supply chain management specific courses such as logistics and operations, project management, strategic sourcing and procurement, future of work and artificial intelligence, and the like. In term 3, the students get to choose from a variety of elective courses which are both domain specific as well as perspective building courses. Additionally, the students also get to solve a business problem through a live project, where they get to apply all that they have learned in terms 2 and 3.
I am from the Global Supply Chain Management. It's a 1-year program in IIM Udaipur. But coming here and becoming a management graduate is a huge thing because you get to know about finance, you get to know about strategy, you get to cover all the important points in the management.
The curriculum at IIM Udaipur Global Supply Chain Management is a case-based pedagogy.
You get a taste of every particular value chain of this particular area.
It's not just about the core supply chain. It's more the kind of roles we get are more related to consulting, strategy consulting.
Once you successfully complete the program, this will give you ample confidence to be a future-ready manager in the field of strategy and consulting, project management, operations management, sales and marketing, and the like. If you are someone who is looking to unleash your potential in the field of supply chain management, I invite you to join this program of IIM Udaipur in Global Supply Chain Management. The businesses we do and the way we do our businesses have all undergone a sea change. What it means for us is that there are immense possibilities and opportunities out there in the world of business, but what is challenging is that we do not have adequate supply of competent, trained, ready managers. So looking at the opportunity sets that are available in the industry, IIM Udaipur decided to start this program of 1-year MBA in Digital Enterprise Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings. We have several centers of excellence at IIM Udaipur. These are unique in the sense that most of the full-time 1-year MBA program in India are general management programs, whereas Center for Digital Enterprise offers specialized program.
The program is a year-long program which is divided into 3 terms. The first term of the program, students are taught variety of core management subjects such as finance, marketing, people management, and strategic management. In term 2, they are taught how to apply the management fundamentals in the digital organizations. In term 3, the students get to choose from a variety of elective courses which are both domain specific as well as help the students build perspectives. The students also get to solve a business problem through a live project where they get to apply all that they have learned in terms 2 and 3.
The reason why I chose digital enterprise management is because it's a beautiful amalgamation of technology, data and management.
When I look into the industry right now, the roles which are coming are of a digital analyst, business analyst, product management, and this is what is the future.
The program itself is designed to not simply be a study. You're supposed to learn a concept and then immediately apply it in the next class.
And there is a complete discussion, case-based learning
going on in all the lectures for all the major subjects.
These faculty members also come from the top industries. They share their experiences, and based upon their experiences, we learn about how to perform in the industry.
So the versatile network over here and the tremendous knowledge of our faculty, which can upskill all the students, will help me and make me unstoppable by enriching all my skills.
Once you successfully finish the program, this degree is going to give you not only the necessary competence, but ample confidence in being a future-ready manager in the field of strategy and consulting, sales and marketing, project management, and product management. If you are looking to fast-track your career and be relevant in the world of digital, then 1-year MBA in Digital Enterprise Management is the course for you. The summer program in management can be a great platform for you to explore what really excites you. This program is for students who'd like to experience business school as a build-up to applying for an MBA program. And this program is also going to be useful for those who are interested in understanding how a business runs.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011. So it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings.
This is a 2-week-long summer program which will be held at IIM Udaipur campus, and this is going to give you a unique opportunity to learn from the distinguished faculty of IIM Udaipur, visiting industry experts. You shall learn the subjects of management through case method of teaching and appreciate various functional areas of management such as finance, marketing, strategy, people management, and get an opportunity to understand the context of digital, how to solve business problems, and the skill of decision making and leadership. Also get to participate in team building exercises, network with faculty, MBA students of IIM Udaipur on campus, and get a tour of the historic city of Udaipur. It's a dream of many to do an MBA from an IIM. However, no one gets the opportunity without having to write CAT. Here's your opportunity without writing any exam whatsoever. All the students who participate and finish this program will earn an IIM Udaipur Summer Program in Management Certificate of Participation. If you are an ambitious college student or a graduate who would like to advance your career, explore the possibility of doing an MBA from an IIM, and immerse into a transformative academic environment, then the summer program in management from IIM Udaipur could be the turning point of your career.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
Hi, my name is Beth Rose. I'm a research chair professor of business policy and strategy at IIM Udaipur.
I'm Ankur Kapoor and I'm an associate professor of marketing and co-chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur.
My name is Veda. I'm a faculty in the marketing area at IIM Udaipur and co-chair for the Center for Healthcare.
I came here because of the excellent research ecosystem. This is a very research-oriented institute, and our PhD program is a big part of that. Our PhD program is built on the foundation of this world-class research ecosystem, and that sets IIMU apart from many, many institutions. IIMU is ranked 4th in India for high-quality research output according
Had a refreshing tea break and made some very interesting conversations after the first segment. Now, as we dive deeper into how digital innovation is reshaping industries and human experiences, our upcoming panel discussion is centered around artificial intelligence and human instincts, a conversation exploring the balance between technological advancement and human intuition. We have a stellar panel lined up, moderated by a leader who has consistently shaped strategic dialogues in the business world. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, Mr. D. Shiv Kumar, the operating partner at Advent International. Please give a warm round of applause. And to make this conversation even more insightful, we are privileged to have with us an extraordinary panel of industry leaders. I'd like to now call upon Mr. Apurva Mankad. Round of applause. Mr. Jayanta Banerjee. Ms. Khushbu Agarwal. And Mr. Nitin Chopra. Please give a warm welcome, please. Over to you.
Yeah,
sir.
the guys come back from tea or we wait for a minute?
I think everyone is coming. Is there anyone else outside?
Okay, good to go? Okay,
yeah,
fantastic. So thank you. I don't see Ashok here. Where's Ashok? There you are. Okay. So why am I doing this panel? I'm on the board of IIM Udaipur, and Ashok told me that if I don't do this, he'll sack me. So that's the only reason I'm here. So thank you, Ashok, for the gun at my head. Okay, so we got a wonderful panel here. So this is about AI and the human instinct and what corporations are doing right now. I have a bunch of questions, which all of them will address. Then I have some individual questions for each of them. So my first question for all the panelists is, since we are in the age of AI, how would ChatGPT introduce you? How would ChatGPT introduce you?
Well, I asked ChatGPT, say good things about me, so it said good things about me. In fact, I tried that. And very interestingly, ChatGPT took the profile data from your today's session. And it basically said the profile, which is like, you are from so-and-so and so-and-so. So the profile was more or less what I had written down in multiple places and submitted. So it was kind of a search engine result combined into half a page. So very interesting to know, though, that it gave me today's event data. And all our understanding till now is ChatGPT to 6 months pehle ka data pe kaam karta hai. Very interesting.
Thank you.
No, for me, if you're looking for any dramatization, no, nothing happened. As non-interesting I am, so ChatGPT introduced me as I am. It took the data from my LinkedIn profile or the published profile, and it said the same thing, maybe in a little bit of a better English and polished. But I would say I would not use AI to introduce me. I would introduce myself. That's the way it is. Yeah. So I'm the CEO of Tata Steel. It also said you are the CEO of Tata Steel. That's it.
For me, Shiv, it was quite depressing because I asked,
can you describe Neetan Chopra? And ChatGPT said, Neetan who? So I got quite depressed. I said, please, come on, don't depress me. I'm going for this panel. So I kept pleading and prodding it. And then finally, it did exactly what you said, Apurva, which is read off the latest, which I was also quite surprised. Because I said, does Neetan Chopra only do digital? And does digital only mean IT in Indigo? And then it started saying, no, reading some stuff from what you put into your site. So it's quite interesting.
Yes, so I think when I searched, I forgot to write my surname. So I was a South Indian actress, which I'm not. And then I said...
Who has a temple dedicated to her.
Yes,
important.
I wish. Then I said Khushbu Agarwal, and then, there were some other celebrities, so I'm not there yet. Then I said Khushbu Agarwal at Xyla, and there my profile, founder at Xyla Health, and all that my team had written in beautiful language on the website came up. So I think the website ranking could have been a source for ChatGPT. So yes, I'm the founder at Xyla Health. Hi, everyone.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so first question to everybody in the panel. Where does one start in thinking about implementing AI in an organization? And what is a likely first area to start? Any order is fine. Yeah.
I think the first area has to be internal. Because first you have to convince yourself this works for you inside your organization, and then you have to convince your people that this is a good idea. And the third thing you have to tell them is that you are not going to lose your job because of this. I think these three, as a tech company, one of the biggest worry anybody in the tech today is that, am I going to be around and required? So internal operation solution will be the first thing to do, because then the risk is low, because if you go wrong, nobody knows outside your company, only you know about it. And then you're able to talk about it to the external people. So I say internal, any operation solution will be first before you get into a customer-facing kind of a point.
So before we select an area, I would say that broadly, any digital transformation or tech-led business transformation should start from the business leadership, the management. That is that a charter? Why are we going to do that, right? So it should be a business case or a business problem or a business strategy. It should be starting with a business case. Can we fructify this business case? Can we solve this problem? Because if the KPI does not move, there is no point. The cost will later on stare at you, right? So that is the starting point. For us in Tata Steel, we took a much broad level approach. We started with all functions together, both from the manufacturing side, the customer side, and functional excellence side. So for us, it was a broad level, but it is horses for courses. So if you want to solve a specific problem in a company, you can start from there. But my advice is that we should start from the business KPI, the business strategy. Otherwise, it doesn't solve any real problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for Indigo, I took a call. We have a lab called Lab 37, and as soon as this next wave of AI came, which is generative AI, we actually put it right in front of our customers, and we put it as a revenue creating channel, right? So we called it Sky. If you guys have used it, it's on our website and app. It's also on our WhatsApp, right? So it's around 40 crores now since we have launched it. It's produced that revenue, 65,000 boarding passes a day. So revenue, service, and then of course it answers Q&A. Yeah, I ran the lab for Emirates for 6 years. One of my learnings in the lab was that, you got to go live in front of the customers to actually learn this. So we took all the precautions that were necessary. We went with the big players. And then, we are still learning. I mean, it's great to hear different perspectives. But at Indigo, we put it out there in front of our customers. That was our first product. It's called Sky, and it's kind of working up to now.
Yep, thank
you. We're a healthcare company at Xyla Health. We help people get better. For that, we onboard users of insurance companies, corporates, and patients of pharma companies. So unlike the amazing folks here, we have to be very cautious when we use AI, right? Number one, no patient wants to hear AI is treating you, right? Would you want AI to treat you or a doctor to treat you? Secondly, there can be zero mistakes, right? There is no chance of error because you're treating a patient, lives are at stake. So how we have done it is basically, carefully built it in to our internal clinical decision support tools, right? So we are able to basically, we have longitudinal data on patients, right? Their medicines, their symptoms, their diagnosis, and this is across years. For us, building an anomaly detection engine made sense which would assess the risk profile of a patient, and I'll highlight what could be a possible anomaly, that this person seems to be having a heart risk, or this looks like a symptom of early stage kidney disease and needs a doctor's advice. But AI would never treat the patient. This would escalate to a treating doctor, and the treating doctor would immediately take action. But what AI would do beautifully in this case, our AI is called Athena, it's built in-house, is that it will be able to read millions of patient files any given second, which a human cannot. But what a human does beautifully is then treat a patient or create a prescription with the required laws and the teleconsultation requirements, which AI cannot. So it's a good amalgamation of human and AI at Xyla.
Thank you for that. As you, again question to everybody on the panel, as you implemented AI through your organization, what impact did it have on people's skills and what impact did it have on jobs, specifically job losses, because everybody is worried about that aspect. There's lots of news around that. What's your personal experience in your company?
Okay. So I'll give a little longish answer on this because it's a very, very important question. My view is that when you bring in any tech, and I'm saying AI tech, but there is cloud, data, AI. If you bring in an industry 4.0 template from the Western world, we have to contextualize to India. It's pretty important because where a template works, where there is a lack of human capital. And in India, we have a livelihood to take care. Mostly we're in the industry where there is a lot of workers, and we cannot take away the livelihood by just automating the processes and bringing in robotics and all that. So I will now say that when it comes to job losses, in India, we should look at using technology as a co-pilot because AI's fundamental value delivery is it reduces variability of work outcome or output, right? It doesn't replace the experts. It will also not take care of the absolute non-competency, but it will bring the competency to an average and it will also improve it many more notches. So that is important to standardize. From a job loss perspective, it is what is your objective. If you are, from an industry perspective, if you are focused on using technology to improve yield, energy, throughput, quality in our parlance, there is no job loss. It is only how much you are monetizing technology for better business benefits. When it comes to productivity, there are two aspects. You can improve individual productivity. Like in IT, if you apply AI, you are improving productivity. You are doing it faster, better, cheaper, more accurate. But at the same time, the job can also change its form. Like we have never lost our jobs as drivers because there is a new tech car that has come in. We can look at the dashboard and reverse our car, but I learned driving when I had to look backwards to reverse our car, right? But we are still returning the job as drivers. So it is retraining. So I would say in India, it is more co-pilot. But yeah, if you have to drive productivity, yeah, then you can use technology to reduce the number of effort or the amount of effort that is required. So that is also possible. But here I would be more cautious on the livelihood in Indian demography in utilizing our Western technology template that is there.
How about skills? Anything in the
on the skills, as I said, that so if you take a DevOps or in IT parlance, if you look at, the issue is if you do not train yourself with AI tech, the person who is using technology will stay. If you're not using AI, you will become irrelevant in business context. That will happen. So you have to reskill yourself. So it is not that the technology will replace your job. It is about the people who are using technology better will be becoming much more efficient and will retain. So that's the threat. So the advice is that everybody should know and learn AI and adopt it. So that's the retraining.
So I have a daughter who is in engineering right now. So she's doing electronics engineering, VJTI. So she asked me a question, should I pursue programming or not anymore? Because everybody around her is telling her, programming jobs are gone. What will you do after 4 years? Should I go to US and do MS or not? Because she hears so many of her seniors who are doing studies after spending 70, 80 lakh of rupees are not having jobs enough in the world of technology because everybody's done data science and AI there these days. So the concerns are absolutely real and the impact is also absolutely real. Individually at our organization level, there are no direct job losses because we anyway have been looking for more people, but we are definitely looking at increasing productivity of people. And definitely, like he said, it's been made very clear to team that the appraisals are near. All I want to know is how you improved yourself by 3x. Please don't tell me I improved by 15%, 20%, and put some parameters to do that. If you're not doing that, please stay. We are a nice organization. We don't send people home, but please don't expect a fantastic, growth. And there are a few people we know. We'll have to give them 200% increment this time because they are going to be poached. Because they did the right thing. So suddenly the difference is becoming stark in skills. It used to be a world where people had 10%, 20%, 30%, 40% difference in a given organization, right? Because if the place where I recruit from will absolutely decide where I'm coming from. So I don't recruit all the IT, JE, top 20. So obviously there is a certain skill you have, but the difference used to be 20, 30%. Now, even a person who is not from IT, JE, top 20, top 100 can use AI to suddenly make himself so skilled, right? Because there has to be, of course, intrinsic talent, that he's 5 times better than other people. And when you, as a owner of the organization, look at that, you have a question: how do I, compensate this guy so he doesn't run away? Because the rest are going to still cry, saying, "What? He's still a human being with 2 hands, right? And why are you giving him so much more money?" So it's become a bit of a very slippery kind of an area today for us, that we absolutely want to push people towards AI. We want them to become, multiple times productive, but not everybody is able to cope up, because there is something called as ego, which is coming in between. Very amazing, but 23-year-old people are competing, saying that I can write a better code than AI. And how can you even say that, right? But they will not expressly say that, but they are doing it. Okay. Did you use AI? Yes, no, maybe. Until you go into it and say they don't do it. So that's becoming a big problem for us, that while we want skilling to be increased, and job losses are not in my hand. That's market, as he rightly said. If I don't do it, my competition is going to do it. So that is something which will have to be following the market rather than, any other way.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we study the transcripts of what Sky does and a number of other things, right? So we took Sky first consumer facing, and then we put it across multiple areas, right? Airport services, internal areas, yeah. And it's quite mind-blowing what the technology is, right? I mean, just to give you a bit of an idea, as I said, some numbers, I mean, in terms of just customer experience, 65,000 boarding passes get issued of a product which is not known very well still in India, right? I mean, I don't think any one of you are fully aware because we haven't marketed it a lot, right? So organically, the customer experience is getting impacted. And then on our customer service area, around 93% of the engagements on Sky are answered by Sky, right? And this is just the first wave, which is generative AI. Around 5-6 months back, we started work on agentic AI, all the frameworks we downloaded in the lab. And yeah, my view is, up till now, there has not been a significant impact. We are year 3 in our journey of transformation, and year 2 really in AI. But looking at what I see in the transcripts, looking at what these technologies are able to do, I think we have a huge tectonic change coming up, both in terms of the impact and what this technology can do for white-collar productivity and white-collar replacement to some extent, and then the skills that we need to come up with to tackle this tectonic change, right? I mean, we've now just started to mature our agentic AI wave, and again, we will go live with it, right? And we are still struggling with what does reasoning actually mean in terms of IT and technology. But when we figure that out, we'll go live with it. So yeah, I mean, not a big change right now, but it's no longer 10, 15%. It's like 50%. It's kind of exponential impact, right? And we are not used to, right? The whole human is about linear stuff. And I think skill-wise, I think people have said it. We just need to open up people's mind and students, and we have great academic institutes that are here to just get people to be curious and learn, right? That's what will, carry on, in terms of even within Indigo, right? We do these lessons and coach our people to be curious and continuously learn, because this wave is coming. It's not going to go back in, right?
Thank you.
Yes, so in terms of applying this entire question to healthcare, it gets a little different again. I would say that there are 2 aspects to how it impacts people. One, in healthcare, in hospitals, if you see, it's noted that people have the maximum amount of burnout. We've all seen it in COVID, right? Because healthcare is continuous. Any symptom, a heart attack can happen at 3 a.m. A patient can walk into emergency at 2 a.m. So a hospital never stops, healthcare never stops. Our promise at Xyla is that we get a person better. We prevent the next hospitalization. We prevent the next heart attack. We read the symptoms and problems in time. We guide them continuously. So it is a very, very nerve-wracking job for any care team, right? And we have a complete care team, doctors, paramedics, nutritionists, so on. So I would say number one, even before the advent of AI is very new, right? And we've started, as Nitin is saying, right, applying the agentic flows and others today, right? But even before that, we had basic technology. We built our chatbot on Microsoft Lewis, right? Microsoft Lewis helped us with the technology wherein if I have today 1 lakh patients under care, it's like a virtual hospital where 1 lakh people are hospitalized, right? I have to follow up with the patients every day, right? I requested, the doctor asked you for an echo test. Have you done it? Have you measured your sugar levels today? Have you been able to follow this routine? How are you feeling in terms of your leg pain that you reported, right? No human can do this. No team of humans can do this without mistakes or misses for 1 lakh patients, right? Even today, I think I'm at a small scale, and I imagine I want to go to 10 lakh patients. So we have been able to reduce burnout of team, correct? At the same time, hand in hand, if I didn't have the technology, right? I'm not even talking about AI. I'm talking about a basic chatbot technology that we built early on. I would have to hire 20x, 30x the size of team. So definitely yes, right? Technology will make the repeat tasks of humans redundant, right? And we are able to then follow up with 1 lakh patients in a very, very articulate and human way, a very, very empathetic way without deploying those number of humans. I would also say that it up-levels the quality and the accuracy for the patient, for the end user, right, in a general sense, because humans will make errors, right? So humans have capabilities of cognitive understanding which are exceptional compared to technology, but humans make manual mistakes. And when we're talking about 10,000 data points, for example, to be assessed immediately and find an anomaly or send the follow-up, it's impossible. So I would say balancing burnout, but yes, it has an impact on the jobs as well.
Okay. My next question is, what does the AI ecosystem look like for your company, in your industry? What does the AI ecosystem look like?
So in our industry, the ecosystem, logistics is the industry in which I work. My technology company is working in logistics. First of all, of course, the LLMs are around, but what industry is now getting into is vertical AI. So people are building SLMs, small language models, specific to the problem statements. So give you specifically an example. So let's take route planning, right? We had algorithms for many, many decades, which helped you to do route planning per se. It will take a set of parameters, balance both sides and give you a good result. But people are now building model on the learning of the data of all the routes which are conducted, let's say, for example, last 10 years, and say what I can do better, right? So one thing which is happening in the industry is going vertical, using the available data sets and see what they can do with the same. And then on top of that, put agentic. Because unless you do not have the base available, the agent is going to struggle. If you tell an agent, where is my shipment and when it will reach, that's a very generic question for an agent to answer. In what context? What is the underlying model to which it is going to talk? What data it is going to talk to? It will depend on that. The answer will depend on that. So that work is one area which is happening in the ecosystem point of view. Because agents are all the rage, everybody is trying to rush into the agents and building them. We are trying to be a bit cautious there because we are saying, okay, you build an agent, what will it do? Because end of the day, customer does not understand agent, AI, LLM, SLM. He says, what is the benefit to me? You are coming to sell me something. You want, let's say, 100 rupees more from me. Tell me what is my ROI. And unless we have not really proven that as an industry, I think the revenue part is a little bit away. So the ecosystem looks like everybody's building things in hope to go to the customer and seek more money. And there is going to be a very good question whether customer is going to pay more for it, whether he will find it good enough to really replace something, get an ROI, and thereby give you more money per se. So investment is the ecosystem right now.
Okay. So Tata Steel, I will say if I break the value chain into 3 aspects. One is manufacturing excellence, which is typically we are a manufacturing industry. There is a customer experience, and then there is functional excellence, which is the horizontal. So across the value chain, there are 550, that is 552 or some number, AI models running today. But when I say an AI ecosystem, I would say cloud, data, and AI. AI cannot start on its own, cannot stand on its own. It has to be fed with the data taxonomy. Data cannot be done without agent cloud, right? So we have this cloud data AI ecosystem. So now if I have to break this 550 models, just to give you a sense, 350 will be in the manufacturing excellence, that is 8Q, that is yield, energy, throughput, quality. Around 200 will be distributed between customer and functional excellence, right? And if you really look at and we measure the business outcome, because as I said, AI has to deliver to the business outcome, he also mentioned that. So that is in the order of, I don't want to get into any press, but order of 16,000 crores that we could deliver today. We are tracking it. Not all of it goes to the P&L, because digital typically, if there are external market resources or external conditions change, typically creates that buoyancy. It could have been worse.
Yeah.
So if I count all of that, P&L and otherwise, the value protection and the value delivery is 16,000 crores. That's the order of magnitude delivered by the 550 AI models that are running.
Thank you.
It's just amazing, sir. Well done. I mean, that's next level. Yeah, from my perspective, and just a slightly maybe different take on the ecosystem. So we've got the lab, permissionless innovation, look at Horizon 3, experiment, go live. Go live was missing in my earlier stint, go live, right? Then we've got a program which is sorting out the data, because as you said, data is so important. We call it PRISM, doing the hard work, right? Somebody once said the most important job in data is a data janitor's job. Just get it cleaned up. I mean, you know, enterprises just don't have data and clean data. So we've got a whole program running, good technology, Snowflakes, Databricks, just sorting that out. We have a lot of engagement with startups. I mean, it's amazing, the world here, outside, fresh energy, right, coming in. We've launched something called Indigo Ventures as a means to, stimuli and engage with the startups as well. So startups, you can't do without the hyperscalers. I was quite worried about hallucinations initially when we launched this, so made sure we dealt with both OpenAI and, with Google. Those technologies currently underpin both cloud and what they do with AI. And then very on the edge, we also have in the ecosystem relationships with academia, right? We're just doing something with IIT Delhi. I'm on some relationship with IITs, IIM Sirmore and some other IIMs. And the idea is get the students to come and contribute, yeah? Because it's a new field. We're all learning, right? So that kind of field, ecosystem kind of helps with the AI effort.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for those amazing insights. I think I would agree with Jayant on the data structures bit. So at Xyla, early on, we structured our patient data into medical coding language, which is used globally, right? You may have heard of ICD-10 as an example. There are multiple others for different types of patient data. So from day one, we structured this data as metadata. Otherwise, if it's string data, then you would go crazy with natural language processing engines trying to just decipher that data. So all data has to be metadata. It has to be very, very objectively stored, correct? So that's what we did on day one. Then we started creating technologies to support our backend team with the clinical decision support, what I mentioned. So detect anomalies. That is not patient-facing at all. It is completely for our backend team to spot the anomalies. And these are tickets almost, right? Clinical tickets that this is a risk, this is not done, and they have to be closed. And now, then moving on, we created certain, I would say, agents, but not in the agentic flow of today, but this is 5 years back, when we created a bot to support the chat. And it was very clearly stated to the patient that we have certain automated reminders and systems to support your care. At no time did we say this is a human, right? Because, again, overall ethical AI states that should not be done. Now what we do, because we're into patient care, there are a number of calls, right? There are consultation calls which go out to the patient very regularly. We are exploring ways of doing the follow-ups for data collection through the agentic flows. That is the new wave for us. But, of course, the investment will have to justify the revenue and the ROI, as the gentleman said. These are very expensive systems, right? So you have to deploy GPUs. The cloud costs goes up by like 10x, or you get GPU hardware deployed if you to actually use agentic flow. So it's not very straightforward for an Indian company operating in India on Indian revenues. So we have to be very careful. We, of course, do certain POCs, and then if we find the advantage in terms of me being able to onboard more B2B clients who can then give me 10,000 patients per client, then it would make sense. So we will go at a pace because we can't burn our money, right? And profitability is the #1 focus.
Yeah. The next question is, what type of investment is needed for AI? And don't just look at capital, look at time, look at mind, look at change. Okay, articulate it in terms of what's the total investment required by a company in order to drive this.
So I'll say it from a small startup company size point of view, all of it. unless you are not thinking, doing at ownership level, AI entire time. I think it cannot be a part-time, activity. But you obviously have competition for your time for doing things which are running today. But the commitment has to be complete. First thing, the doubts have to be removed in your mind. Is it going to work, not going to work? Is somebody going to pay? Some of the things I mentioned. So mindshare investment has to be maximum, point number one. Then comes the money investment. Luckily, the money investment can be limited to begin with. You can do POCs at a very, very invitation cost, let me put it that way. Almost all the large companies are in fact guiding you. Google, for example, is a supply chain support program for AI. And they are inviting companies like us, many of them, saying that come prove your use case and we'll support you with credits, for example, on the engine. So you will not have to pay so much of money for starting it. But we are also cautioned by people who are working with us, saying that if this becomes successful, the cost can shoot up very, very fast. So be mindful. What you saw in cloud is nothing. Similar thing happened to all of us in cloud. We thought cloud is so cheap, and then we realized we are paying probably more than what we were paying. Not chalk and cheese, but we are paying not significantly less than what we would have otherwise paid for the set of things we do. In AI, it can be a runaway cost. Just think of it, your agent becomes successful, and suddenly 1 lakh people download the agent, and all of them start running. The agent is free, by the way. You invited people to use it, and you will end up with below $1 million in your pocket, in your your inbox one fine day. Can happen if you're not cautious. So the cost can be very high. At the start with it is very, very low. On the people side, yes, there will have to be an upgrade for some time to pay people more because talent is scarce today. People who understand this particular world are very few even today. You go to business schools, you go to engineering schools. Everybody's heard of AI. They know what it is. They've used ChatGPT. But you tell somebody, show me a project where you've actually taken an LLM, build something on top of it, and show me the end result. It can be very small, but can you show me end to end? And then it says not really. So people who actually can do end to end have learned the hard way, and there are very few. So cost you to pay to them is very high today. And frankly, there is also a limiting factor sometimes. Do you have that kind of capital to put in? So absolutely, the mindshare cost on top, the cost of the technology to begin with may not be so much, but people cost, maybe it's easy for gentlemen out here to simply attract the talent and pay them. But for the startups, it's going to be difficult to find that talent. And very importantly, even if you train them, they are good, they are going to be sucked in by your competition or a country called USA.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. So when it comes to investment, first is, as I said earlier, is business KPI. So your business case should drive any investment in technology. That's very important. So as I said, the 16,000 crore or whatever is an outcome of the business case. You have to be keeping yourself honest. From an investment perspective, there is a sequence. When I say cloud, data, AI, it has to be necessarily in that sequence. Some overlap is possible. Sometimes you have to start analyzing or running AI just to do a POC, as she said. But 85% of your investment goes into cloud. When I say cloud, it is agent cloud, infrastructure. Then 10% will be on data. When I say data, it does not stand alone. It stands on the cloud and edge. And when I say data, it is data taxonomy, creating the single version of truth, quality of data, not the quantity. And then 5% goes into AI only. And to the point that he made that yes, cloud costs are increasing, but if you have to make a distinction between public cloud and private cloud. Most of the investments we have made on private cloud, which pays off. Public cloud is 6 times costlier than private cloud as per the data that I have and my consumption. Generative AI costs are decreasing at a token level. So it has become 1/16th of the time when it started. We have consumed around 7.5 billion tokens already, and the costs are coming down drastically. But the point is that mindless usage of AI is not going to help us because the token volume will increase. So the investment has to be driven, point number one, by the business case, keeping ourselves on it, track it. Are we fructifying the business case or not? People investment, I feel that if we really, every organization works on data, and the data should not leave the organization, then your entire capital goes out. That is the key advantage that you create for yourself. Technology is available on API call. You call the tech, process the data, it is absolutely possible to keep the investments at bay. But it is going to require that investment in that order. Second point you asked is that other than monetary, it is mindset. Because how many apps we have on all our phones and how many do we use? The point is that we can create all the tech, but if users don't use it, don't adopt it, there is no benefit. So it is a mindset of change that use technology to drive business. That's a journey. And that is the most important parameter on top of it. Yeah. Yes.
Very similar, so I'll be quick. I think AI, setting up an AI team initially, I mean, I'm just reflecting on what we've done. How it changes in the future is a different, perhaps, perspective. But let's just call it, that Zomato $1, How are we improving that? We're now looking at some orchestrators saying, if this kind of query comes up, use an open source, lower cost model. For something like this, use open. So we are looking at, now AI is maturing, their platforms are coming in place, but that's $X. Setting up the data pipeline in a large enterprise, I think we're talking $3. That's a real pain. I mean, you go through one by one, there are fights between divisions and, as you can imagine, sorting out the data is perhaps the most costly, and we are going through that journey. And then I couldn't agree more with then the third bit, which we just started dabbling with, which is how do we kit up our people? How do we change mindset? How do we tell that this wave is coming? That would be like $7, I guess, right? So AI $1, probably 3, 4, and then
$7 on the mind.
Right, yeah.
So short answer, very, very expensive, right? For a young company like us, we have to be very, very mindful. And I'll give you very specific, transparent examples. So we, create a health plan for the end user, correct? To improve their health. So right now it's in English, and there's an algorithm we have written. It is basically combining everything from a disease of a person to a symptom to an ingredient, building upon recipes. It's a smart algorithm, but it's a rule-based engine because there's a medical science existing. Take tomato for this, don't take tomato for this, very simple, right? So it's a rule-based engine, it works beautifully, and it gives a very customized plan based if you're a Gujarati, Bengali, etc. Now I told my CTO, he's a crazy technologist, 22 years experience, he has patents in different fields, right? So he knows all of this, correct? But can we build everything? So I told him I want this plan to be created in any language at the request of the patient in 1 second. I want it in Gujarati, I want it in Bengali. Right, simple, because you can ask ChatGPT to do that. So he said, Khushbu, we can do it. I need 80 lakhs in budget. So I said, okay. I asked for the breakup, right? So there was a breakup. There is a server cost. There's a GPU cost. Unless you put physical GPUs, it's very expensive. We all use AWS or other Google Cloud, etc. We all thought at scale it'll get cheaper. It does not get cheaper, right? So today we literally pay almost a double-digit lakh bill for cloud and other technologies my tech team uses. And technology overall is expensive, right? We are a very data-driven operations company. So my operations tech stack is as expensive as my tech stack, correct? So the tools I use for ticket management, desk management, data management, Power BI dashboards, 10 others, right? It is as expensive in total as my tech stack. Now you add AI to it. Another example, we try to digitize all lab reports. We get a lot of reports for patients, right? Humans were digitizing those into the medical coding. So we thought, let's run OCR. We are in a smart world. We created our own OCR on top of an AWS system. A human was digitizing a report for me for 40 rupees at scale. I introduced OCR. We spent 15 lakhs to create the system, and we had certain estimations. But when we launched and we started the POC, a report was being digitized for 150 rupees. So we thought, what did we really achieve? So to be very transparent and honest here, we're living in India. Why these things are a big hit in the US and they're taken up so fast, driverless cars, drone-driven delivery, agentic systems to reduce human agents, is because humans are very expensive there, right? My sister lives in London, so she tells me real examples of how she cannot afford a house help, right? These are real examples. In India, unfortunately, we are a country of 145 crore people, and labor is low cost. So unless a business use case, as the gentlemen here have highlighted, can be made that if I invest so much, what is my per unit cost eventually, vis-a-vis if a human does it at the same quality? Until this is justified for a use case, it is very difficult to scale it fast. So we have found some of our use cases, but I'm telling you about the failures because it's very important to understand, as again, the gentleman here mentioned, that we cannot use it in a hasty way. That, okay, agentic flows, hit in the US, let's launch it in India. Tomorrow, I want this live. It can't work like that. It has to be very, very well thought through. Hence, today we're using it more in the backend, and we're exploring ways of evolving our chatbot and our calls through this if the costs justify.
Good. Last common question to the panel. As you implemented AI in your organization, What surprised you positively and what surprised you harshly?
So I don't think there was a surprise, but there's a harsh reality is data. In my entire transformation journey, I find it very difficult. I think Nitin also mentioned that it's very difficult to have business understand data as a business asset. Business thinks as an IT asset. It is not an IT asset. I have no idea of what the data is. I can be the custodian of the data, can have the safekeep and the upkeep, but the fundamental data ownership is with business. And that is where creating a single version of truth, the data taxonomy, creating that good quality data that will create good analytics or good AI is the biggest challenge. And in an enterprise like us, it is a large organization. That's the harsh reality, and it's still going on.
Data is the harsh reality. Yeah.
For me, the harsh reality was as we started studying the field, saying, let's find out what's happening in the world. And then we realized we are so much far behind. The amount of innovation and the startups which has happened in USA already on agentic AI. I mean, there are probably 20 startups in logistics which are $10 million funded plus already, on the way. They are also in early stages. It is not that they are like late stage companies anymore so soon. But we in India are starting. And then when we talk to customers, right, another harsh reality hits you saying that they don't know much about it. Say, what is this? I don't know. What is agentic? What is AI? How ChatGPT suna hai type of thing. And I'm talking about scale customers. I'm not talking about very small scale companies with whom also we work, but we work with largish companies as well. They all are aware of it. Indians are smart. Every person is very well read. But the harsh reality is they don't want to put money on the table today. We give the argument that, this is happening in USA. Look at that startup. He's working with X logistics company and dekho kya kar rahe hain. You can be the first one to do it in India. Table pe 1 crore rakho na. 1 crore. Now to me, my BIT budget for the entire whole Rona Dona will come out in front of you. So the money is still not on the table. The brain is on the table, and Indians are very, very smart. But money from customers will only drive a startup to really deliver something of value. Otherwise, he can get capital and make something, good pilot maybe, good POC, but will he become a 100 million, 200 million ARR company on only AI, which companies in US are already on the way. So that's the third harsh reality. If they build an agent which can do something in USA, I'm not in business anymore to provide that agent. Give you an example. If I build an agent to, let's say, reply to RFQs, I get 100 RFQs a day. I now have an agent which will read the RFQ, take my quotation data and reply, right? For example, automated, no human being required. If somebody builds it in USA, it is useful in Europe, in India, everywhere. I no longer have the luxury to say, no, I am different in India, because quotation is a quotation is a quotation, and AI being self-learning tool. Well, you will learn in a couple of months. So these are probably more harsh realities that I face than positives, I guess. But obviously, you take that into account and start working towards what you can do.
Yeah, one exciting thing I didn't expect was when Sky started responding, what would deem like emotional responses, right? So when you study our customers are responding with him, her every day. I never expected, right, that it could actually get emotional. So that was quite a surprise. Yeah, and I can quote lots of transcripts. We don't have the time right now. And harsh reality, I agree. I mean, sorting out the data and the cost curve, I think you said it so nicely, right? You got to watch the cost curve. So suddenly went steep, and then we had to take some immediate corrective actions. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think one is that AI is used very loosely, right? So in all our investor decks on the title, I never write AI, right? All the healthcare companies write AI-powered XYZ. I say outcome-based care management platform, right? That is my purpose of existence, correct? So technology is a very large landscape, right? AI is now the forefront of it, but should not be used loosely. And we should know exactly what AI is, what ML is, what data science is. They have very, very different implications. Secondly, I would say I was surprised still with the level of sort of independent work AI could still do, right? So just as an example, we tried to train a data set we had on surgery data of patients. We were trying to migrate it to another new form of coding, CPT coding. So we had done some bit of it, and we thought we'll give some examples, and we bought ChatGPT enterprise version, and we'll feed an Excel sheet of 20,000 rows, and it should be able to do that mapping, crawl the internet, and find me the CPT code for a surgery, right? It's as simple as that. I'm trying to find a CPT code. but it could not, correct? So it hallucinated at every 50th row. There were a lot of inaccuracies. This is the enterprise version. Then we tried another similar tool. So what we learned eventually is that it needs a lot of training. This we were trying to self-do through the operations team, not disturb our CTO, right? That we should be able to do it now. Why do we need to disturb the tech team? But it needs a lot of training, right? So you will need to train it very, very heavily with a lot of examples, correct? And then you'll have to see the output and then correct it. It is a very iterative process on a massive data set. Only then you can use it independently for any action, right? It's not like that it just becomes your agent without, you pick an enterprise version and you say, these are my 10 queries and start responding or start doing this job. Yeah. It has to be very heavily trained.
It's not a plug and play.
Yes.
Yeah, so I have one question for each of you, basis your industry. The first is for Jayanta. Tata Steel is a B2B company, Jayanta. How does the AI help you in the customer area?
First of all, there is a thought process that nothing is B2B. It ultimately goes to a C. There's multiple Bs in between. So if we look at that perspective, so today Tata Steel, the perception is a highly physical industry, everything, and we sell sariyas, end of the day, right? So, and we sell it to distributors and channel partners and dealers. But if we really look at 20 to 25% of our sales is online today, due to digital, due to technology. And there are recommendation engines like in Netflix and others, like Amazon, that we are using to help customers curate their experience on our site, right? So 25% is a big number and still increasing. So the point here is that from two major aspects, we are focusing on creating a customer experience because we have been a lean manufacturer. We have been known in the world as a lean manufacturing company. Toyota is also. But as a part of the World Economic Forum, where I also said, it's fundamentally all these companies have come together, and WAFE is also helping us to create an operating system where we focus on customers differently. Our role models are no longer a manufacturing company. Our role models have become the Zomato, Blinkit, Amazon. Our CEO keeps on telling me that, okay, can we give the order confirmation within real time, right? Can I do 95% OTIF, right? OTIF. Yeah. So one time in full. So the problem is that is where we have to go. And it is possible because the data is available. So if I can give visibility to the customer, it is a B2C. Yeah. End of the day, that is the consumer. So that is where I will put it. Customer complaint management is all generative AI enabled today. Okay. So the bot or the generative AI is not only listening to the customer, also auto-classifying the defect back into R&D, back into production, back into quality department, and doing the root cause and getting back to the customer. Possible.
Thank you. Khushbu, you're in healthcare. Okay, what's the role of privacy in managing AI?
Yes, extremely important topic, right? Because this is healthcare data, and we all also know about the DPTP Act, latest Privacy Acts of India. Thankfully, India has taken a great step in terms of health data privacy. So number one is consent. I think seeking the right consent from the end user at the right time, and allowing them to manage their data like they want. So if someone wants their data to be deleted, we have to delete it, and we cannot keep it in a model even later, even if it's anonymized, right? Second would be adhering to the data security norms, because you're storing PI data of a person, personally identifiable medical data of a human being, right? So where you're storing the data security systems, the encryptions, right, the disaster management, data management, ensuring that no cyber attacks are possible. The safety and security of the data has to be A-class, and that again is a big cost, right? So if you if you use AWS as a cloud and you have the highest level of data security, which we have to, because we have to pass the audits of companies like Tata Steel and others who are our clients, right? It is very expensive, correct? The multiple levels of security. And third is adherence to compliance, correct? So there are some global compliances, like in the US, there is HIPAA compliance for data privacy. There is GDPR in the UK. India, we now following DPTP, but ISO is also one of the norms. So we adhere to all of them, and we adhere to the T, right? So it's not just about a policy and there is a document around it, but there are annual audits by an external agency. We submit these audit reports to our clients for the comfort of our client and the end user, that this data is protected as per the global norms. So all of these aspects become very, very critical. And last but not the least, data security, privacy, ethics all of this is not just a concept or a protocol, but a culture. So it has to be implemented as a culture, because eventually no SOP can control a human being, correct?
Yeah.
All of us can get our hands on some data and do something. It is culture driven, that I'm patient centric, I'm user centric, I want to support my patient and I want to keep the data safe because I'm ethical and this is my ethical boundary. So we drive it through culture. Of course, all of these things are also critical.
Yeah, Nathan, how has AI helped Indigo in efficiency specifically?
Yeah, I mean, broadly, it's permeating into pretty much every business process. We have around 32 platforms which underpin our core digital processes, all back office operational processes. And most of them, to be honest, are third party. I mean, Indigo runs 100% on the cloud now, right? We switched off our data centers. So most of them are anyway going through this journey of optimization for years now. And we are now looking at how do we squeeze another level of optimization out of crew rostering or workforce management or flight planning with the AI layer above it. But Shiv, to just answer your question, I mean, operational efficiency, customer experience, revenue generation with Sky, we're also looking at ancillary revenue, deep learning algorithms. In the aviation business, the use cases and potentiality of AI permeates through all its business processes, and currently we are exploring pretty much every part of it.
Yeah, thank you. Apurva, last question, individual. How is AI organizing the unorganized logistics ecosystem in India?
It's not yet organizing the industry. It's a very tough industry to organize. There are 1 million transporters in this country. Everybody with one truck or one auto rickshaw is a logistics company in this country. The sector is such, absolutely zero entry barrier. Tomorrow you can become a logistics company, just go outside, start driving a small e-rickshaw and delivering goods, right? Every individual, Zomato guy is into logistics. Given that, organizing the industry, if I say as a standard definition, that top 10 players account for 50% of market share, not happening. It's not happening anywhere in the world, will not happen because of the sheer type of industry in domestic trucking industry. Air logistics, obviously there will be only 5 players, for example. So, frankly, that's too much a question to ask an AI saying, can you organize the logistics industry? So I'll keep the answer at a given individual company level. There, definitely companies can benefit in this unorganized world to become even more efficient and better. And when in a set of large industry where everybody else is not so organized and you become better, it's definitely competitive advantage. So 2 areas for that. One, I already gave the example of RFQ. Can I answer the demand instead of 100 vehicles a day to 1,000 vehicles a day with the same manpower? Right? That will be great because my percentage success of placing vehicles will go up, my turnover will go up without cost. Margin being where it is. Second, obviously, this is an industry where you can't increase prices. Inflation, rain, volcanic eruption, whatever may happen, transporters complain they don't get more money from companies like Tata Steel, right? Fundamental complaint. पैसा ही नहीं देते सर, बाहर 24 घंटा खड़ा रखते हैं, डेमराज नहीं देते हैं, पैसा टाइम में नहीं देते हैं, क्या करें, ड्राइवर को बाथरूम जाने के लिए पैसा नहीं है, जगह नहीं है. Standard companies, not for Tata Steel, across the industry, right? In such an industry, the only thing you can do is improve efficiency. So capacity utilization, so AI definitely can help to predict the companies with certain scale, saying that, is my vehicle going to go empty? Can I do something about it? Today it's all manual, and I think that's where some of the work is happening. So fundamentally, if I can increase my sales and improve my, efficiency, cost being where they are and margin being where they are, the logistics industry can organize, but only for a set of limited players with scale, ability, and obviously the technological nous to do it. Will it happen at scale across the industry? Future question, future answer.
Thank you. That was absolutely fascinating. We now open it out to the audience. Any questions you want to ask anybody, please direct your question to the person and go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. There's
Hello.
Somebody here. Yeah. I see a lot of hands going up.
Hello. Hi, this is Chetan. I work with a lot of large organizations in transformation. The question is for the larger companies, I guess it's Tata Steel here and Indigo, other than the new age companies. What we see over here is the pace of innovation, and especially in this AI, is going so fast, right? But larger organizations were traditionally designed, keeping in mind the old ways of working, And to be a little bit more specific to the steel industry, I'm sure you talked about customer experience.
Can you keep your question specific, please? Yeah. What is the question?
So the question is, with this pace of change going up, and the organizations which have been designed in a specific manner, how do you see the change management, especially with the larger organizations, which are all fiefdoms?
Good question. So what is important, that is why it has to be starting from a business side, that it entails process change. It is not just bringing the tech first. First, you have to see what is your business strategy, where do you want to go, like the customer experience. We have said that we'll want to be more nimble and behave like a B2C or a Swiggy or a Zomato or a Amazon or whatever. You have to have that charter. Then you define what is the strategy to go there. You have your business case. Then you bring in tech. In the process, you have to rationalize processes, you have to kill processes, and that is a very, very important part of it, to answer your question specifically.
If I may just add very briefly, get stuff done. Bias to action, large enterprises don't move, so get stuff done, show value, take another leap, get stuff done again. Get into action.
Good. Others, yeah, you had a question, please.
Hi, I'm Harshit Jain of the Sigma Advisory. Thank you very much, a very insightful panel discussion. My question is that, for adapting AI, people are told that it will free up time from routine activities that you're doing. But the question is that if the routine activities are being done by AI, how do the humans actually learn the routine things? Unless they learn the routine things, they can't learn the expert things. So how do you actually solve this conundrum?
Good question. So there is no short and sweet answer, but the point is that you are going and replacing the mundane tasks and freeing up the effort to do something better, right? Push more and more people towards expert work. So the variability, as I said, AI will take care of the variability in competency levels. That's the first step. Second is that you do the mundane task, you give it to tech to do, and you move on to something else. That's possible, very much possible, to shift the effort towards something that you have to do. And in a growing organization, it is not a problem, because the effort can move somewhere else easily.
Just to add on, I think the world evolves, right? So if you've driven a manual car, and now if you drive an automatic car, and then you're asked to drive a manual car after 1 year, you'll find it quite difficult, right? And the world transforms to automatic cars mostly. So I think the mundane tasks then sort of fade out slowly. And there are many such examples.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I heard a lot of references today how US is advancing and doing things. A recent survey, I think it was in Post magazine, where it says, recent publication, Forbes said that 70% of the CEO in US admitted they don't know how to use AI, they don't understand the technology, and they don't have the wisdom to make the business case today. So what's your advice for the leadership? I'm assuming you all are tech savvy, but most of the CEOs, if you take top 5,000 in India, will fall into the same category who don't
What's the
have
advice for CEOs to drive AI? That's your question?
What do you advise, how the leadership should change in this new era?
Go ahead.
Get a good CTO.
So that's my job description you just articulated. That's the job of us, to educate and make people aware and keep pushing that there is a value there. It is a constant battle. It is very pertinent question. It is not individual CEO. Business at large would be very comfortable. It's human nature to stay where they are. You have to drive the change. You have to bring in, show the art of possible. Reverse mentoring is something that Tata Steel does, where all our senior leaders, 50 plus, have a mentor, formal process, who is 30 years or 25 years old. And that process works beautifully well.
Last question, please.
Yeah. Hi, Ashish this side. I am from L&D sector. So just wanted to know from all the panelists, how are you dealing with making your own people learn about your company, product, or the services? Is it still limited to the LMS or LXP, or have you gone beyond, or maybe you are using your own generative AI for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
No, we are not using still our own generative AI. We still depend on the external models to do it. We do use that technology available to us to train them on our data and thereby generating customized result. For example, I now have an engine which can talk to my own databases and give an answer, let's say to create a consignment note. So it's combining things that we have, what's available in the world. At least as an organization, we do not have the talent pool or probably even today the need to create our own LLM.
I'll go with the answer. We don't create our own generative AI. We use any model, we orchestrate on our data. And that is where our consumption layer is getting trained.
Same answer. Sorry. I mean, also learning is a lot more human. So to change mindset and get people interested in, we do a lot of face-to-face, getting new people in, discussing, having those debates, and then learning comes from doing. So I keep repeating that, right? Get something done.
We haven't seen too much tech and automation working for L&D, honestly. We believe, again, as the team here said, a lot in classroom training, and also, when we have a comprehensive LMS, but even that is recorded videos with our voice, and then the quizzes inbuilt, etc. Right? So we're talking to the team rather than robotic. So L&D is very complicated for this.
Yeah, just to add, AR, VR is a very good thing that we are using in L&D, that we are doing. Right. Yeah.
Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Shiv Kumar, for leading this session, and thank you for the panel for such insightful. It gives us a lot of information of how the business runs and how they are imbibing this new change and adopting this new ways. And as an express of gratitude, I would like to invite our director, sir, Professor, for a token of appreciation on the stage. Please welcome our Professor Ashok Banerjee on the stage. They're taking it. Okay, sure. That brings us to the conclusion of a powerful discussion. We will be now taking a break for the networking lunch, and this will be an opportunity to connect and exchange ideas and continue our conversation. We kindly request everyone to return by 1:40 so that we can continue with our next agenda.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
Hi, my name is Beth Rose. I'm a research chair professor of business policy and strategy at IIM Udaipur.
I'm Ankur Kapoor, and I'm an associate professor of marketing and co-chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur.
My name is Veda. I'm a faculty in the marketing area at IIM Udaipur and co-chair for the Center for Healthcare.
I came here because of the excellent research ecosystem. This is a very research-oriented institute, and our PhD program is a big part of that. Our PhD program is built on the foundation of this world-class research ecosystem, and that sets IAMU apart from many, many institutions. IAMU is ranked 4th in India for high-quality research output according to the very prestigious UT Dallas ranking. This reflects not only the research caliber of our faculty, but also our commitment to fostering research excellence, and that includes our doctoral students.
I'm glad to share that you will be trained by one of the top-notch faculty in India. These are the faculty who have published in top journals of the field, and therefore they are at the cutting edge of the research and will train you to be so as well. In terms of resources, the stipend is at par with the best institutes. Library resources, national and international conferences are also among the best in India. I also want to specifically highlight the study abroad program, in which you can get an opportunity to spend few months in an international top research university to collaborate with the faculty there and kickstart your research journey.
When I think of PhD as a journey, there are three things that comes to mind. First, it's a transformative experience. It makes one think deeply, critically, and objectively. Second, it changes the way we work. We learn to work more efficiently and effectively. Finally, it gives us immense satisfaction merely because of the intellectual contribution that we are able to make to the world.
This program is designed to develop well-rounded scholars. Beyond research, we emphasize teaching experience with PhD students supporting faculty as teaching assistants. This practical experience helps you refine your teaching methods and prepares you for academic roles.
The research pursuits here at IIM Udaipur are not just rigorous and relevant, but they are also responsible. We take great pride in our research work that impacts and adds benefit to the society. For instance, at Center for Healthcare, we work with people to improve their adoption of preventive and promotive healthcare. By doing so, we are not just building knowledge, but also providing or generating evidence for the policymakers. Do apply to our research program.
I look forward to your applications and can assure you of the commitment that we will have towards you, your training in the PhD program and beyond. Good luck.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
I am Ankur Kapoor and I am an Associate Professor of Marketing and Co-Chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur. I want to talk about the marketing area in case you are considering your PhD in marketing. I am proud to share that we have faculty members doing research across all the paradigms of marketing. We have faculty doing research in marketing strategy, quantitative marketing, consumer behavior and experimental research, and consumer culture theory. So, you are free to explore your own research interests and work with faculty in the area that you like the most. And therefore, you will have all the flexibility and freedom to choose your own research topics. We also have area advisors who are top researchers in international universities who guide and mentor our faculty. And therefore, if you join the program, you will have the benefit of seeking their mentorship and potentially working with them as well. We also have certain centers and labs that can help you bolster your research. We have Center for Healthcare, which is headed by marketing faculty. We have Consumer Culture Lab, which focuses on understanding Indian consumers through sociological cultural lens. And we also have Behavioral Lab, which focuses on neurophysiological methods to do consumer research. So, in essence, we have all the resources and the range of topics and people to help you explore your research interests and have all the flexibility and freedom in your PhD journey. In the end, I also urge you to reach out to senior PhD students to understand their experience in the PhD program so that you can make a more informed decision. I look forward to your applications and can assure you of the commitment that we will have towards you, your training in the PhD program and beyond. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Khushi Kapoor. Originally from Chandigarh, I'm pursuing my first year degree at Flame University in Pune. The reason I chose the SPM at IIM Udaipur was because I wanted to gain an insight into what an MBA program basically entails. And obviously, the opportunity to study at an institution as esteemed as IIM was the cherry on the top.
The reason why I've joined the summer program in management at IIM Udaipur is to get networking opportunities.
The way this program was advertised was a pre-MBA program which can help students determine whether they want to pursue an MBA or not. And I guess coming to this program and attending this program at IIM Udaipur has made my decision of doing a future MBA really concrete.
I'm so glad that this is such a brilliant idea of opening a pre-MBA, because directly going for an MBA is a big commitment, but a pre-MBA idea was amazing.
So this program was a very crucial stepping stone whether to decide I want to do MBA or not.
Coming from a design background, I was unsure about management studies, but this course covered essential aspects and allowed me to interact with fellow MBA students, further guiding my decisions.
SPM has been a very life-changing experience for me, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't belong to a technical background or a commerce background, but thanks to SPM, I feel more confident about taking up MBA and pursuing MBA from an institute like IIM.
The course is designed beautifully. The program has topics ranging from strategy, innovation, digital technologies, marketing, finance.
What I discovered here is the teachers, what they're teaching in the class are way different than what is taught in other colleges or other schools. So this is what exactly ignited my fire to join this college.
Faculty has been very amazing. The learning experience is very great, and I love the case-based studies.
About the IIM Udaipur, and another major part was learning from the industry experts who are coming for various guest lectures.
After coming it here, I realized that the faculty helps you bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge with practical application, and not to miss the cultural blend they have added with the Udaipur. Like, you can't miss it. And the unique blend of application, dynamic learning environment, city lake, it's amazing. You get to learn so much, and the constructive debates you have with your peers, it's so enlightening.
The case study learning method, it's been around 7 days since I've been attending the classes. So the case study method is like really exceptional. We have been provided with various case studies of multinational companies from all across the world.
The faculty here is like amazing. I mean, the experience they carry over the years, they've been prolific in their domains, and you get hands-on experience to learn from them, and it is an experience of a lifetime.
And the way the teaching pedagogy is, the faculty makes it so very engaging. They use real-life examples, and the case study method of teaching that is deployed in class also makes learning so much more fun. The faculty is always open to insights from the students and is ready to help even beyond the classroom, and I feel that's truly a unique thing and makes me want to learn so much more.
And their case study based approach is just really engraves all the concepts in our heads, and I think that's excellent.
This program has not only given me the confidence, but also has shown me the right mindset to take my career forward.
So far, this course has been better than how I expected it to be. By far, this is one of the best career decisions that I've ever taken.
This journey so far has been amazing. It's truly transformative. Yes, it is extremely academically rigorous, but then at the end of the day, when you sit back and reflect on the insights that each and every faculty member has provided you with, you realize how rewarding it actually is.
The 2-week summer course at IIM Udaipur has been amazing. The senior faculty has provided me a clear and insightful guidance, which has given me a clarity on my future path.
The campus is beautiful. You get the feel of the fort architecture, and at the same time you have all the fun that a college experience does have.
The atmosphere here at the campus is very friendly. Everyone is very helpful, and it's a very nice way for you to explore what you want to do in the future.
The course is designed beautifully, and I truly feel that it makes you so very future ready, and that's why it's an investment that each and every student should make in their lifetime.
In a world of interconnected markets, mastering supply chain is paramount to seamlessly orchestrate logistics, manage the supply chain, and manage and mitigate risks. Industry is looking forward to hire graduates who do not only understand the management fundamentals, but who have domain expertise in the global supply chain management. Keeping this in mind, IIM Udaipur has designed a special program of 1-year MBA in Global Supply Chain Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings. We have several centers of excellence at IIM Udaipur. These are unique in the sense that most of the full-time 1-year MBA program in India are general management programs, whereas Center for Supply Chain offers specialized program.
The program of Global Supply Chain Management is a year-long program which has 3 classroom terms. In the first term, students are taught a variety of core management subjects such as finance, marketing, people management, and strategic management. In the second term, the students learn supply chain management specific courses such as logistics and operations, project management, strategic sourcing and procurement, future of work and artificial intelligence, and the like. In term 3, the students get to choose from a variety of elective courses which are both domain specific as well as perspective building courses. Additionally, the students also get to solve a business problem through a live project where they get to apply all that they have learned in terms 2 and 3.
I am from the Global Supply Chain Management. It's a 1-year program in IIM Udaipur. But coming here and becoming a management graduate is a huge thing because you get to know about finance, you get to know about strategy, you get to cover all the important points in the management.
The curriculum at IIM Udaipur Global Supply Chain Management is a case-based pedagogy.
You get a taste of every particular value chain of this particular area.
It's not just about the core supply chain. It's more the kind of roles we get are more related to consulting, strategy consulting.
Once you successfully complete the program, this will give you ample confidence to be a future-ready manager in the field of strategy and consulting, project management, operations management, sales and marketing, and the like. If you are someone who is looking to unleash your potential in the field of supply chain management, I invite you to join this program of IIM Udaipur in Global Supply Chain Management. businesses we do and the way we do our businesses have all undergone a sea change. What it means for us is that there are immense possibilities and opportunities out there in the world of business, but what is challenging is that we do not have adequate supply of competent, trained, ready managers. So looking at the opportunity sets that are available in the industry, IIM Udaipur decided to start this program of 1-year MBA in Digital Enterprise Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings. We have several centers of excellence at IIM Udaipur. These are unique in the sense that most of the full-time 1-year MBA program in India are general management programs, whereas Center for Digital Enterprise offers specialized program.
The program is a year-long program which is divided into 3 terms. The first term of the program, students are taught variety of core management subjects such as finance, marketing, people management, and strategic management. In term 2, they are taught how to apply the management fundamentals in the digital organizations. In term 3, the students get to choose from a variety of elective courses which are both domain specific as well as help the students build perspectives. The students also get to solve a business problem through a live project where they get to apply all that they have learned in terms 2 and 3.
The reason why I chose digital enterprise management is because it's a beautiful amalgamation of technology, data and management. When I look into the industry right now, the roles which are coming are of a digital analyst, business analyst, product management, and this is what is the future.
The program itself is designed to not simply be a study. You're supposed to learn a concept and then immediately apply it in the next class.
And there is a complete discussion, case-based learning going on in all the lectures for all the major subjects.
These faculty members also come from the top industries. They share their experiences, and based upon their experiences, we learn about how to perform in the industry.
So the versatile network over here and the tremendous knowledge of our faculty, which can upskill all the students, will help me and make me unstoppable by enriching all my skills.
Once you successfully finish the program, this degree is going to give you not only the necessary competence, but ample confidence in being a future-ready manager in the field of strategy and consulting, sales and marketing, project management, and product management. If you are looking to fast-track your career and be relevant in the world of digital, then 1-year MBA in Digital Enterprise Management is the course for you. The summer program in management can be a great platform for you to explore what really excites you. This program is for students who'd like to experience business school as a build-up to applying for an MBA program. And this program is also going to be useful for those who are interested in understanding how a business runs.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011. So it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings.
This is a 2-week-long summer program which will be held at IIM Udaipur campus, and this is going to give you a unique opportunity to learn from the distinguished faculty of IIM Udaipur, visiting industry experts. You shall learn the subjects of management through case method of teaching and appreciate various functional areas of management such as finance, marketing, strategy, people management, and get an opportunity to understand the context of digital, how to solve business problems, and the skill of decision making and leadership. Also get to participate in team building exercises, network with faculty, MBA students of IIM Udaipur on campus, and get a tour of the historic city of Udaipur. It's a dream of many to do an MBA from an IIM. However, no one gets the opportunity without having to write CAT. Here's your opportunity without writing any exam whatsoever. All the students who participate and finish this program will earn an IIM Udaipur Summer Program in Management Certificate of Participation. If you are an ambitious college student or a graduate who would like to advance your career, explore the possibility of doing an MBA from an IIM, and immerse into a transformative academic environment, then the summer program in management from IIM Udaipur could be the turning point of your career.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
Hi, my name is Beth Rose. I'm a research chair professor of business policy and strategy at IIM Udaipur.
I'm Ankur Kapoor and I'm an associate professor of marketing and co-chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur.
My name is Veda. I'm a faculty in the marketing area at IIM Udaipur and co-chair for the Center for Healthcare.
I came here because of the excellent research ecosystem. This is a very research-oriented institute, and our PhD program is a big part of that. Our PhD program is built on the foundation of this world-class research ecosystem, and that sets IAMU apart from many, many institutions. IAMU is ranked 4th in India for high-quality research output according to the very prestigious UT Dallas ranking. This reflects not only the research caliber of our faculty, but also our commitment to fostering research excellence, and that includes our doctoral students.
I'm glad to share that you will be trained by one of the top-notch faculty in India. These are the faculty who have published in top journals of the field, and therefore they are at the cutting edge of the research and will train you to be so as well. In terms of resources, the stipend is at par with the best institutes. Library resources, national and international conferences are also among the best in India. I also want to specifically highlight the study abroad program, in which you can get an opportunity to spend few months in an international top research university to collaborate with the faculty there and kickstart your research journey.
When I think of PhD as a journey, there are 3 things that comes to mind. First, it's a transformative experience. It makes one think deeply, critically, and objectively. Second, it changes the way we work. We learn to work more efficiently and effectively. Finally, it gives us immense satisfaction merely because of the intellectual contribution that we are able to make to the world.
This program is designed to develop well-rounded scholars. Beyond research, we emphasize teaching experience with PhD students supporting faculty as teaching assistants. This practical experience helps you refine your teaching methods and prepares you for academic roles.
The research pursuits here at IIM Udaipur are not just rigorous and relevant, but they are also responsible. We take great pride in our research work that impacts and adds benefit to the society. For instance, at Center for Healthcare, we work with people to improve their adoption of preventive and promotive healthcare. By doing so, we are not just building knowledge, but also providing or generating evidence for the policymakers. Do apply to our research program.
I look forward to your applications and can assure you of the commitment that we will have towards you, your training in the PhD program and beyond. Good luck.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
I am Ankur Kapoor and I am an Associate Professor of Marketing and Co-Chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur. I want to talk about the marketing area in case you are considering your PhD in marketing. I am proud to share that we have faculty members doing research across all the paradigms of marketing. We have faculty doing research in marketing strategy, quantitative marketing, consumer behavior and experimental research, and consumer culture theory. So, you are free to explore your own research interests and work with faculty in the area that you like the most. And therefore, you will have all the flexibility and freedom to choose your own research topics. We also have area advisors who are top researchers in international universities who guide and mentor our faculty. And therefore, if you join the program, you will have the benefit of seeking their mentorship and potentially working with them as well. We also have certain centers and labs that can help you bolster your research. We have Center for Healthcare, which is headed by marketing faculty. We have Consumer Culture Lab, which focuses on understanding Indian consumers through sociological cultural lens. And we also have Behavioral Lab, which focuses on neurophysiological methods to do consumer research. So, in essence, we have all the resources and the range of topics and people to help you explore your research interests and have all the flexibility and freedom in your PhD journey. In the end, I also urge you to reach out to senior PhD students to understand their experience in the PhD program so that you can make a more informed decision. I look forward to your applications and can assure you of the commitment that we will have towards you, your training in the PhD program and beyond. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Khushi Kapoor. Originally from Chandigarh, I'm pursuing my first year degree at Flame University in Pune. The reason I chose the SPM at IIM Udaipur was because I wanted to gain an insight into what an MBA program basically entails. And obviously, the opportunity to study at an institution as esteemed as IIM was the cherry on the top.
The reason why I've joined the summer program in management at IIM Udaipur is to get networking opportunities.
The way this program was advertised was a pre-MBA program which can help students determine whether they want to pursue an MBA or not. And I guess coming to this program and attending this program at IIM Udaipur has made my decision of doing a future MBA really concrete.
I'm so glad that this is such a brilliant idea of opening a pre-MBA, because directly going for an MBA is a big commitment, but a pre-MBA idea was amazing.
So this program was a very crucial stepping stone whether to decide I want to do MBA or not.
Coming from a design background, I was unsure about management studies, but this course covered essential aspects and allowed me to interact with fellow MBA students, further guiding my decisions.
SPM has been a very life-changing experience for me, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't belong to a technical background or a commerce background, but thanks to SPM, I feel more confident about taking up MBA and pursuing MBA from an institute like IIM.
The course is designed beautifully. The program has topics ranging from strategy, innovation, digital technologies, marketing, finance.
What I discovered here is the teachers what they're teaching in the class are way different than what is taught in other colleges or other schools. So this is what exactly ignited my fire to join this college.
Faculty has been very amazing. The learning experience is very great, and I love the case-based studies.
About the IIM Udaipur, and another major part was learning from the industry experts who are coming for various guest lectures.
After coming it here, I realized that the faculty helps you bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge with practical application, and not to miss the cultural blend they have added with the Udaipur. Like, you can't miss it. And the unique blend of application, dynamic learning environment, city lake, it's amazing. You get to learn so much, and the constructive debates you have with your peers, it's so enlightening.
The case study learning method, it's been around 7 days since I've been attending the classes. So the case study method is like really exceptional. We have been provided with various case studies of multinational companies from all across the world.
The faculty here is like amazing. I mean, the experience they carry over the years, they've been prolific in their domains, and you get hands-on experience to learn from them, and it is an experience of a lifetime. So,
and the way the teaching pedagogy is, the faculty makes it so very engaging. They use real life examples, and the case study method of teaching that is deployed in class also makes learning so much more fun. The faculty is always open to insights from the students and is ready to help even beyond the classroom, and I feel that's truly a unique thing and makes me want to learn so much more.
And their case study based approach is just really engraves all the concepts in our heads, and I think that's excellent.
This program has not only given me the confidence, but also has shown me the right mindset to take my career forward.
So far, this course has been better than how I expected it to be. By far, this is one of the best career decisions that I've ever taken.
This journey so far has been amazing. It's truly transformative. Yes, it is extremely academically rigorous, but then at the end of the day, when you sit back and reflect on the insights that each and every faculty member has provided you with, you realize how rewarding it actually is.
The 2-week summer course at IIM Udaipur has been amazing. The senior faculty has provided me a clear and insightful guidance, which has given me a clarity on my future path.
The campus is beautiful. You get the feel of the fort architecture, and at the same time you have all the fun that a college experience does have.
The atmosphere here at the campus is very friendly. Everyone is very helpful, and it's a very nice way for you to explore what you want to do in the future.
The course is designed beautifully, and I truly feel that it makes you so very future ready. And that's why it's an investment that each and every student should make in their lifetime.
In a world of interconnected markets, mastering supply chain is paramount to seamlessly orchestrate logistics, manage the supply chain, and manage and mitigate risks. Industry is looking forward to hire graduates who do not only understand the management fundamentals, but who have domain expertise in the global supply chain management. Keeping this in mind, IIM Udaipur has designed a special program of 1-year MBA in Global Supply Chain Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking. among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings. We have several centers of excellence at IIM Udaipur. These are unique in the sense that most of the full-time one-year MBA program in India are general management programs, whereas Center for Supply Chain offers specialized program.
The program of Global Supply Chain Management is a year-long program which has 3 classroom terms. In the first term, students are taught a variety of core management subjects such as finance, marketing, people management, and strategic management. In the second term, students learn supply chain management specific courses such as logistics and operations, project management, strategic sourcing and procurement, future of work and artificial intelligence, and the like. In term 3, the students get to choose from a variety of elective courses which are both domain specific as well as perspective building courses. Additionally, the students also get to solve a business problem through a live project where they get to apply all that they have learned in terms 2 and 3.
I am from the Global Supply Chain Management. It's a one-year program in IIM Udaipur. But coming here and becoming a management graduate is a huge thing because you get to know about finance, you get to know about strategy, you get to cover all the important points in the management.
The curriculum at IIM Udaipur Global Supply Chain Management is a case-based pedagogy.
You get a taste of every particular value chain of this particular area.
It's not just about the core supply chain. It's more the kind of roles we get are more related to consulting, strategy consulting.
Once you successfully complete the program, this will give you ample confidence to be a future-ready manager in the field of strategy and consulting, project management, operations management, sales and marketing, and the like. If you are someone who is looking to unleash your potential in the field of supply chain management, I invite you to join this program of IIM Udaipur in Global Supply Chain Management. The businesses we do and the way we do our businesses have all undergone a sea change. What it means for us is that there are immense possibilities and opportunities out there in the world of business, but what is challenging is that we do not have adequate supply of competent, trained, ready managers. So looking at the opportunity sets that are available in the industry, IIM Udaipur decided to start this program of one-year MBA in Digital Enterprise Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings. We have several centers of excellence at IIM Udaipur. These are unique in the sense that most of the full-time one-year MBA program in India are general management programs, whereas Center for Digital Enterprise offers specialized program.
The program is a year-long program which is divided into 3 terms. The first term of the program, students are taught variety of core management subjects such as finance, marketing, people management, and strategic management. In term 2, they are taught how to apply the management fundamentals in the digital organizations. In term 3, the students get to choose from a variety of elective courses which are both domain specific as well as help the students build perspectives. The students also get to solve a business problem through a live project where they get to apply all that they have learned in terms 2 and 3.
The reason why I chose digital enterprise management is because it's a beautiful amalgamation of technology, data and management. When I look into the industry right now, the roles which are coming are of a digital analyst, business analyst, product management, and this is what is the future.
The program itself is designed to not simply be a study. You're supposed to learn a concept and then immediately apply it in the next class.
And there is a complete discussion, case-based learning going on in all the lectures for all the major subjects.
These faculty members also come from the top industries. They share their experiences, and based upon their experiences, we learn about how to perform in the industry.
So the versatile network over here and the tremendous knowledge of our faculty, which can upskill all the students, will help me and make me unstoppable by enriching all my skills.
Once you successfully finish the program, this degree is going to give you not only the necessary competence, but ample confidence in being a future-ready manager in the field of strategy and consulting, sales and marketing, project management, and product management. If you are looking to fast-track your career and be relevant in the world of digital, then one-year MBA in Digital Enterprise Management is the course for you. The summer program in management can be a great platform for you to explore what really excites you. This program is for students who'd like to experience business school as a build-up to applying for an MBA program. And this program is also going to be useful for those who are interested in understanding how a business runs.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011. So it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings.
This is a 2-week-long summer program which will be held at IIM Udaipur campus, and this is going to give you a unique opportunity to learn from the distinguished faculty of IIM Udaipur, visiting industry experts. You shall learn the subjects of management through case method of teaching and appreciate various functional areas of management such as finance, marketing, strategy, people management, and get an opportunity to understand the context of digital, how to solve business problems, and the skill of decision making and leadership. Also get to participate in team building exercises, network with faculty, MBA students of IIM Udaipur on campus, and get a tour of the historic city of Udaipur. It's a dream of many to do an MBA from an IIM. However, no one gets the opportunity without having to write CAT. Here's your opportunity without writing any exam whatsoever. All the students who participate and finish this program will earn an IIM Udaipur Summer Program in Management Certificate of Participation. If you are an ambitious college student or a graduate who would like to advance your career, explore the possibility of doing an MBA from an IIM, and immerse into a transformative academic environment, then the summer program in management from IIM Udaipur could be the turning point of your career.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas.
I hope you had a delightful lunch, and this is probably the tougher session to kind of, hold up, because after all that wonderful food. All right, so as we continue through the journey of IDC 2025, we shift our focus now to a session that truly embodies the power of digital transformation in action in businesses, right? Our corporate success stories. In today's fast-paced world, businesses that embrace technology aren't just staying relevant. They are redefining industries, solving complex challenges, and setting new benchmarks for growth and innovation. This segment brings you stories of transformation from industry leaders who have not just adapted to change, but have become the drivers for it. So the next session, I'm just going to describe what is going to happen. Each speaker will share their journey for 20 minutes, the challenges that they've overcome, and the strategic decisions that have propelled their success. At the end of both the presentations today, we'll have a combined Q&A session. So please feel free to note down all the questions while the presentations are going on. I'd now call upon Ankur to introduce the speakers.
Thanks, Angeline. So moving on to our first speaker, who is Mr. Amitabh Sinha, and who has been in the forefront of the innovation in governance and the regulatory aspect. And I would like to introduce again Mr. Amitabh Sinha, who is a 1990 batch officer for India Revenue Services, and he is a postgraduate from Delhi University and holds a law degree of LLB. He has a distinguished career with extensive experience in risk assessment, investigation, and enforcement. His contributions have been pivotal in areas such as business process reengineering for the income tax department and financial intelligence. We are excited to hear from him today. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amitabh sir on the stage.
Thanks for having me here. It's a tough task to keep all of you awake after a sumptuous lunch, but yes, I think the topic is quite interesting and may excite you in asking many questions you may be having. Basically, this is my third stint in the Systems Directorate. I'm a non-techie, but then I understand the business sense, have a business sense, and I understand the business requirement. Earlier, I was part of the core team of business process reengineering, which was way back in about a decade, more than a decade back. Then I headed the risk management vertical of the income tax, and now serving as DG Systems. We run some of the most complex projects, IT projects in the government of India. And I was listening very carefully to my previous speakers, in fact, and someone asked about the legacy systems, in fact. How do you cope up with the legacy systems, in fact? And when you have started, say, computerization about 3 decades back, right, started with digitization, automation of processes, and then moving gradually to digitalization, right? It's not that you have shut down your systems on one day and taken over or built another new system from that day, in fact, from the scratch. We do not have that kind of a flexibility or the option, in fact. Now, the real challenge comes from there, actually, right? So I'll be basically talking about showing you some data. So the data would speak for themselves, what we have achieved, and then how we have achieved that, in fact. Some of the strategic interventions that we did, the decisions that we've taken, in fact, where we have reached today is because of that. Some challenges that we still face, and what is the road ahead, actually. Now, Indian Direct Tax Administration has witnessed a remarkable transformation driven by technology and commitment to transparency, in fact. Now, I have highlighted the word transparency here. I'll show how transparency has really made a tactical shift in terms of whether you call it the numbers of tax filers today that we have, or the revenue that we generate today for the government. I'll show you a few slides here, which are completely statistical slides. Statistics for the last 6 years. In fact, when we were preparing this slide, I was preparing this slide. This was about 8 crore 70 lakh 3 days back. Day before yesterday, at 1 p.m., we crossed 9 crores. So we have been steadily growing, in fact, in terms of number of tax filers that we have been adding to our database, right? Now, something which I have highlighted here, would like to come back to it, is the AIS, Annual Information Statement, in fact. I'm sure everyone here would be knowing about AIS, would be using to see your profile or your information in the AIS, it's available. But then how AIS has completely changed the has been a paradigm shift to the numbers that we see here, in fact. And right from the way the AIS was introduced in 2021-22, I see the numbers growing, in fact. And this is not the pattern or the trend that we have only in the return filers. The next slide is about the taxpayer base. Now, the taxpayer base, you can argue whether the taxpayer base of 15 crore in a country like this, is it enough? I'm not getting into that at all, actually, right? I have defined the taxpayer base here. Anyone who has filed a return or paid taxes in the last 3 years, we count them, right? Important thing is that they are within our reach, within our radar, right? We are not counting only on those who pay taxes and take back their taxes entirely in the refunds that they claim in. I'm again not counting them in. But this has been something which has been very unusual, growth, that and still it's moving ahead. Now look at tax collection. Now this is direct tax collection. I'm not taking into account indirect tax, right? It's been steadily growing at the rate of, I would say, 18.5%. That's a very good rate, right? For the part year, we, as on data that we have till 12th of January, we have clocked 15.9% growth. Still, we have 2 months left, and we will reach higher than whatever is a revised estimate, budget estimate, which has been given to us, in fact. Again, you see the difference of the AIS and how this has made a difference. Now, something which is very interesting here. In fact, the corporate taxes versus personal income tax. Now, you may call it disturbing that your personal income tax has outgrown corporate income tax, which should not have happened, actually, right? I take it positively because the potential was already there, in fact. For the first time, we realized that potential and pushed those individual taxpayers. And mind you, individual taxpayers are not only salaried taxpayers, right? We have a lot of proprietary businesses also coming in here, right? And you see the difference has been actually coming and showing in from 2021-22 when we introduced AIS, right? And this is what we call the power of transparency, which is leveraging technology. I have made available the information that the department has collected from various sources, right? And if you ask me how many sources, right, I would say more than 90 information categories, informations are being collected by the department. If you ask me the ecosystem of the reporting entities, it's roughly about 50,000 reporting entities. And to get information from them, such diverse source of information, out of them, there are banking companies, cooperative banks, the mutual fund, depositories, you have brokers, you have insurers, you have post offices, you have government sub-registrars and registrars of properties, and to get a high quality data, it's not an easy job, right? So what did we do differently, in fact? So strategic interventions, leveraging technology to improve taxpayer compliance and enhance overall taxpayer experience, in fact. Now, let me admit that taxpayer compliance has been a problem area for us, actually, right? Ever since we started the computerization. The compliance, we feel that there are two aspects of it, actually, under-reporting of income and non-reporting of income, both. So we have been seeing that the under-reporting, how we leverage technology by showing people a mirror. Look, I have information about your investments, your cash withdrawals, your cash deposits, and a large number of such transactions that you may be taking, and that information I am actually attributing as a mismatch to the returns of income filed by you, in fact, right? And showing it to you, not saying that I'll take action against you, but the moment you file your return, I show you a mismatch, right? Pushing or politely asking them, there is a case of revising your return of income, and beyond the due date, there is a case of maybe updating your return also. Yes, updating comes with a price because there is a punitive fee that he has to pay after the due date is over. Now you have, just to give you a sense, 31st July is a due date for salaried, right? Till December, you can revise your return as many times as you can, or you want to actually, right? But beyond December, right, if you want to make amendments in your returns, you will have to update, in fact. There's a possibility that you may not have filed the return, you can still update your return, or you have returned, you have filed, you want to make some changes. The only requirement is there has to be a tax payment, in fact. You can't claim a refund after December and file an updated return. So we did a process re-engineering, as I said, more than a decade back, right? In 2006, 2009, part of it actually. And we studied the desk of a typical tax officer and found that his desk, his table was decluttered with a lot of bulk functions which were also assigned to him along with the compliance functions. So the cross-functional approach was basically hampering the efficiency of the tax officers. So we've segregated the bulk function, started a CPC, a central processing center in Bangalore. So all the bulk functions have been taken away by them, right? And leaving the tax officers to focus on the compliance functions. And the compliance functions are not only the enforcement functions. There are a lot of compliance functions of recovery, audit, and there are a lot of other functions which he performs, which he was not getting enough time at. Now, filing and processing were integrated. These were two different projects. Freed up officers, I mentioned about that. We established a state-of-art data warehouse and business intelligence platform, workflow-based application, functionally independent data-driven risk assessment unit. A separate unit was formed actually, which looks after. So it's like you are a custodian of data as well as a user of data. That is a very, very powerful, that's a very dangerous situation. That you become so powerful, become a custodian as well as the user of data. So the maker and checker has to be differentiated, have to be separated, so that a very rational view of the data is taken by the risk assessment unit, which is separate from the systems actually. Let us see one by one. So we are now pre-filling your returns. You must all be realizing that. And this is coming from the third-party information that we collect as part of the AIS. We have started speedy ITR processing. Average processing time in 2014, I remember, used to be about 93 days, in fact, right? We have brought it to less than 10 days. 23% ITRs processed within 24 hours of filing. Some of you may have experienced within a few seconds of your filing, the returns are processed, right? Now, almost as of now, for the returns that have been filed for the current financial year, we have almost processed more than 97% of the returns. Now, bulk ITR filing and processing. This is, we've handled a peak of about 70 lakh ITRs filed on one day, reached an enormous amount of capacity to handle data per second, about 9,637 ITRs per minute. I just try to do a comparison with how many IRCTC is able to handle the tickets per minute, in fact. And there's a lot of difference there. Zomato, Swiggy, all these Amazon, right? The per minute, how much orders are they able to handle? We must doing much better than that, in fact. Now, about 80 lakh we have already added this year. Last year, we added roughly about the same numbers, and these are the new income tax filers, right? There's a trend that we see here is someone who comes and files, he registers on our e-filing portal, but doesn't file return, right? We are surprised to see the numbers there, in fact. Last year, we have more than 1 crore people who registered for the first time on the e-filing portal. Now, they all people who are sitting on the fringes, in fact. They need some push or nudge to file returns if they have. And many of them have. I'll show you the data where how many of them have literally income which is reported in the third-party transactions information that we collect. So these are wizard-based e-filing, TIN, all that, demand facilitation, all that. Now I'll skip this. This is what the DWBI, that is a data warehousing and business intelligence. Basically, one thing that we have realized is we've achieved a lot after we started harnessing the power of the data, in fact, right? And data is the stock in trade for us, but it's a harsh reality. Is a data which comes to us is not pure or complete or accurate, in fact. It takes a lot of effort to clean it, in fact. And if you do that exercise after having been taking the data, it's a humongous exercise, actually. So we do engage with the filers of the data to preempt them in filing a quality, accurate, and complete data, in fact. We have Insight Portal data from diverse sources I mentioned, right? Just to give you a sense, 850 crore transactions and 44.5 crore PANs, in fact. Now, this is the data which comes in 1 year, in fact, this year, in fact. We do a profile view, in fact. So what is that? We have been using the business intelligence and data warehousing is basically resolving the identity and the relationship, in fact. So we have using algorithm AI to basically match that these two persons are same. They are one the same, actually, and these two persons are related to each other by what parameters. So the relationship and identity resolution is basically the most important aspect of it. And because of that, we are able to do a profiling of a taxpayer, in fact. AIS, some of these things, we're giving the record of the information that the department has about them. It enables accurate ITR filing. Last year, we had about 8 crore people who filed return. 7 crore people visited AIS. If you can see, the growth is 56%, which means the people are realizing the utility of looking at their information, and filing more accurate returns. 83 lakh PANs were feedback received on AIS. And yes, there is a structured feedback response, query response also, where they can give, though this data is not correct. And there's an automated process of sending that information, that feedback back to the source, asking them to verify and correct it if it is wrong and file a revised statement or a corrected statement. Then about 5.39 crore PANs have aggregate transaction value of more than 10 lakhs. About 92 lakh PANs where transaction value is more than 10 lakhs and have not filed the ITRs in the last 3 years. Now, basically, people with a lot of transactions in terms of value, which are not filing, who are not filing return, they're basically ones that we reach out to. So we are transforming taxpayer service through transparency, pre-filled returns, personalized dashboard, help desk, and automated assistance. And something which we have shown you about the campaigns that we undertake, the electronic campaigns. You must all be receiving SMSs and the emails from time to time by the CPC, as well as the targeted ones from the systems directorate, actually, right? We identify those. Now, what we have realized here, these campaigns have also yielded a positive, very rich dividend in terms of people who are nudged to file returns or update returns or revise returns. Now, time of campaign, frequency of campaign, tone of communication, different templates for different target groups, these are some important areas that we are continuously experimenting with, in fact. If I have to give you, so we do not have one single template of communication to all targets or entire, all the taxpayers, in fact. So we identify that, okay, there is a mismatch in an information category, which is a direct income category. Say there is a salary, rent, dividend, interest, all these are direct income category. If there are mismatches, you will receive a different kind of communication. Now, if they are derived income category information, say you have deposited cash or you have withdrawn cash, which doesn't match with or is not commensurate with your net wealth, or for the last 3 years that you have filed your return of income, it is not matching with that in the sense that it's a derived income. I feel that your income should be more than what you have shown in your return. So you would be receiving a different communication template for that. So I think 4.23 crore PANs targeted to nudge campaigns over the last 6 years, and different communications sent by CPC. Now, something which I mentioned in the beginning about the updated returns, this is a concept which was brought in 2021-22, right? It's not the end of your compliance, that your due date is over, and now you cannot file your return, in fact. Now, this is with a punitive fee of 25% and 50%. Now, wherever we have been nudging and reaching out to outreaching the customers, the taxpayers, these have given very good results to us, in fact. If you see the total who have not filed return but filed, now the two trends which are coming out of it, actually, almost more than 90% of the taxpayers who have updated the returns had not filed their returns earlier, which means that there's a less possibility or probability of those who have filed a return to update than those who have not filed the return and they have updated the return, in fact. So is something important. Now, I think my time is up, but then I'll just take 2-3 more minutes, in fact. The challenges are many. We are sitting on almost 42 lakh crore of demand, in fact, right, which is yet to be collected, in fact. A lot of this demand is locked up in appeal, in litigation, right? Now, there's a huge challenge for us to manage and collect this demand. That is one thing. Now, we are doing a tax recovery risk management also. We want to use AI and ML to basically reduce the litigation in terms of helping the assessing officers or the jurisdictional assessing officers in understanding the legal issues, bunch the legal issues which are there in the grounds of appeal together, give them an insight about what is the stand of the department on that, what is the stand of the courts on that, and take a uniform decision in those issues, in fact. Otherwise, if you're not bunching those issues together, you have hundreds and thousands of these assessing officers taking different stands in different years, in fact. So that is one thing. We have fragmented databases. with varying technologies. As I mentioned, these projects have come into existence at different points of time with different functional and operational needs of the department, in fact, right? With different technologies, in fact. Now, today, the major problem that we are facing is of data integration. Now, our workflow system, which is an ITBA, income tax business application, it has an archaic, architecture which doesn't in sync with the IEC, which is more advanced in technology in terms of system architecture. So we have something which is going to be implemented in 2027, which is a lot of reports from foreign jurisdictions about the crypto is going to come in. So that is going to enhance our data volumes for handling. We are doing a comprehensive review of tax code. You must all be learning about it, reading about it. I think that's going to give us another challenge of how do you maintain a legacy system and move to the new system, because the forms will have to be changed, the processes will have to be changed after this new code comes in. There is an asymmetric distribution of manpower. We implemented in 2022 faceless assessment and faceless appeal. Now, we find that our manpower is not distributed across work streams in a very optimal manner. So we need a second BPR for that. This is a road ahead, convergence of different verticals, the alignment with OECD tax administration, strengthening the e-verification, depending on e-verification more than the scrutiny and the audit. In fact, we've already reduced the scrutiny, trusting the taxpayers more on whatever they are filing. We are accepting it. We are doing e-verification or e-communication immediately after the returns are filed, so that they have the window to revise their return, update their returns. Whatever revenue comes in through this format doesn't have any litigation, in fact, right? So we encouraging people to do it, update their returns or revise these returns. And we are already have a lot of use cases of AI and ML that we are already using it. But then we have very, very specific use cases for AI ML going ahead. We're already using chatbot. We are already using monitoring systems. We are already using predictive analysis, advanced tax predictions of taxpayers, income predictions of taxpayers. But then it all depends on the quality of data that we have, and there is a scope of improving the quality. That is all I wanted to share from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitav sir, for that insightful presentation and the transformation of indirect taxes in the process. I know I have greatly benefited from it. All right, now moving on to our next speaker. She's someone who has been leading innovation in emerging technologies. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Kanchan Bonde, Head of Makers Lab at Tech Mahindra, where she has spearheaded initiatives in AI, IoT, and quantum computing, including India's first Meta Bank project. With over 25 years of experience in IT delivery, sales, and innovation, she has played a key role in some groundbreaking projects, including Project Indus, which resulted in the creation of India's own LLM and the development of India's first Meta Bank. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Kanchan.
So hello everyone, very good afternoon. With that little bit of suspense, let me start the session now. So today I'm going to talk about Project Indus. There was a very, very interesting panel discussion that we were hearing about GenAI and how it is being used, and really a very good reality check, I would say, for the use of AI and GenAI in various different scenarios. So I'll take a couple of minutes just to introduce the Makers Lab, or where we exactly come from. So we talk about innovation. We are a services organization, IT services organization. Typically what happens in our organizations is we work towards the requirements of a given customer. And hence, what innovation do we do is always a question mark, right? And that is where 10 years back, we set up this Makers Lab. Makers Lab is the innovation wing of Tech Mahindra. We are a case study in World Economic Forum for open innovation. And across these 10 years, we've done a lot of different work. We work with, of course, the academia across the world. We work with corporates, which is our own organization, as well as our customers, and governments, even again, across the world. And here are some of the firsts in the industry that we've been able to achieve. So many of you may not know, but we were, during COVID, I think, we always jokingly say that before COVID, the only virus we knew about was the computer virus. However, after that, everyone has a PhD on viruses, right? So we actually started looking at this technology, this problem basically, and trying to see what we can do about it. And Makers Lab is a place where we try to play with technology. We try to really go out of the box, think about different things. And the hypothesis that we had during COVID was this virus is new, not new, it has mutated. So is there any FDA-approved drug that can work against the virus? So that was the point with which we started. We applied AI to identify, so using a process which is called molecular docking, we downloaded the molecular structures of 8,000 FDA-approved drugs and tried to see which of them might work against the virus. We shortlisted that down from 8,000 to 20. And then we were like, okay, what else can we do in our lab? Because it doesn't have anything else, it just has computers. So we got our partners to do a testing in a Petri dish. It's called in vitro analysis, which then shortlisted it down to 3. Again, we were at a fix, exactly how do we take this forward now? And that is when another interesting thing that we did was we got a lung 3D model printed. Right? So we all know that organs are printed today, right? 3D printed. So we got that printed. We tested these 3 molecules in this lung with a partner, and one of them actually was found to be very effective. So this was a research where we started from zero, and we tried to bring something to the world. By the time we completed all of this, the second wave had subsided, so we did the next best thing, which is to publish this research. This entire process of drug discovery that we followed, it actually brings down the drug discovery cycle, which is typically between 12 to 20 years, down by at least 50%. And that is something that is a very big thing. This is a patented process that we have got. So this is one of the things that we've done. Apart from that, I think I'm going to talk a lot about language. However, if you see across India, a lot of innovation is in the rural sector, right? The whole hunger, the whole thing about really going out there and making a mark, that you see more in the rural areas. You see people really innovating quite a lot. And we do these different, with academia, we do a lot of activities. So in one of the such competitions, which is held by Atal Innovation Center, AIC basically, they had a group of students who came from interiors of Chhattisgarh. And these students were, they had found a way to solve the malnutrition problem of their area by using some amaranthus leaves and all. They were the winners of that competition. And that young kid comes and says, what else can I do? And we were giving him some suggestions like make it into powder, this, that. He says, only if I knew English, I would have taken my innovation to the world and solved the malnutrition problem of the world. So this very young kid coming from a very small village had such big dreams, but English was becoming a big barrier for him. And we don't realize, we talk about digital divide. We say that people who can use technology, people who cannot use technology, but the bigger divide exists between people who can make technology and cannot make technology. And that is why we created Bhamal or Bharat Markup Language. This is a free tool where students can now code in Hindi, English, Marathi, not English, Hindi, Marathi, and 10 such languages. And it is a free tool. It is in discussion. We are doing some pilots with schools where some boards are also in discussion to take it as a part of their curriculum, to introduce students to technology so that their block goes away and then they can do more. Then I think it was mentioned, we made the first Meta Bank of India for Union Bank of India. Their problem statement was that youngsters are not coming to us, what do we do? And we all know the millennials, they love to play games. So we created the Meta Bank. We busted a lot of myths that you don't need to really have a VR headset. You don't need to have blockchain or anything to actually create a metaverse. This Meta Bank has been created as an extension of their online banking. And this is something that actually generated a lot of leads for them. So this is one of the success stories. This is also a story of how we incubate technology and take it to the market. The last one that you see here, and I'm going to be quick about it, is the self-reliant farming or Atmanirbhar Krishi. This is the work we did with the Government of India, Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, where data from different departments of related to agriculture, water, all of that, weather, all of that information is brought into a small app, and it is delivered to, available to the 140 million farmers of India. And so that's just a glimpse of where we come from. And that is important because the story I'm going to tell you is the story of how we created something for India. So we all know, right, India is a land of 24 mother tongues, about 1645 recognized dialects, right? However, this is some count that someone has done, where they actually went and counted how many dialects are spoken across India. And the number is staggering. It's 19,500 dialects. I think we all have to be proud of the diversity that our country has. And we all know that majority of our population stays in the rural India. Now, if you look at what is happening in technology and look at where India is, the gap is that there are so many dialects. It's not just the main languages. There are so many dialects that are not represented in any of the LLMs in India, right? Or anywhere, whoever has made the other language LLMs as well. And see, there is this concept about sovereign LLMs, right? Because of various reasons. So can we have a model which is made for India by Indians? Can it be trained on Indian data, which retains my own ethics? Right? Because ethics are also implemented through the data that the LLM is trained on. So I cannot apply something that is good or bad in US to something that is considered as good or bad in India. So it has to be trained on your own data. It has to be, of course, hosted in India. It cannot be something that, the data going outside your country, outside your domain is a well-known problem. And this results in lower cultural bias. It promotes collaboration, of course, and it is aligned with the Make in India vision. However, while I say all of this, of course, if you see the power of LLMs in dialects that we can bring, is imagine a tractor telling a farmer about issues in, say, Bhojpuri language, right? Or imagine a pregnant lady asking about prenatal care in Angika language, right? So this actually enables a lot of use cases to the masses across India. This is the power of dialects. For us, though, this whole journey of making the LLM started in a very different way. So you all remember Sam Altman was in India, and the famous thing that he said that, oh, no, Indians cannot make a model in less than $10 million. And that time, our erstwhile CEO, Mr. C.P. Gurnani, actually, there's also a famous tweet which accepted the challenge that time. And that's how the journey started with us. CP was very vocal in saying, no, it's not that we can't make it, we can certainly make it. And before we knew that we have to do this, the challenge was already taken. Now, being the research group, of course, this work came on to us that, okay, go ahead and make an LLM. And we also got a deadline that I want this by the end of the year. Right? So that's how we started. And that is when we looked at we didn't really want to reinvent the wheel. So we said, okay, if it's a challenge for India, we should take it and make something for India. And that is where the whole aspect about having these dialects which are not represented in the LLMs, we took that as our challenge. Naturally, as has been discussed, as is very well known, data is the biggest challenge. However, we went on that journey. I'll talk about the journey in a bit. And what we were able to achieve is we took Hindi and 37 of Hindi's dialects. So you see the word cloud over here. And some of these languages you may not even have heard. Panch Pargania, Kurmali, Kangdi, Angika. These are some of the languages people don't even know. And there are some languages which are spoken by a very small number of people now. So that is also getting extinct. So what is a way of really retaining these languages, right? LLMs can be a very good solution to that. So we picked up these 37 dialects and we created a model with 1.2 billion parameters. And this is, even though it is a small model, I'll talk about how we made it, which made it very effective. And this was benchmarked on Dell Intel servers as well. We launched it with them in last June. Now, this journey of innovation was very interesting because one is you get very less data, right? So the number of tokens was very less. If you just, even if you leave aside ethical and copyright issues, even if you just simply scrape everything off the net, whatever is public, and try to use that as digital footprint to create an LLM, that itself is very small. So we had to really go out there. And of course, we were looking at dialect data. Some of them were only spoken, not really written. And that is where our people went across the country. We went and spoke to different people. We created a Bhasha Dan portal, first of all. And we collected a lot of language data. Now, once we did that, it was not useful directly because there was so much of bias or negative things in the data that you have to remove. If you're trying to get any data from anywhere, you have to remove. So we actually created these tools for removing the bias. We actually filtered out about 40% of the data was discarded and remaining 60% of the data was taken. And then we were able to make this model, 1.2 billion parameter model. And it is very economical, sustainable because it's a small model. It won't need as huge an infrastructure to run. However, it is featuring above even Llama 2 model on the Indic abstract reasoning leaderboard. Right? So it is giving a very good output. And I'll show you a quick small demo about it as well. So there's another one recently, study done by a third person. We were not part of this study, however, this was published, where if you compare, so this is Project Indus. I'm not saying that it is the best, however, it is having a lot of parameters on which it excels above the likes of Indic Gemma, Microsoft Phi, and all the stalwarts of the world. And this is possible only because of the way we worked on the data, the way we really curated and then built the model on top of it. We did another interesting thing is we also have now this model which has been quantized and it is available on the Qualcomm AI Hub. So this is a part of taking the models to the edge. We all talk about having very large models, having those servers, so much cloud cost. What if your LLM is able to run on your phone itself? It can also cater to a lot of privacy issues that you have, even at a personal level, that my data does not need to go back to the server at all. My phones are powerful enough that it can run whatever use cases I want to on the phone itself. And this quantized model that we have now is there on the Qualcomm AI Hub for anyone to use. And why we did this? This is a foundation model, right? We have not used any other model below it. So people have, lot of models have been created where people have used a Llama or any other different model, and on top of it, they have built and fine-tuned and made a better model, or they have made a use case. However, this is one where we have not used anything below it, and we believe that this is going to actually help across different industries. Now, I'm just going to show you a quick demo about how exactly this will help. So this is the web page. You'll see a little bit of different colors. Very recently, we have refreshed it. And this is projectindus.in. Anyone could go and check it out. And you can engage with Indus, where you can get this chatbot, where you can go and ask. So this question that is getting asked is, मुझे भारत में खेले जाने वाले खेलों के बारे में बताओ. And the same question we are asking in ChatGPT. So you can see a typical generated output. We all know, sometimes we feel, अरे बहुत बोल रहा है. So that also happens with ChatGPT. However, same thing you see, it is able to generate. So similar, fine. Well, how much data to generate and all that is configurable. Now let me ask a question in Dogri. भारत च खेले जाने सारे, sorry, I am not, I can't speak that too much, but the same language, if you see, the answer was in Hindi. However, in case of Indus, if you ask that question, the answer is in that language, in that dialect. So you're actually able to create use cases in that language. And that is what the power of Indus is all about. We've also open sourced this model because so many Indians came and helped us with this model, right? So it was only right that we should open source it. So this particular model is open sourced. It is available on Hugging Face. We have seen a lot of downloads, and we are hoping that many such use cases we will see going forward. Now, we are a commercial organization. Of course, we did this big effort and we open sourced it. How does it help us? So when I call it a success story, yes, it is a success story for India. And so many people from India have helped us. However, as an organization also, it has helped us because one, we were able to actually get the experience of building a model from scratch. So we know how the internals of that model works, and that generates a different level of credibility for us. This was proven in case of Indonesia, where they said, okay, you've made an interesting thing for your country, can you make one for us? So we first made a 1.2 billion parameter model in Bahasa language, which was given away to Indosat, which is our partner or client in Indonesia. And then they said, okay, let's do some citizen service use cases. And in this case, we used Llama as a baseline, and we created this 8 billion parameter model where we improved the Bahasa language quite a lot. We took data from their country and improved it. We hosted it within their own country. And if you see, the interesting thing here is look at the comparison between Llama, GPT, CLLM is Southeast Asian LLM, which is for those languages, and you have Sahabat, that's the name of the model that has been given. It is actually doing better than most in this case as well. Right? So that is where the success has been for us. Now, going forward, what is happening? I think we all know about, there was, I think, quite a lot of talk about agentic AI and all that. So I'll not go into that. However, two other trends that we are seeing is people are going away from these very huge models, which are general purpose, to small models, which are purpose-built, which is the small language models. We have recently, in the Indian Mobile Congress, we have demonstrated that we created a small language model, rather, it was not built from scratch. We used a Microsoft Phi. Using that and using some synthetic data from a telecom scenario, we fine-tuned a small language model. And with that, we had an agentic workflow such that you could actually, any person raising a problem that I'm not getting internet or something like that, multiple agents were able to talk to each other and identify the problem, create a ticket, give the team a structure as to how to resolve this problem, and also generate a client communication and send it back to them. All of this was done using multi-agent scenario, and this was tested on Intel CPUs, not GPUs. Okay, so Intel has created something called Intel Xeon CPUs. On that, we actually tested and benchmarked this. And this was quite a successful one. Now, at scale, how it will be, this was still a POC. However, that opens doors to the problems that were being talked about even in the panel discussion, that it's so expensive. Imagine that you have got CPUs, maybe specialized CPUs, on which you are able to run a lot of small models, which are purpose-built, which are fine-tuned to your organization. That actually is a better way forward for enterprises trying to implement LLMs and generative AI. And the other thing I had touched on a little bit, which was about the edge AI, where a lot of use cases will start getting enabled when your models start working on your phone. So that is also another trend that we see in the market. Finally, we have created another thing which is called Manav. This is a meta-human, where it is like, we call it a face of AI. So people are very soon going to get bored with chat. They will need more human interface. That's where Manav comes into picture. And there was also a discussion about learning and how learning can be made differently with generative AI. So here we have done another very interesting experiment where we've created a tutor out of this meta-human. Okay, so here at the moment, what kind of functionality you have, you can upload any document and start speaking to Manav right away, because there's a technically, it just learns that and it is able to give you an answer. Imagine, if I take a step back and take a use case of learning. How does a human learn? A human learns through interaction, right? If you look at why people love teachers and this personal interaction, is because you can do that. You can ask a question. You can stop the teacher and ask a question. But you may not always get the best teacher because it has physical limitation. On the other end of the spectrum are online these trainings, which is like a continuous stream of information. A machine is better able to take it, but not humans. If I have a question, I have to stop that training, I have to go search for my answer, come back, and by that time I'm already lost. So to create a solution, we have used Manav, and here what you're able to do is, while the Manav will tell you about a particular topic, I have an option to raise my hand. When I raise my hand, the Manav would wait. I can ask my question. Because it is having generative AI behind the scenes, it can give me an answer of for that topic. It also has guardrails built in. So if I am going to ask a recipe for how to make a sandwich, it is going to say, stick to the topic. Right? So that way, you can get an answer, and when you're satisfied, then it can again start the training. Right? So you're getting best of both worlds. You're still having, of course, this is a meta-human. It won't have the real human touch. However, you're doing better than both the different scenarios. So this is one example of an application of how generative AI can be used in different scenarios, and that's how we're doing it. I think I just wanted to cover this few examples of how GenAI is working. Thank you so much. Thanks for being a patient audience. Thank you.
For an inspiring presentation. It gives a lot of insights on different things that is done in the Makers Lab, which varies from agriculture, rural, and even to the medical area. And this project Indus was something wonderful, where you have developed the LLM on 37 dialects, especially which will be helpful for our Indian population. And now I would like to invite Mr. Amitabh back on the stage to open the floor for the combined Q&A. I would also like to invite our Professor Rajesh, who is Dean of Programs in IIM Udaipur, who would be helping us to guide this insightful Q&A. Please welcome Professor Rajesh on the stage.
So thank you so much, speakers, Ms. Kanchan and Mr. Amitabh. Makers Labs are always interesting because that's the place where things are made, where experiments happen. So it was fascinating to hear about the Tech Mahindra Makers Lab and the things that are happening there. I remember in Udaipur, we have this third space where I take my daughter to sometimes where they have a baker's lab and you can do carpentry and things like that. It reminded me very much of that, so it was very interesting. And of course, all of us are very interested in knowing what the income tax department is doing. So that was great as well. So I want to open it up for questions because I'm sure all of you have many questions. We've got great speakers and great topics. So please.
Thank you, sir. I'm Abhilash. So, sir, I have a question for one question for each of you. So my question to you, Amitabh sir, is the fact that earlier we used to get our refunds after many years. So in 2006, 7, it was after 3 years. Say probably 17, it was after 1 year. Now it comes instantly. So what actually enabled you to pay the refunds for income taxpayers as soon as the filing is done? That's one question for you. And ma'am, the question for you is like, you talked about small language models. Is it small language model or is it specialized language models, which are very much specific to a particular theme or a particular area of interest or a particular discipline? It could be medical or it could be consumer tech. So where do you think the evolution is going to be? Is it going to be large models with multiple models linked into it or standalone specialized models? Could you just answer on these two things? Thank you.
Hello. You get faster refund because we process your return faster, actually, right? Earlier, I said we used to take a very long time to process the returns itself. And let me tell you, slightly, not in so much of detail, but then what is the process of a refund getting to your bank account, in fact. Now, your deductors, a salary, you're a salaried person, so your employer is deducting tax at source and filing a statement. And that is processed in a separate central processing center of TDS, in fact. They generate a TDS statement, and that has to be communicated to the place where your processing of returns happen, that is in Bangalore, actually, right? And is the third component of something which comes in is that they possibly be your case is selected for scrutiny, and then there is an ITBA, income tax business application, where the demand has been generated, in fact. Now, if you put all these three together, so your credit matching has to be done by the person who is processing your return, so that the credits are adequately shown there. Your demand, if it is there, has to be adjusted against your refund. So that information has to flow. So basically what I was talking about was the data integration, in fact. And when you have asymmetry in the systems architecture, like some systems are monolithic, someone is microservice, and there is not a seamless transfer of data from each other, and you end up having, say, multiple instances of the same information, which creates inconsistencies in the data, in fact. And that also sometimes, so you are very fortunate that your refunds have been credited to your bank account instantly after immediately, but doesn't happen in all cases. Right, we are able to process about 97-98% returns, but about 2% returns we do not process it immediately because there are either credit mismatches, there are mismatches from the demand, and there has to be given some opportunity for adjusting your demand. So there are issues there, in fact. So we are trying to get over this for a faster, but yes, things have changed dramatically from couple of years back when the refunds used to, now actually, to tell you very frankly, in fact, we have changed the perception, in fact. Like a pizza company, you deliver pizza within half an hour. If you don't deliver, then you don't pay, right? Now, if you file your return and don't give you refund, people have a perception, आधे घंटे में मिलना चाहिए, ठीक है? That is the perception. I think I take it very positively that we have helped that taxpayer user experience to have enhanced to an extent that, okay, we have built an expectation, but in some cases we are not able to do it because of the system's issues, in fact.
Yeah. That is actually something even I have benefited from. So thank you, sir, on behalf of everyone here. Yeah, coming to your question about small language or specialized, I think you can call it either. The whole point is where I see the future go is more and more of smaller, specialized or fine-tuned models, a family of models, right? And then the management and governance of those models is where the world is going. Because once you might have I think, Jensen in his latest note has mentioned this, that you would actually have an HR department for managing all the models, right? What they do, how they do, what they should and shouldn't do. So we are entering into a different world altogether. And I believe that is very much possible because that is what is making your use cases really, the ROI really make it happen. If the cost of technology is so high that it is going to eat up your ROI, then nothing is going to go live. People have done POCs and they have stopped at that. However, if you're able to make that cost effective, that is where the adoption will increase. So that is why I feel that these small or specialized language models, which are specially trained or fine-tuned to certain areas, and then a lot of such models will slowly start coming into picture. A lot of jobs are going to be kind of not remaining any longer. That is true. However, I believe in the superiority of human intelligence over any AI so far that anyone has built. And we are a race that is going to evolve. So we are going to evolve, the AI is going to evolve, and that is where I see the world going. Thank you.
Any other questions?
सर, जैसा आप बता रहे हैं, बहुत सारी रिकवरी और आपका बहुत सारे नोटिस आते हैं, और नोटिस बहुत सारे हैं और कोर्ट केस बहुत सारे चलते हैं. ऐसा आपके उसमें इनकम टैक्स में जैसे बैंक में वन टाइम सेटलमेंट होता है कि आप इतना पैसा दे दो आपका सेटल माफ कर देंगे। ऐसा इनकम टैक्स में वन टाइम सेटलमेंट स्कीम नहीं आई क्या? इससे आपका टाइम भी बचेगा और लॉस भी बहुत कम, वो जो वेस्ट होता है वकील को फीस देने का वो भी पैसा बहुत बच जाएगा, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट बोलती है कि लोन वन टाइम सेटलमेंट करके बंद कर दो और नया लोन दे दो। ऐसे इनकम टैक्स में कुछ नहीं। और मैडम से मैं एक चीज़ पूछना चाहता हूँ, जैसे मेरे बहुत सारे दोस्त लोको पायलट है और मेरे दोस्त लोग इंजीनियर भी है जो ट्रेन में सफ़र करते हैं। जो एआई वाले जितने भी है सॉफ्टवेयर वो 5G में चलते हैं, लेकिन ट्रेन में बार बार स्टेशन बदलते हैं तो लो बैंडविड्थ रहती है। तो उसमें आपके ओपन एआई में कुछ ऐसा जोड़े हैं आपने कि लो बैंडविड्थ में चले? कई बार तो यहाँ बीकेसी में भी नेटवर्क नहीं मिलता हम लोग को, तो उनकी तो बहुत हालत ख़राब है। ऐसा कुछ इंडस में कुछ चेंज करने का कुछ है विचार?
आपने सही कहा। एक स्कीम अभी जो चल रही है जो 31 जनवरी तक एप्लीकेबल है वो है डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस VSV स्कीम। अगर आपका कोई डिस्प्यूट है डिपार्टमेंट के साथ तो आप 31 जनवरी तक उस पे रिटर्न आप फाइल कर करके फॉर्म फाइल कर करके और टैक्स पे कर सकते हैं। ये सेटलमेंट का ही स्कीम है। सो समय समय पे हम इस तरह के सेटलमेंट स्कीम्स लाते रहे हैं जिसका एडवांटेज टैक्स पेयर्स उठाते रहे हैं।
और आपका जो कहना है ना नेटवर्क का प्रॉब्लम है LLM के लिए, जो ओपन एआई के लिए, तो उसके लिए ही मैं जो बोल रही थी स्मॉल लैंग्वेज मॉडल जो है जो आपके फ़ोन पे चलेगा उसको नेटवर्क की ज़रूरत नहीं है। एक बार ट्रेन कर दिया आप किसी चीज़ के लिए, आप उसको यूज़ कर रहे हो तो आप उसको आपके फ़ोन पे यूज़ कर सकते हैं, तो आपको नेटवर्क की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। तो ये काम भी हम कर रहे हैं, उसको हम मोबाइल फ़ोन के ऊपर लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
Thank you. Yeah, so I think we're running out of time, and thank you so much for your presence and for your great presentations.
Thank you.
We really appreciate and really liked it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
I would take a moment to thank Mr. Amitabh and Ms. Kanchan on this. And with this, I would like to request Professor Rajesh to help with the present a memento to our esteemed speakers. We would now shift our gears to one of the exciting segments of this IDC 2025, which is about the startup sessions and startup showcase. This session celebrates emerging entrepreneurs and groundbreaking ideas reshaping India's digital landscape. Today, we'll hear from innovative founders pushing boundaries in technology and business solutions. This session will start with a discussion with our two esteemed industry leaders, Mr. Abhay Pandey, who is co-founder of A91 Partners, and Mr. Vikram Mahajan, who is partner at Unicorn India Ventures. This will be followed by presentations from 4 innovative startups, ending with a combined Q&A. So I would like to invite Mr. Abhay Pandey, veteran investor, formerly the managing director at Sequoia Capital India Advisors, where he backed brands like Vinny Cosmetics, Indigo Paints, and B9 Beverage. Please welcome Mr. Abhay on the stage. I would also like to invite Mr. Vikram Mahajan, who is partner at Unicorn India Adventures, who would be moderating this session on the startups. Please welcome Mr. Vikram on the stage. In addition, I would also like to invite our 4 startup founders. So I'll start with, delight to introduce Mr. Abhilash Chakravarti, who is the founder at Lark AI. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abhilash. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Amit Srivastav, who is co-founder and CTO at Costems AI. Please welcome Mr. Amit on the stage. Next, I would like to introduce our third founder, Mr. Anirudh Banerjee, founder of Switch On. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anirudh on the stage. take a breath while the stage is setting up. And lastly, I would like to invite Mr. Samyak Jain, who is the founder of Zico AI and MyWays AI. Please join me, welcome Mr. Samyak on the stage. With this, I would like to hand over to Mr. Vikram Mahajan for coordinating and moderating this session.
Check.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. So, Abhay, I'll start with you. So you have been, I think, stellar career overall from the beginning, IIT, IIM, McKinsey, Merrill Lynch, Sequoia, and we were in Winnie together, and now your own fund. So did you ever think that you'll be invited to such a stage at IIM Udaipur and at an AI event? Did you have an aspiration for that ever?
No, it's not about aspiration. It's about you get invited to many events, but there are some where you go because you have a relationship. This is one such event. There's a relationship, and you honor the relationship and respect that, and that's the reason why I'm here. So very happy to be here and talking to all of you.
No, thanks for being a sport. So the core agenda is looking at AI and how it's shaping the world. It's eating the world, actually. And globally, if you see, more than 100 billion has been invested in AI over the last 2-3 years. Whereas some argue that the largest company generates less than $5 billion in revenues. So from an ROI perspective, it's justified?
I think this is not the stage to ask that question, whether investments in AI are justified or not. Because if you ask that question for many sectors at a very early stage of inception, the answer would be no. If you ask this question on investments in internet or even the devices, so if you go back, let me phrase this for everyone. Venture capital is based on emergence of new platforms that usually happens once in every 10 years or more. And that wave then creates multiple companies, and those companies create value, and that's what the job of venture capital is. You're looking for those waves to happen. So if you go back to the 1970s, computers came for the first time. The wave of computers happened, semiconductors, and so on and so forth. In the 80s, those computers got connected through networks, and all that era was of networked computing, and there you had Cisco and so on and so forth. The 90s happened and the internet came, and then there was Google and so on. In 2005, give or take, the iPhone happened, and that was the next wave, and then lots of apps on the iPhone happened. And since then, the world has been looking for the next wave. Around 2010, 12, the SaaS wave happened, which created several $100 billion of value. But people have still been looking for the next wave. Someone thought it is clean tech. People thought it was VR, AR. None of them took off in any significant way. But now we found the AI wave. And this looks more real. And therefore, the hundreds of billions of dollars will go in. And this looks, based on the last 3-4 years, that this is the next really big and bigger than everything else that's happened in the past. So that's the belief that the venture capital world has, and they have dollars to invest for this risk. And if it doesn't happen, clean tech did not happen as effectively in the 2010s. A lot of money got wasted, and the ROC in those were 2-3%. And then people slowed down those investments. But the investments that happened in the internet era, on the networking, on platforms, all of those worked really well. So maybe 10 years later, we'll really know what the impact of this is. So far, I think there is a lot of excitement and some disappointment. Some disappointment on lots of side projects that have not gone anywhere, but some of the core projects are still making strong progress. So I think we should all still be optimistic that this will yield really good results, and that's where more and more money is going in.
So on that note, what do you think is going to be India's role? Because India is not known to make ambitions, billions of dollar investments in, let's say, creating foundational models or creating large infrastructure which can host all this computing infra. So from India, but India is the third largest ecosystem, and the world cannot ignore India. what do you think is going to be India's role? And on that note, which models, AI companies, do you think are going to be the winners?
I wish I knew the answer to this, which companies are going to be the winners, then our job becomes easy. But I think India will have two very important roles. We know how good we are at creating code and being efficient in writing good code at low cost. We are good thinkers, analytical minds as a country. The basic large investments that have gone into LLMs, and I don't know if everyone understands how much money has gone into that and what's going on, that's become a big boys game. So that's going to be very, very difficult for any Indian company to step out and compete. We shouldn't say impossible, but it'll be very, very difficult to compete. However, when it comes to building on top of those LLMs, the large models, I think there's a wide scope across industries, and I think there will be areas where India, because it has very good quality data on certain specific industries, will have a better chance. So one, better coding, better analytical abilities, and then very good data in some areas, cheaper data in some areas. So we have that advantage. So I would be very optimistic, for example, in healthcare, on the legal side, on the financial services side, that we'll be able to create certain models on top of the big models, which will be the best in class. Now, these are just naming a few industries, because people in India have surprised us on many, many fronts. So we should be optimistic. It's very early days, and we should hear from the founders on what they're doing, but we are waiting. I mean, we are somewhat late-stage investors, but the early-stage investors are already going in and making small bets here and there, waiting for where the real application layer will get developed in India. But so that's one big area. I also think the second big area is on the data warehousing side. We will have a role. The government has been very clear about their intent. All the hyperscalers are being made to make large investments in India. I think the Indian companies will not be far behind. So while Google, Apple, and so on, and Microsoft will make very large investments, some of the Indian companies will make very large investments in data centers, and we will become one of the large, I would say, geographies where tons of data will be stored. All of Indian data itself will be massive. Plus, I think we will have the infrastructure and low-cost infrastructure to house other data as well. So we have two big roles to play, application layer and data warehousing.
So as you mentioned, it's the founders who are building the next big thing. Let's hand it over to the founders. Why don't each of you present what you are building and how do you think it's going to change the world?
Sure. We'll start from this side then. Hi, everyone. I'm the founder of SwitchOn. We at SwitchOn are enabling industries reach zero defects and zero customer complaints. We work with large manufacturers across the globe in CPG and automotive space, and we help their quality assurance and quality inspection practices be automated through the use of AI, right? This starts from the inspection itself. So we use computer vision and AI to automate the inspection that they do in their manufacturing plant. Few of you may be aware, the quality teams in typical manufacturing plants is about 25% of the workforce. And still, large brands lose in the order of about $120 million per year only on what is called cost of poor quality, which is a combination of cost of product recall and the manual inspection that they do. We are using AI to automate that completely and help drastically bring down the cost of poor quality. We work with automotive companies like Hyundai, Suzuki, tier 1 suppliers like Bosch, Denso, etc. We also work with large CPG companies like Unilever, P&G, etc. across Thailand, Indonesia, India, Europe, the Americas, and so on. We also are building the next layer of this, which is the automated root cause of the quality defects, essentially helping them eliminate the defects altogether. Our vision is to power self-operating industries where you pretty much give a recipe to any plant across the globe, and it will produce the product in the correct line at the correct time with the correct quality. So that's what we are doing.
Hi, I'm Amit Shrivastava from Constance AI. Let me take you back to the time when we used to go to shop, so weekly shopping or monthly shopping for you all remember, we go to malls, we collect things, and we feel happy about it. Now, think from a point of view of the people who are putting their product there. There are 100 to 130 lakh stores or retail stores in India itself. And there are only 25 to 30 lakhs where these retailer can reach, the bigger one, Unilever type. Now, don't even think about smaller stores. Their reach will be limited. Now, think about you as a honey maker or honey packer. Honey is made by bees, so you are the honey packer. And you are blessed with a place where you make honeys. Now, where do you put it? You can sell like 1,000 bottles around your neighbor. What about the 9,000 or 10,000 bottles which you have left in your background? Where do you sell them? And what if I tell you that using AI, we have a Vision AI agents, and these agents can actually tell you where to place them. So it all started. So Vision AI agent, let me give you a little breakdown of it. What it does, it can actually look at the images or pictures and can understand what's happening into it. So it's like us looking at a picture and making out what's happening there. So if you are a honey maker and if you are told that, okay, if you place your product in these scenarios or in these stores at these shelves, and you can sell faster than Dabur honey, that is the power it is bringing in. So how it works, how it's evolved, we started by providing information by looking at images to the big stores. So big brands like Unilever, P&G, they wanted to know what is their share of shelf, what is their OSA, on-shelf availability, what is their online availability, what kind of brands are there in their particular market. It started with that. Now it is also able to give recommendations. And not only that, it can also generate images or pictures what would be more attractive to a particular region. So if you're doing a marketing, you can do a market for a region, you can do a market for Maharashtra or for Uttar Pradesh. But what if you can do it on a pin code basis? So that's the granularity, that's the Vision AI agents that we are making at Constance. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Vikram. So if there's a slide deck you can put up, but I'll just talk briefly about what Lark AI is doing. So we are a health tech company. What we do is primarily make sure that at the point of care, which is most relevant, the most up-to-date and relevant information is available to the patient for the doctor to take a good clinical decision. So, for example, if a patient complains of, let's say, chest pain, ambulance comes to it. At that point, there is no information. There's complete asymmetry and darkness on what could be the precursor to this chest pain. It could be a gastric, or it could be something which is really around the heart. This AI models primarily looks at detecting and confirming that this is let's say, onset of an MI or a heart attack. And the caregiver who's at the point of care receives that information at the moment when he or she has to take a decision on what medicine should I give or not. Now the ambulance brings the patient to the hospital. We use something called the UHI, or United Health Interface, or ABHA, which is the digital health background equivalent to UPI. And the patient's data gets collated with the travel of the patient through the hospital, through the emergency room, then to the operation theater, then to the ICU, then to the wards, and then finally discharged. At each point, there is always some diagnosis which is done. And today the problem with healthcare is they're all in different silos. And what we've built is a common platform called Bluetail, which works across all these silos and gives a very precise information on what is or it simulates what the patient is likely to go through, looking at that particular patient's history. So we are able to give to the decision maker, whether you're planning a surgery or you are planning for a medication regime, the most important and relevant information. And this allows them for, number one, saves lives. Number two, at a very low cost, you can get a specialist-like treatment from somebody who's just probably a general physician or just a nurse. So that ability to bring the expertise of 1,000 cardiologists and radiologists to a fingertip of a nurse is something which we do. So we've got two small learning models, or let's call it as, I would have called it large language model, but it's actually specialized language models. One is called Bluetail and the second is called Real-Time. So Real-Time works with cardiologists and anesthetists, and Bluetail works with radiologists. So it looks at images, data in the hospital, and the other one looks at the biosignals or ECGs. and therefore collects and gives it to you at the form in which you can start a prescription or a diagnosis. That's what we do.
Yeah. So at Zeco AI, we create AI agents to help enterprises scale their teams, right? So we are talking about digital transformation in businesses. So me and my co-founder, we have been into the recruitment tech space for last 5 years, right? We have worked with 150 companies oddly at different industries, different scales. And what we realized was that this entire recruitment industry is too cluttered, right? A lot of softwares. For every problem that you have, there would actually be multiple solutions available, right? So when we worked with them, what we identified was, and we're working with different companies, let's say BPOs like Hexaware to a Thermax to a Schneider Electric kind of companies. At that scale, the moment your teams actually go beyond 500 or 1,000, the biggest problem becomes what exactly the hiring manager is hiring for. There's a lot of dilution that happens to the last stage of a recruiter actually looking out for such talent, right? And obviously there are low bandwidths in terms of why should I take the interview, and then there is recruiter after them scheduling interviews and all of that, right? Lot of effort going in. Because of these manual tasks which are there in the entire process and multiple decision makers, inefficiencies there, and definitely the speed, right? So speed is slow. This is one side of the story. How generative AI actually changed it in last 2 years, particularly is one of the biggest thing is India is actually one of the biggest, largest adopters of AI, Indian businesses, right? So it's at 69%, it's the report by McKinsey, which is highest in the world. I think US is at around 33%. Now, how do we leverage generative AI at that step? 2019 to 21, HRs were not very adoptive about using technology, but I think today they're having conferences. Among other businesses, business units, I think HR functions are the first one to adopt AI. So what we do at Zeco AI, how do we actually align these decisions and reduce the number of steps and manual decision makers in the process? We create AI agents which talk to the hiring manager in an audio-video conversation format. It gets the requisition, understands the entire scope of job, the technical aspects of it as well. And from there, take real-time interviews. These are all conversational interviews of the talent, generate reports, and not only that, it also gets into the final interview when it's happening with the real person to understand what exactly are the gaps identified, reduce any biases, or let us say identify any biases that these companies, or when there are multiple panels in different units happening, and give that data back again to the AI interviewer to screen and interview better, right? And our target has always been, so when we work with these companies, they also ask us for, hey, can you also conduct exit interviews, streamline that, standardize that? So then there are multiple use cases which emerge. We usually integrate with ATS, right? And the ultimate vision is there are around 50,000 such growing and hyper-growing enterprises globally. Our ultimate vision is we actually become an AI partner for them to scale their teams as they focus on their core businesses. So that's a bit about what we do at Zeco. Yeah.
Very interesting. So I believe all of us are vertical AI companies, manufacturing 5.0, retail, healthcare, and HR. So all of you must be using foundational models, third-party foundational models, AI tools, DevOps, and the likes. As these underlying models change, and the step up is quite steep, the way they change, and sometimes after GPT 3.5 and ChatGPT came, it overtook all the marketing and advertising, content generation space, and it killed actually, cannibalized and killed the entire industry. How risky do you think this dependence is, and how do you address this risk going forward?
Okay, I'll go first. So I think, I mean, the way that I frame this in my mind is, I mean, as a company, are we looking forward to new model releases, or are we scared of new model releases, right? So we at Switch On really look forward to model releases, and that's a great place to be, right? Because I think what we've seen till now is each of the pre-trained models have been a step increase in terms of the gross applications that they enable. And that enables us to do net new applications, right? So from our side, which is, for example, going from the visual inspection side of things to more complex predictive root causing of defects and so on, which are really complex, like starting from the inspector, which is like at the operator level, to the process engineer, which is pretty much at the general manager level. So that's what we've reached. So I think a way to de-risk that, in my opinion, is to position the business such that it looks forward to new model releases. While I say that, though, I think there is one interesting thing that is happening, which is, I don't know if you are aware, but most of the large model labs have slowed progress on pre-trained models right now, right? And the paradigm is slightly shifting from pre-trained models to what is called test time compute. The reason I mention this is, what I think this will lead to is a lot of standardizations in the models themselves. You can see that with the way that Llama is going, right? What Llama essentially is doing for the industry is creating a set of standard APIs and architectures that a lot of application layer companies such as us can actually use. And I think that's the way that the industry will be going. I think I'll allude back to what Abhay was saying in the sense that I think the last 3 years have been pretty much a land grab, right? It's like, you get as many NVIDIA GPUs as possible, you try to test it as much as possible. I think the next 2 years is going to be more about optimization, right? Like, how do you get these models to perform applications that are better? And so the industry, the foundational model labs will drive towards standardization, which is great for us as a company because we want to focus on the next big thing. Yeah.
So my take on this is, like, we have been in this scene for last 7 years, and we started with deep nets. And we have been looking at the retail self, and we have been looking at images. And during those initial 3-4 years, we realized that there are a lot of gaps. There are a lot of things which is still DeepNet cannot do. With these models, those gaps have quickly filled in. So we just not look at what is, so if you look at a retail or a retailer or a brand owner, he's putting his stuff on the shelf, and he's also trying to find out what's happening. So if he has put it on the third part of the shelf, is it really making sense in that particular word? So that's the part which we filled in, that gap in the initial or the first part of our journey. Now, using this new generative model, we can actually do more. We can prescribe. So that's the advantage. Now, there are two themes or two directions which are happening. One is generative models, which is where you are having large language models and large vision models. And then the other thing is where you are looking at a latent space. You're actually looking at the embeddings. You're actually looking at things which are getting in, but you are actually not doing a LVM, building a layer on top of it. Like, for example, Dino V2 or the entropy-based models. So those are the models which are your engine. Car is still being made by you. So in our company, what we try to do is we are kind of having all three of them in, for sake of scalability, you cannot put a LVM and do those kind of things. What you do is you use LVM to get your models trained so that you can scale up. So that's our answer to scalability part. And then as we are moving forward, getting the embedding or getting it as an engine is the critical. And as I believe that looking forward to a model release, looking forward to the new research is definitely what is going to be the core of it. But then how do you design your car? So I'll see it like this. Electric vehicle have an electric engine, but there are people who are making electric vehicles. Like, if you look back, you have petrol engines, but then there are so many brands which are making their cars. So cars are known by their engines, of course, but then they're also known by how they are running. How does it look like? So that's my answer to it. I mean, that's how we see it.
So Vikram, ours is like a very specialized case in which, we've not relied on any large language model, and we've created our own models. Because when we started off 5 years back, there was none. So when Lark.ai was formed, we really started with our own clinical trials, and we did about 3 million data points, spent about 1 crore rupees with generous grants of BIRAC and MIT. So those models were now deployed, and now what we've learned is the fact that when we decentralize it, when we give the control over it to some of our customers, they are able to put in or input it much better. So in the sense that we're giving them the ability to learn the customer premises, but we also ultimately have the control over it. We don't have any other parallel in the world wherein probably Google MedPump came pretty close, but I don't know how far they're going, how accurate they are. But as of now, this area seems to be such in which no global multinational seems to have an interest because probably it's too small for them to take interest. But then for us, it has been our life's journey for the last 5 years. So when we deploy these two SMLs or let's say small or specialized language models, these are very purpose-built for that particular set of customers, and therefore it's very difficult to replicate. We've got about 16 patents on it, so therefore it's difficult for anybody to come in at this point. Probably it's not too difficult, but I do expect that the competition will hot up in the next 2 or 3 years.
Right. So for us, like we have been doing interviews much before LLMs were there, right? But there was more of a Aadhaar KYC kind of setup where there's a human invigilation happening. But the real piece is actually done by technology that we have built. What LLMs have helped us is more on the conversation aspect of it, right? So and we were able to now guardrails the entire piece that the conversation is not going out of the context. So that's one piece, and we need to, as Abhay mentioned, right? So it's more about how do we get into vertical application of the technology. So what we do is we create frameworks. So when I talk about discussion, when I'm doing a sales discussion, there are certain sales frameworks to be done. There are certain cultural frameworks or psychometric frameworks to be done, right? So we have, in our case, SLM, or we call it mini LLMs, we have actually made it according to those frameworks to make it more contextual. So that is one part. The other very important part is, when it comes to the vertical application is, because we're dealing with humans, direct interaction is with humans and various kinds. So social aspect is very important. How do you manage the workflows? What all should be asked, what all should not be asked? How does the information flow from, let's say, one recruiter to a hiring manager to a maybe a third interview panel, let's say, right? So those workflows have to be very smooth, which has nothing to do with AI but core software, right? So I think this is what has helped us future-proof ourselves here.
That's very, very helpful. Good to understand how each of you are building on top or irrespective of the foundational models. What would really be helpful for all of us is two things, at least for me. Just sense from all of you, how long have you been doing this? How large are you in terms of how many people or revenue scale, whatever you think you track your business with? And more importantly, if you have to get to the next stage, what is the major challenge that you're facing that you need to solve for that allows you to get to the next level?
Great. I'll go first again. So in terms of the scale for us, so we have 3 offices in India right now. We have an office in the US. We serve customers across about 50 sites spread across the Americas, North and South, Europe, as well as Southeast Asia, where we solve for different kinds of very, very critical inspection problems in automotive and CPG, right? We work with large manufacturers. We are doing close to a couple of million in revenue. We are venture funded. We've raised about $5.5 million till date. And we are one of the very few industrial AI companies where we are growing 3x plus year over year, even at this scale, which is kind of difficult to do because these are industries that find it difficult to adopt new technology, especially AI, right? In terms of when we think about our next stage, I think the work that we have been doing has right now been kind of focused on automating the inspection, right? Which I alluded to, which is like automating what the inspector does. What we are slowly trying to do is we are trying to eliminate the defects altogether from manufacturing and help manufacturers reach 0 defects, which is where a lot of the economic value is, because defect is wastage, right? And so once you inspect post facto, you really still end up wasting the product most of the times. And I think the big unlock for us there would be the ability to analyze context of the entire manufacturing process, which will be dependent upon a lot of the capabilities that large language models provide for us, GPT-4 and 4.5 plus included, right? So yeah, I think that's the next stage for us. In terms of the scale itself, definitely we are scaling across all of the continents. So we are looking to add different kinds of enterprise go-to-market teams across primarily the Americas and Europe. I lead that part of it. So, we're looking for good people for us to do and scale our go-to-market there. We are also looking to scale up our technology teams as we start analyzing from local supply chains to global supply chains spread across multiple geographies, which is also part of the China Plus One. I'm sure a bunch of you are aware that supply chains are getting restructured as we speak. So there is a lot of new manufacturing capabilities that are getting built out both in the Southeast Asia and many other geographies. And we are looking to power these sites as they build the next level of lighthouse sites or the next level of manufacturing for large brands.
Yeah, hi. So we have been operational in India, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, so Southeast Asia and India. And our target market is to look at US and Europe in this context. We have been processing like 10 million images on a weekly basis. And this is something which is giving us that power to look at things and do a prescriptive part of it before we are only providing the information. Now we are also telling them what they can do further. So that part of it. Today we are nearly touching $2 million. We have 40 people team. The bottleneck that we see is not coming from the technology point of view. There are a lot of enabler. Yesterday, if I was able to do things with 4 people or 10 people, and they were like still not 95, 98%. Today, I can do it with a lesser number of people, and it is at a higher accuracy. So the use cases have increased. I can serve and give them more wow factor. R is enterprise sales. So the bottleneck is enterprise sales. So that is where it takes long time. Enterprise tend to de-risk everything. So they need to talk to you. They will not need an AI. So they need to talk to you. They need to see and feel that you are here. You are there to solve the problem. You are there if the system is going down. So they need to see that human side of you, although you are an AI company, to make that happen. And that's where I believe our bottleneck is sales team or customer relationship team. So where we can actually build those confidence and deploy our solutions.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Abhay. So we started our journey on 1st January 2020. So it's 5 years old now. Our company is about 25 people strong. We are working at the NASCOM Center of Excellence for IoT and AI in Gurgaon. First 3 years, we were backed by the government of India, and that's how most of these language models got created or the clinical trials got completed. No VC was willing to touch us when we were pre-revenue. I think that is one of the things which needs to change in India. Because once we started making revenue, then there's a beeline. But the first 3 years were really the struggling years in which government of India helped us. The mighty Samrit program, BIRAC Leap Fund, big programs, they helped bring this technology to market. And then they made something which was unique, which is United Health Interface or ABHA. And I'll urge everybody to download the ABHA app. It's something what UPI has done. So many of the companies are now building on UPI in the fintech space. So similarly, UHI is similar to what UPI is. So they gave us this platform, and that kind of reduced our infrastructure cost. We just had to get ourselves certified as ABHA compliant, and that's how we could scale up. Now, we do our ARR of about $1 million, and we've raised about $2 million now this year. Our presence is in India, UK, and Singapore. These are the 3 countries. We find that the paying capacity in these other 2 countries are higher, but for India, it's more of a nascent market. So people are accepting it. In the next 3-4 years, we expect that to grow, multiply. But in terms of revenue, 80% of revenue comes from the higher paying countries. But when you look at use cases and training models, you were right, it's cheaper. It's easier to do clinical trials in India, much faster, large number of data points. So we train our models here. Then we do local validations and evaluations in those countries.
Yes, so we are into the business for last 4.5 years now. For us, it is more about the unit economics of things when it comes to India as a market, right? So we are currently in India and in UAE. So for us, it's a game of volume and value. So why would someone use AI in hiring? Is either it's a high value job where you need to reduce the manual efforts there, right? That's where you save a lot of cost and speed up the process, or either it is high volume. So for us, when it comes to high volume, India is the market, right? And when it comes to high value, definitely there's certain sectors which are there. So to strike that balance of volume and value is, I think, the key. And we also discussed about the unit economics of things where in India market, let's say if my AI is taking some interview in a BPO, right? Their current cost of humans doing it might be lesser than AI actually doing it. So this is what I mean by value. But BPO is a high volume. So to reduce the current cost of our product and also identify those markets, if I meet 100 customers, 80 of them are interested, but actually 30 of them are or 25 of them are actually relevant and ready to adopt AI, right? So they've been told to explore as many AI products today to implement in the organization, but not all of them are ready from a change management perspective or from a cost transformation standpoint. So this is particularly a challenge that I think we are currently solving. Yeah.
Interesting. With that, let's open up the panel for audience questions.
This is the question for manufacturing, maybe. So in US, I've seen a lot of company adopting digital twins. Have you seen use case for that in any of your customer base? Are you working on it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think digital twins, or the NVIDIA term for it is Omniverse. I'm ex-NVIDIA, by the way. So I think that is really a part of the overall vision of physical AI, right? Which is, I mean, there are many nuances and complications to implementing physical AI, but that is definitely something that is being looked at. I think the digital twins themselves as a concept have been around for a while now, minimum of a couple of decades. They've been used primarily for simulation and design, but I think this is the first time we are seeing that being used in the operational context, right? Where in the operations of industries, for example, we are seeing some digital twins happen. There are some challenges, primarily on the infrastructure and data side. So as you know, that digital twins really depend upon a lot of good high fidelity data, which even the largest manufacturers honestly are struggling with even now. But yeah, I think they are slowly owning up to the fact that the data can become an asset and it can tangibly improve the business outcomes they can achieve. And so they're now, for the first time, being incentivized to actually clean up their data, put that in proper data lakes. I see people from Tech Mahindra laughing, I'm sure. I'm sure they're in the middle of a lot of this cleanup. And so, that's something that's definitely happening, especially in US and Europe. Yeah.
So you mentioned zero defects, so that's how that triggered in my head.
Right.
But that's one of the ways they're looking at.
That's absolutely correct. And we are powering a part of this from the quality side, which is we're enabling them to connect the man-machine method material to the manufacturing processes they have in real time, and essentially enabling them to bring some of these digital twins to life.
Thank you. One quick one for anyone. How do I know your guardrail is adequate or better than somebody else? Is there any standards out there that you follow?
Regarding privacy, data privacy?
Privacy, safety, whatever is the customer requirement is.
So yeah, right now the law is getting enforced, which is DPDP, but prior to that also we do anonymize the data. We don't share patients or patient identifiable data with anybody. In fact, we don't even store it. The fact is this metadata is being used and nobody can identify you by name, person, caste, number, or anything. So we consciously take proactive steps to clean out any kind of unique identifier which might come with our, say, CT, X-ray, or any kind of ultrasound images, any kind of images. So therefore, we make sure that the data is cleaned even before we take it in. So that's the filter which we have. And then of course compliance to HIPAA, and there's another standard in India called VASA. These are basically getting enforced now, but we've already taken those steps to be compliant. Yeah.
I'd like to add to that. If you look at the guardrail, interestingly, all large language model or all X models are not necessarily the interface. They could also be a core or the engine or a piece to do certain things. So for example, in our case, we essentially work in the area of KPIs. So we provide KPIs compliances. So in those cases, you are getting answers like you would get earlier with deep nets, but it is better in a sense that you have a larger training set, you have a bigger training sets, and what you are getting out, the accuracy of identifications is much, much, much better. So you are not directly interfacing with any of the vision models directly.
I think the way I understood your question is also, is there a standard, right? Like, I mean, where is the benchmark? Unfortunately, the case right now is the super alignment teams or the alignment teams are just getting built out in a lot of the labs. I think Anthropic is doing some amazing work here, by the way. Plug for them. So, these alignment teams, the goal of this team is to create these guardrails. So since the guardrails are not out yet from the foundational layer side, it's very difficult to build out guardrails for the application layer, which is very dependent upon the foundational rails. My thesis is over the next 2 years, and by the way, OpenAI and Anthropic have a framework for this, which we can talk about. But yeah, there are building some frameworks which over the next couple of years would come in and probably feed into a lot of the laws that the policymakers are taking, which is primarily in Europe. I'm sure you're aware of the laws there. Some work in the US as well. But I think over the next couple of years is where the guardrails will get set out. And I think from there, the benchmarking will really start. I feel it's a little unfair for us to individually comment on our strengths without having one benchmark in place.
It's always a balancing act between innovation, the pace of innovation,
absolutely,
and the ethical challenges which come with it.
Yeah.
You have to balance it out as a startup. Time is up, but if there is one more question, we can take a last question from the audience.
Hello, this is Professor Probal from IIM Udaipur. I have a question for all the founders here. So since you are more or less the next set of businesses, you're mostly focusing on AI, right? And I just heard that you're saying more or less your employees count is around 10 or 20 or 30. How do you see you will add to job creation? Because if most companies are going to be AI driven, and what's your roadmap for job creation, particularly for a country like India where so many so much people are available in the labor force? If you can give some points.
Right. So probably I'll go first. So since you're from academia, let me tell you that I owe the company's existence to Ashban's IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, where SIDBI funded us. Now, having received the fund, we don't have to deploy large number of software coders, developers. Few people using software tools can do the same job which a large army of software developers were doing earlier. So on that side, I don't see job creation happening on the basic coding or maintenance. I do see job creation happening on real authentic architecture part of it, which is where deep knowledge is required about how AI systems will work. They will be highly paid jobs, but the number of jobs will be less. So please get used to it.
So very interestingly, there are two aspects of it. First, when we are dealing with enterprises or when the deployment is happening, and I guess that would happen on consumer side too, but essentially on the enterprise side, when you are selling an AI solution, you also need to ensure that your AI solution is actually up to the mark. How do you do that? I mean, you can put guardrails, you can put other things, but is it actually working? So there is an effort at our end where we put out a QA. A percentage of the processing is put to human QA. Now, that is something which is very interesting because now you put that to human QA, that means human come into picture, they have to do the QA, and that's where the job creation is happening. So in our case, we have seen some NGOs who have worked very closely with us, where you see in the rural part of the world where there is almost no way to earn good money. If we provide a platform where they can actually answer few of the questions, of course, one question need to be cross-referenced. So you will not have one answer coming from one human as the correct one. You have to cross-reference. So you have to, if it is something like 2 persons are validating it, if one of them is making a mistake, you go to the third one. So that's why how the platform work on the QA part. And that's where it is happening. So I see a lot of people using, it cannot be unprotected, so there are data centers or there are smaller centers which require this to be done. So I have seen people in eastern part of the UP asking us to have a center at their places. I've seen in Odisha asking us to do that center at their places, and they are creating jobs. This is something where you don't need to be computer literate, but still this QA is helping them do that. So it's a part of our revenue which is going there, but that's the essential part to make sure that the AI is actually performing as the required level.
And the debate goes on. So AI, all of us agree, is a massive opportunity, but it comes with its own set of challenges. It's a balancing act for all of us. All the best to you guys.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. What an insightful discussion. Right now, so moving on to, just to commemorate this occasion, I would like to request Professor Probal and Professor Srijit to please come forward and present mementos as a token of appreciation to all the speakers of this panel. All right. One round of applause for everybody, all the speakers. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, I think it's a good time to have a break. Yes. So let's break for 15 minutes. I request everyone to come in at sharp 10 minutes past 4. Is that good? Yes. Great. See you.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
Hi, my name is Beth Rose. I'm a Research Chair Professor of Business Policy and Strategy at IIM Udaipur.
I'm Ankur Kapoor, and I'm an Associate Professor of Marketing and Co-Chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur.
My name is Veda. I'm a faculty in the marketing area at IIM Udaipur and co-chair for the Center for Healthcare.
I came here because of the excellent research ecosystem. This is a very research-oriented institute, and our PhD program is a big part of that. Our PhD program is built on the foundation of this world-class research ecosystem, and that sets IAMU apart from many, many institutions. IAMU is ranked 4th in India for high-quality research output according to the very prestigious UT Dallas ranking. This reflects not only the research caliber of our faculty, but also our commitment to fostering research excellence, and that includes our doctoral students.
I'm glad to share that you will be trained by one of the top-notch faculty in India. These are the faculty who have published in top journals of the field, and therefore they are at the cutting edge of the research and will train you to be so as well. In terms of resources, the stipend is at par with the best institutes. Library resources, national and international conferences are also among the best in India. I also want to specifically highlight the study abroad program, in which you can get an opportunity to spend few months in an international top research university to collaborate with the faculty there and kickstart your research journey.
When I think of PhD as a journey, there are three things that comes to mind. First, it's a transformative experience. It makes one think deeply, critically, and objectively. Second, it changes the way we work. We learn to work more efficiently and effectively. Finally, it gives us immense satisfaction merely because of the intellectual contribution that we are able to make to the world.
This program is designed to develop well-rounded scholars. Beyond research, we emphasize teaching experience with PhD students supporting faculty as teaching assistants. This practical experience helps you refine your teaching methods and prepares you for academic roles.
The research pursuits here at IIM Udaipur are not just rigorous and relevant, but they are also responsible. We take great pride in our research work that impacts and adds benefit to the society. For instance, at Center for Healthcare, we work with people to improve their adoption of preventive and promotive healthcare. By doing so, we are not just building knowledge, but also providing or generating evidence for the policymakers. Do apply to our research program.
I look forward to your applications and can assure you of the commitment that we will have towards you, your training in the PhD program and beyond. Good luck.
Welcome to the PhD program at IIM Udaipur. At IIM Udaipur, we look forward towards having students with stellar academic background who wants to become globally renowned scholars. At IIM Udaipur, we offer PhD in 5 specialized areas. These are decision sciences, finance and accounting, organizational behavior and human resource management, operations management, and marketing. Let's hear from our esteemed faculty about what makes this program unique.
I am Ankur Kapoor and I am an Associate Professor of Marketing and Co-Chair of Consumer Culture Lab at IIM Udaipur. I want to talk about the marketing area in case you are considering your PhD in marketing. I am proud to share that we have faculty members doing research across all the paradigms of marketing. We have faculty doing research in marketing strategy, quantitative marketing, consumer behavior and experimental research, and consumer culture theory. So, you are free to explore your own research interest and work with faculty in the area that you like the most. And therefore, you will have all the flexibility and freedom to choose your own research topics. We also have area advisors who are top researchers in international universities who guide and mentor our faculty. And therefore, if you join the program, you will have the benefit of seeking their mentorship and potentially working with them as well. We also have certain centers and labs that can help you bolster your research. We have Center for Healthcare, which is headed by marketing faculty. We have Consumer Culture Lab, which focuses on understanding Indian consumers through sociological, cultural lens. And we also have Behavioral Lab, which focuses on neurophysiological methods to do consumer research. So, in essence, we have all the resources and the range of topics and people to help you explore your research interest and have all the flexibility and freedom in your PhD journey. In the end, I also urge you to reach out to senior PhD students to understand their experience in the PhD program so that you can make a more informed decision. I look forward to your applications and can assure you of the commitment that we will have towards you, your training in the PhD program and beyond. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Khushi Kapoor. Originally from Chandigarh, I'm pursuing my first year degree at Flame University in Pune. The reason I chose the SPM at IIM Udaipur was because I wanted to gain an insight into what an MBA program basically entails. And obviously, the opportunity to study at an institution as esteemed as IIM was the cherry on the top.
The reason why I've joined the summer program in management at IIM Udaipur is to get networking opportunities.
The way this program was advertised was a pre-MBA program which can help students determine whether they want to pursue an MBA or not. And I guess coming to this program and attending this program at IIM Udaipur has made my decision of doing a future MBA really concrete.
I'm so glad that this is such a brilliant idea of opening a pre-MBA, because directly going for an MBA is a big commitment, but a pre-MBA idea was amazing.
So this program was a very crucial stepping stone whether to decide I want to do MBA or not.
Coming from a design background, I was unsure about management studies, but this course covered essential aspects and allowed me to interact with fellow MBA students, further guiding my decisions.
SPM has been a very life-changing experience for me, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't belong to a technical background or a commerce background, but thanks to SPM, I feel more confident about taking up MBA and pursuing MBA from an institute like IIM.
The course is designed beautifully. The program has topics ranging from strategy, innovation, digital technologies, marketing, finance.
What I discovered here is the teachers, what they're teaching in the class are way different than what is taught in other colleges or other schools. So this is what exactly ignited my fire to join this college.
Faculty has been very amazing. The learning experience is very great, and I love the case-based studies.
About the IIM Udaipur, and the another major part was learning from the industry experts who are coming for various guest lectures.
After coming it here, I realized that the faculty helps you bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge with practical application, and not to miss the cultural blend they have added with the Udaipur. Like, you can't miss it. And the unique blend of application, dynamic learning environment, city lake, it's amazing. You get to learn so much, and the constructive debates you have with your peers, it's so enlightening.
The case study learning method, it's been around 7 days since I've been attending the classes. So the case study method is like really exceptional. We have been provided with various case studies of multinational companies from all across the world.
The faculty here is like amazing. I mean, the experience they carry over the years, they've been prolific in their domains, and you get hands-on experience to learn from them, and it is an experience of a lifetime. So,
and the way the teaching pedagogy is, the faculty makes it so very engaging. They use real life examples, and the case study method of teaching that is deployed in class also makes learning so much more fun. The faculty is always open to insights from the students and is ready to help even beyond the classroom, and I feel that's truly a unique thing and makes me want to learn so much more.
And their case study based approach is just really engraves all the concepts in our heads, and I think that's excellent.
This program has not only given me the confidence, but also has shown me the right mindset to take my career forward.
So far, this course has been better than how I expected it to be. By far, this is one of the best career decisions that I've ever taken.
This journey so far has been amazing. It's truly transformative. Yes, it is extremely academically rigorous, but then at the end of the day, when you sit back and reflect on the insights that each and every faculty member has provided you with, you realize how rewarding it actually is.
The 2-week summer course at IIM Udaipur has been amazing. The senior faculty has provided me a clear and insightful guidance, which has given me a clarity on my future path.
The campus is beautiful. You get the feel of the fort architecture, and at the same time you have all the fun that a college experience does have.
The atmosphere here at the campus is very friendly. Everyone is very helpful, and it's a very nice way for you to explore what you want to do in the future.
The course is designed beautifully, and I truly feel that it makes you so very future ready, and that's why it's an investment that each and every student should make in their lifetime.
In a world of interconnected markets, mastering supply chain is paramount to seamlessly orchestrate logistics, manage the supply chain, and manage and mitigate risks. Industry is looking forward to hire graduates who do not only understand the management fundamentals, but who have domain expertise in the global supply chain management. Keeping this in mind, IIM Udaipur has designed a special program of 1-year MBA in Global Supply Chain Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have been ranked in NIRF and other rankings. We have several centers of excellence at IIM Udaipur. These are unique in the sense that most of the full-time 1-year MBA program in India are general management programs, whereas Center for Supply Chain offers specialized program.
The program of Global Supply Chain Management is a year-long program which has 3 classroom terms. In the first term, students are taught a variety of core management subjects such as finance, marketing, people management, and strategic management. In the second term, the students learn supply chain management specific courses such as logistics and operations, project management, strategic sourcing and procurement, future of work and artificial intelligence, and the like. In term 3, the students get to choose from a variety of elective courses which are both domain specific as well as perspective building courses. Additionally, the students also get to solve a business problem through a live project, where they get to apply all that they have learned in terms 2 and 3.
I am from the Global Supply Chain Management. It's a one-year program in IIM Udaipur. But coming here and becoming a management graduate is a huge thing because you get to know about finance, you get to know about strategy, you get to cover all the important points in the management.
The curriculum at IIM Udaipur Global Supply Chain Management is a case-based pedagogy.
You get a taste of every particular value chain of this particular area.
It's not just about the core supply chain. It's more the kind of roles we get are more related to consulting, strategy consulting.
Once you successfully complete the program, this will give you ample confidence to be a future-ready manager in the field of strategy and consulting, project management, operations management, sales and marketing, and the like. If you are someone who is looking to unleash your potential in the field of supply chain management, I invite you to join this program of IIM Udaipur in Global Supply Chain Management. The businesses we do and the way we do our businesses have all undergone a sea change. What it means for us is that there are immense possibilities and opportunities out there in the world of business, but what is challenging is that we do not have adequate supply of competent, trained, ready managers. So looking at the opportunity sets that are available in the industry, IIM Udaipur decided to start this program of one-year MBA in Digital Enterprise Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in your MBA program in India are general management programs, whereas Center for Digital Enterprise offers specialized program.
The program is a year-long program which is divided into 3 terms. The first term
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing tea break. We are now entering into the last segment of this program where technologies and impact goes beyond data and numbers. It influences how we experience, perform, and connect with the entertainment and sports in profound ways. AI has become a game changer in both industries, enhancing decision making, improving engagement, fan engagement, redefining storytelling. This segment will have two experts to share their insights for 12 to 15 minutes each, and after the two presentation, we'll have a combined Q&A. So same like previous sessions, please do note your questions and we'll discuss in the combined Q&A. Now, without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Prateek Garg, Managing Director of Marigold Park Capital Advisors. With extensive experience in media investment and strategy, Prateek has been instrumental in transforming entertainment platforms through AI-driven insights and digital innovation. His expertise in operations and investment strategies across major media conglomerates has contributed to groundbreaking advancements in how content is monetized and distributed. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Prateek Garg to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Prateek. I work for a fund called Bodhi Tree. We've invested close to $1 billion in two assets. One is, which is now called GeoStar after Viacom and Star India merged. And the second is an asset called Allen. So effectively we are very, very bullish on education and media. And I think that's where this theme fits very well. And I try to just call it entertainment. I was trying to figure out how I can get AI into this. So that's the best way of getting AI into this. So when I say entertainment, for me, it's everything, all forms of content, just not drama, just not sports, everything. And what I've tried to give, I'm not a technical expert on AI, right? What I've tried to give you is how, as somebody being part of the biggest company, media company in India, how we are seeing AI, how it can transform the entire value chain, at the same time, how it can create value for multiple stakeholders, and what do we need to do to derive that value. Go to the next slide, please. I just wanted to first start by highlighting why I'm very excited about this, right? I think when the shift happened from TV to digital, everybody spoke about targeting, addressability. If you just scratch the surface, it's still not happening at the level which it should happen. It's still very cohort based. You still tend to generalize a lot of stuff, be it consumption, be it monetization. I think there's an opportunity now, finally, wherein n is equal to 1 is actually going to be a possibility. And that's where our efforts are. The second big thing which excites us is the heterogeneity of India, right? And especially in our business of streaming and TV, where on a given match, you'll have 100 million plus users come on to the platform. How do you ensure that everybody is engaged, everybody watches, and you satisfy everyone? Similarly for drama, I mean, you spend 2 to 3 hours every day watching drama. That's the stat. We have so many different languages. So again, for us, this allows us a big opportunity to address each and every Indian, to give them the content, the way they want to watch the content, in the language they want to watch, without increasing the cost. And I'll come to the business model of entertainment, how it can completely disrupt. The third theme is around democratization of every part of the value chain, be it on the advertiser side, which I think is the biggest disruption which we are working on, because I think we are still a very shallow branded country. The top 400 to 600 brands spend money, who have big brands. Everybody else is a long tail. And I think there is a lot of, if India has to grow, we need more brands. I think that's the democratization I'm talking about, in terms of getting more people empowered to come into the value chain. And the last part is, I think it can become a significant GDP contributor, because a lot of people talk about losing jobs. But our fundamental belief is the value that media can create. Today, it's around 1% of India's GDP. In developed markets, around 3 to 4%. If you just double it, I mean, create more value, there'll be more jobs. So we are not worried about jobs in terms of, but I think it's a big opportunity to create value and jobs both. So it's the perfect industry. It's a high engagement industry. People come daily. And in terms of data, which you need for any AI-based platform to be successful, there is no dearth of data. the amount of data, just to give you a statistic, I was telling somebody outside, for every cricket ball that is bowled, we capture 90 aspects of data for that ball. So you can imagine the type of models one can create and create consumer experiences. Having said that, we already have started seeing what's happening in the West. There was a strike last year, which disrupted the complete supply chain, and and things which happen in Hollywood tend to get more visibility. But I think these people are living in denial. I don't think I'm propagating for creativity to be completely replaced by AI. But if you don't embrace AI and enhance your own creative muscles with better technology to cut time to produce. I mean, in Hollywood, you take 1.5 years to produce a movie, 2 years to produce a movie. That's not the way it should happen. I think you have to use technology and insights to cut. You can use human creativity, but you have to couple that with. So these people are living in denial. And if you see the next slide, I'll show you a video. If you can play the video.
When your business is on the path to AI, Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA can quickly implement the AI you need. Help keep your data secure and give you the flexibility to keep moving forward.
People are very worried about in the West. I mean, this is a completely AI generated video. I mean, it's nothing less than what a Disney would do for Star Trek. So I think this is just an example of where the world is moving. And I think creativity, somebody has to tell what to do. But in terms of how it comes out, I think it's there, it's happening. And we have to embrace it as fast as we can. We can move forward. So I think this is a big shift which we are seeing in our business. I think video was primarily a constituency of a few rich producers, right? They thought that they are the ones who will make videos and everybody else has to depend on them to come on the big screen. I think that is completely going away because it is so easy to make a video now. It's no longer the holy grail. The holy grail is, I think, fandom. If you can create and identify fans, and again, I'll give you an example. Somebody was telling me there is a community on YouTube or some social media platform which has 500,000 followers for a cat walking backwards. So if that's the sort of community people are creating, and if you can address those communities by creating interesting videos for them, that is what will get organic views, what will get monetization. So it's moving from video being a core profit center to fandom. I think whoever can understand fandom very well will be the winner in the next segment. And if you can go forward. I think this is something which all of us know, but just to put some real data, 5% of the viewers on our platform give us 85% of the watch time. So what happens with the balance 95%? They come, they don't find things interesting because they don't get triggered and they go. So I think this provides us a big opportunity to cater to that 95%, increase engagement for them, create things which they would want to see in the quickest possible time, and then monetize. So again, this allows for changing this balance of 5 and 85 to a more meaningful balance and get more people on our platform like ours, like Jio Hotstar, to engage. However, what this will also do is, from a supply point of view, you will now have enough and more videos, enough and more content available. Where the trick would lie is in identifying what are the user segments for whom the attention that you want to target. Building communities. I think the number one success metric in our assessment for any AI-led business to be successful is to identify right communities, because that is where you can create solutions, cater to them, and then both distribution and monetization will follow. So those are the three big themes that we are seeing in our business. If you go to the next slide. So what does this all mean? And there is an error in this image, which is intentional, because this is an AI-generated image. And I think the one big thing which all of us have to come to terms with is the business model of the media business as such will undergo a dramatic change. We will have enough experimentation to do. We will do experimentation at a very fast pace. We'll fail more, but we won't waste time to see the results after 1 year. It will be more quick, and again, I was talking to somebody outside, the business model of sports, specifically in this country, in India, is completely broken. The rights cost that we end up paying for buying broadcast rights and the money we make, there's a big imbalance. The only way to correct that imbalance is either get more people into the value chain to watch content or get more advertisers to put in money. Both can happen only if we use technology more effectively. If we don't use technology, that business model will not ever make money. So the business model of sports specifically, and then in terms of how you produce drama, I think there has been no innovation. In Hollywood, one of the proponents has started saying that we don't need big, expensive sets. Let's just shoot the entire, which movie? Life of Pi was shot on a green screen. That's where the world is going. I think we will have to start going down that route to reduce cost of doing business. And only then the media value chain will be profitable. Move forward once. So I've just categorized these three buckets, right? We apply the supplier lens, we apply the consumer lens, and the monetization lens. And I'll just quickly explain these 9 boxes. These are the here and now of what I believe can be quickly disrupted using technology and AI in a very short span of time. New contents and format. Today on our platform, we have over 100,000 hours of content. Nothing gets surfaced. It's all lying in our archives. People don't even get a chance to watch that content. I think one of the things which we are very keen to do is how do we make sure that people get to see what they want to see. And by that, I don't know how many of you watch this serial called Anupama on Star Plus, right? But we meta tag that content. Today, if you were to ask me to create, I want to see all the scenes where she's crying. Can you give me a snippet in 5 minutes? We don't have that capability because we haven't built that model. That's where the world is going. I want to see all the catches taken by Surya Kumar Yadav. So that's what we want to create in the back end. I have a typical series in India, a drama series goes for 10 years, 15 years. Nobody has the time to do a catch-up. Can I create a 15-minute snippet of the entire series and get what I want to watch? Because I've heard a lot about this series. Can you give me in a concise format what I want to watch? That's what we are working on, because we are the biggest digital streaming platform in this country. When I say we, as in Jio Hotstar, and that's where the world is going. In terms of consumer search and recommendation, biggest opportunity for AI. Because right now, as I said, so much content is available and very, very less content is being surfaced for the users. Even what is being surfaced is being editorially curated because somebody is taking a decision on your behalf of what you should watch. They have created cohorts of users and that's what gets surfaced. You don't have power in terms of what you want to see. Third point around user insights is we have a lot of first-party data ourselves on our platform, but we are also working on a lot of partnerships with other players to get the first-party data in and create a profile of the user, which allows us to get a perfect view of what a user is thinking. I think TikTok has done this very well in the US. This is based on our research that they know what type of videos you want to watch in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and it completely changes depending on the time of the day. So they're one company which we are very, very appreciative of is TikTok in terms of what they have done with specifically AI and ML. Subtitle and translation, I think this goes to the point about the heterogeneity of this country, right? Real time, if you have the ability, and this I was discussing with Ramki, if there is Sunil Gavaskar is commentating, can you have him in real time, same English commentary go in multiple languages? So right now, we don't do it real time, we do it deferred. For example, there was Steve Smith's clip, I don't know how many of you seen during IPL, when he was speaking in Tamil. And I think that's where we want to take, because the more diversified we make our offering, more inclusive we make our offering, that's where users will come in, that's where money will follow. Otherwise, if we just keep it to only English and I will decide what you want to watch, it will never work. I think monetization is, I'll just take 2 minutes on monetization, because this is where we see the biggest disruption happening. Today, if I am a brand, take for example, even a brand like Nathu Sweets from Delhi, right? Today, if they want to do a creative, they have no way they can get a high quality creative unless they spend a lot of money engaging an agency. What we are working on our platform is giving them tools wherein they can create a video creative, which is what everybody likes to make for advertisements, and allow them to select which pin codes. So this is an extension of what YouTube and Meta already do, which is hyper local targeting. But they don't allow you to create a creative which is attractive to a user, which a user would want to see. So that's where I think getting more advertisers into our fray is going to be very, very critical. The second part about this is relevance of ads. Today, there's an ad operator sitting at the back end who will decide what ad to put at a predefined time. Even when it's all automated, there is no way to make it contextual. For example, if people are watching a cricket match, India is doing well, we want to put happy ads, right? We are going into that zone now, wherein depending on what the mood of the content is, you can place the relevant ad in that segment to again give a higher ROIs to brands. And the last bit is subscription, because we also have a subscription SWOT business, which is very prone to churn, because people loyalties are very, very, very minimal. So I think picking up trends in terms of when a subscriber is likely to churn out, how do you then entice him back without any human intervention? I think picking those signals and starting to make that impact is another project we are working on. So these are 9 things that we are real time working on right now to solve. And we think in the next 6 to 9 months, you will see some manifestation of this coming meaningfully into mainstream. So this was my last slide, but I think I would like to say that, but the 2 big things which will keep us from delivering this in India specifically is the way our organizations are structured, right? Most of us are, from a talent point of view, we still have people from the old world who are trying to transition to the new world. So there is wherein a lot of times I get to hear, aise hi hota hai. But for them to test out and go beyond what the traditional pools of revenues, consumption are, it's very, very difficult. So I think anybody who's in the media segment who's looking to embrace technology and AI, I think talent is the first big thing which you have to work on. Getting the right, tech people, obviously we have 1,000 engineers right now in our company working on multiple projects. So we don't think of ourselves as a content company any longer. We are a technology business, technology first business. And the second point is how we are structured. We will have to allow people to fail more. I think we will have to put a premium on experimentation, that you experiment, no problem, you fail, but fail fast, and then just tell us that what's the next big thing you want to work on. So I think personally, it's an exciting time to be part of this industry across all forms of content. And I hope you start seeing some of these things improve your own experience on our platforms in the next 6 to 9 months. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much, Prateek, for that. That was an amazing presentation. And I think very recently, Adidas had also done some sort of a AI-generated full-blown ad on a floral range of products, right? And there was a huge demand that got generated out of it, which kind of encouraged them also to kind of develop that range for them, which also means that a lot of brands can do something similar before really investing in new product development, before they really go to the market, right? Now, so now we've seen how AI transforms the whole media and entertainment industry. It is equally fascinating to explore how innovation is reshaping the world of sports. AI is revolutionizing performance analysis, game strategy, and injury prevention as well. Now we're honored to have our next speaker, Mr. Ramakrishnan Subramanian, fondly known as Ramki, the founder and CEO of Sports Mechanics. I think we're going to start with a video before you can come on stage, right? Okay.
2002 when Ramki came to South Africa, and he walks in the dressing room with a laptop, but he also carried this fantastic technology with him, which changed everyone's opinion, because initially everyone thought, oh, what is this laptop going to do in the dressing room? Is the laptop going to teach us how to play cricket? The answer was no, but the technology helped us prepare with more precision. It was not left up to an individual's imagination. Or if somebody is bowling an outswinger, how would the ball travel in the air? Or what would the number 6 batsman play when he's playing a sweep shot? How does he set himself up? All those kind of intricacies were there, visible right in front of our eyes in our team meetings. And our meetings also became more precise, more purposeful. All these things were introduced way back in 2002, and now the whole world is using this technology.
Good evening, everybody. Ramki is doing, I think, a great job for the team, not for the team only, for the individual also. I still remember the Pakistan tour. I got some runs in first one international, and after that 4 day, I didn't get any more than 20 runs. And I set out with the Ramki and asked, Ramki, what's going on? Where is my mistake? So Ramki and me sat out for, I think, an hour before the test matches. He just told me one thing, your feet is too wide, so that's why maybe you are not getting runs and your head is falling. So I correct those mistakes and got triple century. Thanks, Ramki. It helps me a lot.
Hi Ramki, how are you? Hope you're doing good. I think in 2003, first time technology was introduced in the Indian dressing room, and after that it kept on improving, and most of the players started believing that technology will make a huge impact in their performances, as well as the teams started using it from the state level to district level to now IPL franchises. You get to see how much technology influence in their performances. So personally, if you ask me, during my injury phase where I have to correct my action, technology played a huge role because I have to remodel my action and I have to come back from my injury. It was a serious back injury and I underwent a surgery. And it was like 6 to 8 months of every day recording my action and finding out what is the correct action which is suitable for my bowling, which is injury free as well. So I have to thank you for all your help and your company's help. It was immense during that tough phase of my career.
Hi Ramki, hope you're doing well. Just wanted to say a big thank you to you for your contribution for Indian cricket and also for personally for me as well. You know, whenever I had any sort of problem while playing test cricket or one day cricket or international cricket, you know, you were always there to guide me with your thoughts, and also, you know, it's easier to believe, you know, when you have machines and you can see things, you know, what you're doing in the game, and, you know, those small little things can actually make a big difference. I remember one of the incident, I was bowling in one of the test match and I was bowling a little faster than my normal speed. So Ramki came up to me and he told me during lunchtime, and he said, this is what your bowling speed is at the moment, and you need to slow down a bit. So I was earlier bowling at 93, 94 at that pace, and then suddenly after lunch, you know, I was bowling slightly slower in the air, which was my normal speed, 84 to 86. Then I got 5-wicket haul in that game. So thank you, Ramki.
Good evening, everyone. Able to hear? Yeah. So this was before I joined the Indian cricket team in 2003, And we've been working with the Indian cricket team till today. And we've also been working with the Indian hockey team for the last 15 years. So it's been a kind of a journey there. Initially, when I started, nobody understood what I was doing. There were a lot of resistance to change. When I started, there was an association where they appointed a committee who's not touched a laptop or a computer. They were asked to evaluate my software. So all those challenges we had to pass through. But once I had analyzed about 100,000 cricketers in the company of all the top coaches in the world, and spent 13 years with Dennis Leary. So learned a lot about fast bowling from him. Same way with all the batting coaches and bowling coaches and keeping coaches. And then 2003, John Wright met me at and he wanted me to present to the coaches on how we can transition coaching from naked eye to visual-based coaching. And it was initially meant to be a 45-minute session, and then at the end of the session, he said, everybody loves your topic, so continue for the entire day. He dumped his job on me. And at the end of the day, he said, there is a vacancy with the Indian cricket team. Would you want to join? Money is not great, but. I said, no Indian would refuse our offer. I'm on board, forget about the money, I'm on board. And I joined the team in 2003. And Balaji and I made the debut at the same time. Balaji as a player, me as an analyst. I was the first performance analyst for the team. And from there, it's been a great journey. It's transformed me personally. We try to add more and more value to what we are doing to both the players and the team. Initially, it was more about technique. I was very, very strong on technique, so I had to use that. Then I realized once I joined the team, it was more about winning and winning with data. And we didn't have any data collected. So we set up the backend data center for collecting data. As Prateek said, we collect about 90 balls, 90 data points per ball, potentially, right? And we started collecting that. Fortunately for us in India, all the cricket matches anywhere in the world is being televised. So we record all those videos, then mine that and extract the data and provide the insights to the team. And for the first time in 2003 in Australia Tour, Steve was lost series. Competitive intelligence was provided to the team. Before I joined the team, I asked Rahul Dravid what kind of team meetings happen. And he said, we all used to assemble in the coach's room, used to order French fries and samosas. Today, all that is banned. And last 5 minutes, I said, tomorrow is an important game, Dil Se Khelo. So that was what team meetings were before. But today, it's become much, much more professional. People ask for data. There are players like Ashwin who push you for more data. And there are players like Umesh Yadav, Jadeja who run away from data. And now you have to serve them in the way they understand. Okay, it's about understanding the learning styles of different people. Some are, acoustic, some are kinesthetic, some are visual in nature. So you have to serve them content in the way they can understand and absorb. Because ultimately, I believe that 25% goes into all the research and analytics, 25% goes into how well it is embedded in the subconscious mind, and 50% goes into execution. But how well you execute depends on the first two blocks. So we did that, and we brought in a lot of changes. Initially, the players were reluctant. When they came in for team meeting, they all used to come, and I told John, half of them don't understand what you're talking because of your accent. And half the time only you're talking. It's for the players, let the players talk. And so we triggered the team meeting, and the players were supposed to discuss between themselves and trigger their thought process. And we used to facilitate that discussion. And then we provided them with sheets to write down points about their opponents they're going to play. And initially people said, Ramki, we played against these guys so many times, even in sleep I can tell. Then I said, look, if I give you 1 hour of time, and if I give you videos, and I ask you to study those videos and come back, you will come up with 15 points. And one of them can be a game changer. So on that resistance to people adopting to it, and everybody came to the meeting well prepared. So all these brought in a lot of changes in the team meeting, what Sachin was talking about, how we made the team meeting more precise, more meaningful. And people, as a generation, cricketers are even more, they lose attention very fast, right? And we have to give them, they can't sit in one place for 20 minutes, so you have to give them the crux of the information very quickly in the way they can get excited, right? And So we served that information, and they came prepared for the team meetings, armed with all that. And inadvertently, subliminally, they were preparing for the games. It's very difficult. In India, the adulation is so high that can sweep you off your feet. So that's why you have a lot of these one-series wonders, because once they perform well, the girlfriends want to have dinner with them, the sponsors want to have time from them, the relatives want to have, everybody wants that time, which is eating into their preparation time. And there are not many people like Sachin who, at the start of his career till the end of his career, spend the same time preparing for his game. He never went out on the eve of a game. The way he prepared for a game was so meticulous. And that's why he sustained for such a long period. And not only Sachin, Rahul, Lakshman, all the guys who played for 10, 15 years more, they have a discipline to continue even with all the distractions available. They were able to still focus on the core and start doing that. One of the instances where I asked Dhoni, why don't you appoint a professional manager to manage your business? He looked at me and said, Ramki, if I manage my performance, everything will get taken care automatically. He was the only player for me who talked like that. Right? He was only thinking of playing for India, which was his dream, and he focused only on that. The rest automatically happened. He didn't do anything to work towards it, right? So many lessons learned around that in terms of how you can do that. And now I was able to do all these without any assistance, not much of money, because in those days when I had to purchase something, even a laptop or a mouse pad, they'll say, is Australia buying it? So only if Australia is doing something, you'll follow. You'll never lead. So we wanted to change that, and we wanted to make the world follow what we are doing. And today we are close to that because most of them don't have a elaborate data center like what we have in the back end, serving cricket content exclusively for them, only from a game strategy and playbook perspective and skill development perspective. Of course, data can be used for 4 purposes. One is for skill development, one is for game strategy playbook, one is for your selection auction strategies, and the 4th is obviously for fan engagement. Pratik has talked on it much more, right? So I'm going to focus on, though we've evolved from, I came from, I'm a domain guy. I was a cricketer myself. I played up to junior state, was in the state provincials, then got into technology, couldn't keep away from sports, convert sports and technology. And for the last 20 years, I've been traveling this journey, loving every moment of it. And once I get prepared for something new, then the whole technology changes, right? The last 2 years, when I wrote my business plan, I had to change it because the whole world is changing. All the business models, everything is changing today. So we have to adapt to, taking the AI journey. And with the generative AI, people talked about generative AI and the possibilities. Then we talked about the agentic AI, and we're talking about the physical AI. And I'm dreaming about, okay, physical AI, okay, why can't I make a robotic bowling machine, a humanoid robot which can simulate various actions? I want to play against Nathan Lyon, so I can line up Nathan Lyon better if I play up against a Nathan Lyon get a similar action. And it can look at me playing and give me a report at the end of my session. So many things can be done in terms of how we can help players acquire skills faster. The whole thing is, today it took me 15 years for me to mature as a cricketer, as a state level cricketer. Can that be reduced? Can you actually develop cricketers or develop the talent in any athlete? How we can reduce the athlete development life cycle? So we can apply AI to do that very efficiently and effectively. We have identified use cases where we can do that. There are 25 million cricketers playing cricket in this country, aged between 8 and 19. Any guesses around the number of coaches? 3,000 is accredited coaches. So even if you take 1:100, it's a very, very high ratio. You're talking about the need of 250,000 coaches. So the number of coaches itself is not there, like in education. Forget about the quality. And most of the coaches are all traditional type of coaching. I'm not saying it's wrong. They're all traditional type of coaching. It's going to, but why? How do we unlock the new potential? How do you unlock the new possibilities using AI? So a coach, a super coach, Drona, is what we want. We want to build the model, making it a cricket-specific model or a sports-specific model. It can be a coach where you can submit your videos and
Drona will analyze it for you and give you feedback, guiding you on a day-to-day basis. So you have a coach, a virtual coach in your phone, guiding you through your streetlight to floodlight journey. So that's part of what is possible on the skill development side. We're also working with the BCCI and IPL and many associations on effectively automating their entire operations workflow, how we can make it automated. We tried optimization in the scheduling and posting and allocation. So about from 1,000 days to 3,300 match days. The tournament got expanded to that, and we optimized the tournament window by only about, it increased only by 20%. And we helped the organizer run the tournament with a small roster size. So it was entirely optimized. A lot of possibilities around that in terms of how agentic AI can play a role in automating those workflows and reducing the cost of operations, reducing the cost of conducting tournaments with a small set of organizations. All sports organizations are virtual. They have a very limited size. I think then automation can play a huge role around that. Then the third is we thought, okay, we've been providing analytics support for the team. Why not take it to the fans? So content of our fan engagement. So how we can, today the experience, the fan, the way they consume the sport has become very, very different. Everybody wants snackable content. And you want content to be pushed to you. And Pratik may correct me if I'm wrong. There is more viewership on the highlights and the short form videos. People love that. People, as a generation, we just want to keep watching whatever we want and then move on, right? So why don't you put the experience in the hands of the fan? How can you help him consume the game that he enjoys? Okay, he loves. He can watch it the way he wants it. He can watch the match in a linear fashion. He can watch it ball by ball, or he can watch specific moments. So give that control to the fan and make him enjoy the sport the way he wants it. Today, it feels sad that even if I want to watch 1983 World Cup, I'm not able to go and watch anywhere. There is no destination, right? It's sometimes very sad that we are not able to, in a cricket-hungry country where we have such a big milestone, winning a World Cup, winning moments are precious for everybody to learn, and we don't have access to that to see and enjoy and cherish memories around it. But yeah, I hope things will improve, and there is a lot which can come in, and I'm sure people like Pratik's organizations are doing a lot in terms of how we consume this favorite sport of ours. Anybody who comes into my company, they come with a dream that, okay, if I work for sports mechanics, I'll go join the Indian team. That's a journey, because I travel for about 7-8 years. My colleagues travel for another 12 years. Everybody, they pass on the baton. So when they come in, they say that, okay, I want to go with the teams in the front end. And then I have to bring them down. I said, do you want to serve 15 people, or do you want to serve 1.5 billion people? Cricket fans following cricket digitally, 1.2 billion people. That's what they said. 90% are from India. So with such a huge population hungry for cricket, you give them any cricket, they're going to consume. It's such a passion, right? So I think the kind of possibilities which are coming in today can make the fan engage very differently. Hyper-personalization, how it can be personalized, and the content can be pushed to you, contextual content through the right channel. He may be consuming on Facebook, somebody may be consuming on Instagram, somebody may be consuming on Twitter. And the other thing, it's my personal opinion about owning the fan, right? Today, everybody is outsourcing fan engagement. But imagine if the IPL franchisees are able to build a fan following on their own platforms. They can own the fan, and the valuation will be very, very different when you look at it, and creating a lot more deep sell, upsell opportunities within that. And with all the blockchain and other possibilities, tokenizing the fan, creating a smart community around that, building community in an accelerated manner, and building a smart community, creating a lot more revenue opportunities around that. So with all this, I just want to play one more possibility which I created. I thought, okay, we're going to make a presentation in AI, and we created a video completely made out of AI, and we spent about 30 minutes and got this done. So, I have, yeah.
Picture this. A jam-packed stadium, lights blazing, fans on the edge of their seats, and a single moment that could define an athlete's career. For centuries, sports have captivated us precisely because of these moments, unexpected, exhilarating, and often determined by a razor-thin margin between victory and defeat. Yet behind these moments of triumph and heartbreak lies a complex web of training, data, strategy, and innovation that continues to evolve with every era. Today, we stand at the precipice of perhaps the most transformative era of all, the age of artificial intelligence. At Sports Mechanics, I'm thrilled to share that we're pioneering a revolution that goes beyond incremental gains, reshaping the entire sports ecosystem. We've introduced tools like Droner, the virtual coach, and woven together advanced technologies including 3D biomechanical analysis, wearable sensors for workload monitoring, and comprehensive motor skills testing. These efforts serve as the bedrock of our mission to enable peak performance. Our sights are now set on new-age AI and ML breakthroughs like digital twin and training simulation, real-time player and ball tracking, computer vision-driven biomechanical analysis, and even a physical AI in the form of a humanoid bowling machine that adapts to each athlete's performance nuances. We're also exploring mental training methodologies, leveraging brainwave analytics, stimulating chakras through music, and designing hyper-personalized sessions that reinforce an athlete's mental fortitude. But the impact of AI extends far beyond player development. As creators of the Sports Always platform, we harness over 2 decades of enriched ball-by-ball data for cutting-edge game strategy, amplifying playbook decisions with next-level GenAI capabilities. Our TrueScore and Composite TrueScore tools, combined with AI-driven measurements, are fast becoming indispensable for performance evaluation and talent selection, delivering objective metrics for decision-makers at lightning speed. And it's not just professionals who benefit. Fans around the globe are reaping the rewards of AI-driven commentary, immersive storytelling, automated highlights, AR/VR overlays, and native language chatbots that personalize every match experience. Behind the scenes, our sports ERP has already proven its worth for Indian sports administrators, optimizing operational costs and efficiencies at scale. Now, with agentic AI on the horizon, we are automating tasks like dynamic scheduling and resource allocation, streamlining an entire ecosystem to keep pace with the demands of modern sports. Even marketing is being revolutionized. Programmatic ads, contextual content, fan sentiment analysis, and real-time ad generation deliver unparalleled reach and resonance. Ultimately, this is about so much more than technology. It's about transforming the spirit of sports, creating stadiums that are smarter, broadcasts that are more immersive, and experiences that unite players and fans in brand new ways. From a field where every inch matters to a global stage where every second counts, AI is rewriting the rules. And Sports Mechanics is proud to champion this exciting future. Are you ready for the next era of sports powered by AI? Thank you for joining us.
And this is something here, Deloitte and Google worked out a report where they projected sports economy to grow at 130 billion by 2030. Such is the opportunity. I'm glad. We've been waiting for this opportunity for the sports economy to grow in India, and it's not at an industry like in the US or Europe, but it's slowly becoming there. And I see a huge potential in the next 10 to 15 years with the Olympics, trying to be hosted in India, the 2029 Youth Olympics and 2036 Summer Olympics. A lot of development in sports, a lot of investment in sports, a lot of investment in the infrastructure side. When you are developing the infrastructure, you make it as a smart infrastructure. So a lot of role play of technology around that to enrich the experience, change the way people train, get into the schools. How do we make all the students aware of their health? So we find out today you can identify, the way you identify talent has become very different, okay? So Tony Roche, coach, he told Leander Pace to shift to doubles because of his height. Today you can predict the height of a person at an accuracy level of 99.5%, right? Under 10 years you can do that. The variance is not very high. And you can do with a swab test, you can find out whether you're suitable for which sport. I mean, whether you're explosive or for endurance sport. Usain Bolt is built for sprint. He would have been a disaster in marathon, suppose he had chosen that. So how can you guide a kid to choose a particular sport? It's not about, I'm interested in a sport, I'm drawn towards it. But are you suited for that? There can be a test around that also. Today, the possibilities are there, which can make that happen. So you can guide somebody, when Leon Lopez was told at 19, but you can tell them at 10, then when they are starting off, they can be choosing the right sport, and they have to play multiple sport because one sport, you are then a sitting duck for injuries. A lot of people start playing cricket at 6, but then by 11 or 13, when they are ready for representative cricket, they have injuries around. So thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure talking to you all.
Thank you, Remke and Prateek, for such a insightful and how the technology is transforming in the sports and entertainment. And also thanks for sharing the videos made by the AI. And to continue, I would like to invite Professor Jiju Matthew, who is Professor of Practice and IIM Udaipur, to moderate the Q&A. I would like to also invite Mr. Remke and Mr. Prateek on the stage for combined Q&A.
Thank you. As a country, we are engrossed in content. As a country, sports and particularly cricket brings all of us together. Thanks, Prateek, and thanks, Ramki, for sharing your wonderful insights. And it's something that, which is so interesting and something that drives us every day. So I have two short questions, and I think maybe you could keep the answer also short, and I want to give the opportunity for the audience to ask questions. So first question to Prateek, I just wanted to ask you, when you look at all of the content that is being sort of created and what is needed, and you spoke about fandom, human mind is so complex to be able to understand. What's your take on unlocking the human mind and get to make more content that is cherished and valued by people? Any quick thoughts about it? Beyond experimentation, I know you spoke about it. Anything otherwise?
I personally don't think creativity can be replaced completely. I think creativity is the essence. I think what we need to do is have people who understand data and signals better and convert them into insights. So I think the age-old world of having researchers who go on the ground, create, again, sample-based, and then apply that to the full universe, those days are gone. I think you'll get more signals, apply people who can understand those signals and interpret the future. Those will be the people who will control the creativity agenda. So data will supplement that, and a lot of people who are relying on old ways of working will find it difficult.
Okay, thank you. Now, one question for Ramki. I know it is all important for industry and academia. It is now getting so difficult to focus on deep work, concentrate on things because of what is going around. Now, AI give you insights, but to perform in the ground, you need to also shut off and to be able to perform. So any insights, what is helping the great cricketers to be able to do both in terms of getting these insights and also to perform? How is it working for the successful players? I think that you could mention anything, any examples?
Absolutely. One of the next big thing to happen in sports training is the mental side of it. Or like you said, how do you shut off from the distractions and focus on the game, okay? And how do you ensure that you focus on high performance? So a lot of work is being done on that side. I think that's the next big wave which is going to happen. When I was working with the team, I tried a small experiment. One of my friends was Kumaresh Ganesh, the violinist, and we were discussing on a flight, and he said, how do players prepare for the game? And I said, they all listen to music, and he said, what kind of music? I said, English music or Hindi music, whatever their preference. They have this big Bose headphones, and they do that. And then I asked him, is there any way we can help them with classical music? Then he said there are sapta swaras, 7 swaras and 7 chakras. So each swara can be used to manipulate a chakra. And then I said, wow, there are only 2 people who will appreciate all this in the team, which is Sachin and Rahul. So he said, if you sit with me and give their attributes, I will make a unique clip for each of them, for them to prepare for their game better. And we actually did that, and I gave it to Sachin and Sehwag, Sachin and Rahul. So I gave it to Sehwag. He couldn't sit through for 30 seconds because it is uniquely made for Sachin, right? So Sachin used it quite a bit, and in between he forgot, and he called me and said, Ramki, should I use it before I go into bed or after I come back from the game? And I told him it's for before going into bat, getting into the zone of optimum performance. How do you get into the flow state? I mean, it was fascinating for me when he told in the Sydney game, they've been getting me outside the off stump. And, I'm not going to get out this time. I said, playing against Brett Lee and Gillespie, that speed, it's more a subconscious activity, batting and not playing a particular stroke. It's a very tall claim, but that man actually did it for 200 runs. So phenomenal, lessons learned from that in terms of if you can keep your mind under control. And I asked him, what frequency are you there while you're in the middle? And he told me, because there is an app called Brainwave, which was launched when the iPad was launched, I downloaded that for all the players. And it gives you various binaural frequencies which can manipulate your brainwave into a frequency you want. So we tried all that, and Sachin, I asked him, what frequency are you there? He said in a meditative trance, but mentally aware. So that's the kind of impact what one can achieve by shutting out himself, shutting out the noise. It's very, very difficult, absolutely difficult in India, because the kind of the fan following is tremendous and adulation is very high. So it's very, very easy to get distracted. But in the overseas, there are players are around. They are, they can roam around the street without much of a following. Of course, now also it is very difficult even when you go to Australia. Also, we have a huge Indian diaspora there following the team everywhere.
Okay.
So that's what.
So thanks, Ramki. I think that's an important insight for the people from industry and academia to keep that focus. Thank you. Now I'd like to extend time for the questions from the audience. So I think we can take 2-3 questions quickly.
Actually, this question is more for both of you. This is a cricket crazy nation, we all know. But there are a lot of sports out there who have a big market everywhere in the world. So can we do something through AI so that we can develop interest among people for some other sports? And on a lighter note to Mr. Ramki, are Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma taking your advice as they are going through a tough time right now?
No, so it's a question that we discuss in our boardroom nearly every month. I think the big sport, I think the one big learning for us is for a sport to be big in a country, your national team needs to play well. I think that's the big correlation, and that's true. Indian cricket changed when 83 we won the World Cup. Before that, cricket was nowhere. I think we need to first have a team which starts winning national football, kabaddi. These are 2 big sports which have come up. But having said that, I think the big thing which is missing right now is, and I was explaining this when I was outside, a lot of data which you get is based on sample-based TV data, which is the basis for all advertisers to put in money. Unless they put in the money, you don't have resources to build a sport on ground. So unless that pot, which is at the top, gets filled, no other sport will develop beyond cricket. All the money goes to cricket. So I think the problem to solve here is how do you get more money into other sports? For that, you need to create consumers. First, prove that there are consumers in those markets. For example, football. You look at any data on viewership, it will come from 4 states: Bengal, Kerala, Northeast, Goa. So if I am an advertiser, I want to target Uttar Pradesh. On football will never be of any interest because the TV sets from which I am collecting data, Uttar Pradesh, for example, is a very low reach from a television point of view of football. However, you might have more people watching it on digital. So now with digital becoming mainstream, you will see that change happening. And now once that data is credible, proven, You will go to advertisers, get the money in, and that's how the cycle will begin.
And answering a question about Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, we are trying to get the virtual coach developed so that it's there on the mobile and they can interact with the mobile with their virtual coach rather than coming back to me.
Question?
In fact, while we were waiting, I asked ChatGPT to prepare a strategy document on Virat Kohli coming into batting at Perth, coming to batting when he's the new ball. What is the strategy? And it gave me a phenomenal strategy document, which was really good. I mean, after 20 years of being in the industry, I still find that it can do a better job without any of our data being submitted. So it's from publicly available data. What came out of a strategy document was simply superb.
Thank you both for really very insightful, talks. This is a talk for Prateek. I would like to take the example of South Korea. 20 years ago, South Korea was not known for cultural exports, but they have really taken over the world in terms of K-pop and Korean drama. And I believe that was a very concerted, very strategic effort, which was engineered. It didn't happen organically. And it's a really shame that India has such a rich cultural thing. Bollywood dances have been very popular, but only among diaspora. And while K-pop has really managed to cross over. So any thoughts on how India could benefit to do even more cultural export, not just to adjacent cultures, but crossover cultures?
It's a very good question, and I think it warrants a session in itself. But to give you a simple answer based on my understanding, I think first we need to get our culture exposed to our people first in this country. We haven't done that as well. I mean, we still have this north and south divide. Even when we talk about our business, it's Hindi markets, non-Hindi markets. So I think, to me, ultimately, it all boils down to first understanding of our consumer. We have not been able to get enough data and then interpret that data in the right manner to deliver insights to take it out. Nobody today knows what is the potential of what you said, a crossover of one cultural theme in a market moving to another theme. So again, I'll take the example of one thing that we've tried in our business. The serial called Anupama. It was a serial which was done in Bengal first. It worked in that market as a theme, then it was produced in Hindi. Completely fresh production. It worked again in this market. Then we took that theme to Telugu. Again, it worked in that market. So there are these themes which, if you have the right data and you package it correctly, they will get exported. But the point is, first you need a very diligent effort that you want to take it outside. So I think cricket is the only thing we've exported. Beyond cricket, we have not exported anything out of this country.
Yoga.
In yoga, I mean, you don't make money on yoga. but you are right. I think that's a big opportunity. We don't have an Indian origin theme which is global, except for Bollywood. And as you said, Bollywood is also Shah Rukh Khan, largely Shah Rukh Khan. Beyond Shah Rukh Khan, you can't name another star who's popular outside. So that's a big opportunity. I agree with you.
One last question.
Thank you very much, for your insights. A question for Ramki. Given Gukesh has recently won the FIDE World Championship, do you think AI will help in sports that are a little more, brainy sports in the sense of like chess, Go, and all of those?
Of course,
and
yes.
how it can play a role? Are you doing something for Indian sports people in that area?
Absolutely. AI can play a huge role in skill development, how we can accelerate skill development, because we are reimagining the possibilities and how we can accelerate the, when you're talking about coaching, people expect, okay, Sachin to come and tell you how to bat, or Rahul to come and tell how to bat. Yes, that is good. That is a good knowledge base to have, but it is around the athlete that you can polish. So you can't make somebody a Sachin Tendulkar, and a Sachin Tendulkar cannot become the other one, right? So it's about collecting data. There's an explosion of data happening around the athlete, and how do we collect that and process that and provide the intelligence and which can accelerate the skill development. I'm pretty much confident that for somebody to, with the naked eye coaching, for me to identify, isolate the problem, it takes a huge time. Whereas here, at the click of a button, you're able to extract the patterns, and you're able to put your pulse on the exact point which is needed and accelerate the development of part of it. So I think AI can play a huge role, but of course, when I say AI, it is not artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence. So you're not replacing anybody, you're only augmenting the coach into delivering the new possibilities to the kid directly, to the athlete directly.
I believe there's one more question, so last one, yeah, and final one.
So my question is moreover around making a D2C brand or D2C entry using this AI generated thing. So how can we actually monetize something towards D2C, since there are many lakhs and thousands of people playing cricket and other sports. So how can we take this towards a D2C sector?
So you have to apply AI, which you can't do something humanly, right? I would like to apply AI to find out the most efficient bowling action, which a human cannot do, even if he watches. Or I can't watch the speed, like Harbhajan talked about. He bowls well between 79 to 83 kilometers. And I happened to notice it that he was, whenever being an emotional guy, he gets carried away with the situation. He goes to 89 to 93 and becomes ineffective. So for him to be most effective, he has to be between 79 to 83. So how do you keep monitoring that? And the speed, how do you identify the speed? Okay, Harbhajan, okay, star is good enough to put all those data there. But for an upcoming youngster, we don't have those things. Or people talk about spin the ball. But how to spin the ball, whether I am doing it or not? Can I get a technology which can measure the RPM? So that can be a good input for any kid. Also, these are all some of the points which can do. And today, it is impossible for me to sit and analyze all the videos. I sat down and analyzed Sehwag's video before he went, before the Pakistan Multan 300. When he was not doing well, his spline angle was 30 degrees. And when he was doing well, his spline angle was 45 degrees. So he was crouching more. And I happened to notice it. But today, I don't need to do it. Irrespective of that, I know my AI will do the job watching that. And any deviation from the mean is a good story to tell the coach and the athlete. So it is impossible for us to do, for us to scale at such a large population. As I said, 25 million kids. If you have to suppose be the coach for 25 million kids and more in other sports, then you need the help of AI, and which makes it a direct-to-consumer business opportunity.
I think just to add one point here, I think we tried this experiment. Hawkeye is the company which shows you all the leg before decisions. They have ball trajectory speed. So we partnered with them once, got access to all their ball data. So as wearing the heads, and I think the technology still is not there to make it easy. If you were to play the same type of ball that Virat Kohli played when he scored 200, how would you perform? So I think those are the type of opportunities one should think of creating in the future, wherein how do you gamify the experience for a user that if Virat Kohli played 200 balls and scored 150 runs, if the same balls with the same trajectory, with the same speed, I play in a virtual setup, how do I perform? And two friends can play and see who does better. So I think those are the opportunities in my mind where we started some experiment, but the technology is very, very expensive and it's very cumbersome. I think we need to make it more efficient.
Okay, so thank you. I want to thank for your interesting insights, and particularly Ramki for your contribution towards improving the sports people performance, and Pradeep for all your contributions and particularly in monetizing them. So thank you for all the insights.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ramki and Pratik, for your knowledge sharing and all the information that you have. I would like to request now Professor to give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. Please join me in giving a big round of applause.
So as we near the conclusion of this incredible edition of IDC 2025, It's time now to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this event a grand success. I would now like to call upon Mr. R. Chandrasekhar to deliver the vote of thanks on stage. Thank you.
Good evening, all. On behalf of Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, I would like to express our gratitude to all of you, the speakers, the delegates, the members of our institute, for being here today and participating so actively in this event. I was personally invigorated with all the sessions, found it extremely insightful, and I'm sure all of you too would have enjoyed the sessions. We look forward to keeping in touch with all of you and collaborating in whatever way possible for the mutual benefit of all. Before I end, a special vote of thanks to Manmohan and our students, the team of students who have worked tirelessly for the smooth conduct of this event. I think they've done a great job. Thank you all. Thank you for being with us. And of course, our MCs, our students who have taken time off from their work and who have managed this session so beautifully. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. What an incredible day it has been, filled with powerful insights, inspiring stories, and meaningful conversations that truly reflect the spirit of IDC 2025.
And from exploring the limitless potential of AI in sports and industry to hearing about the groundbreaking innovations from industry leaders, today has been a celebration of collaboration, learning, and progress.
A big thank you to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators for sharing their expertise with us. To our partners and sponsor, your support has been instrumental in making this conclave possible. And to all of you, our audience, for taking the time out and being such an engaged audience.
And as we close this chapter, let's carry forward the spirit of innovation and collaboration we have witnessed here today. May the ideas sparked on this platform continue to inspire action and drive positive change beyond the walls. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you in the future editions at India Digital Conclave.
Thank you.
The businesses we do and the way we do our businesses have all undergone a sea change. What it means for us is that there are immense possibilities and opportunities out there in the world of business, but what is challenging is that we do not have adequate supply of competent, trained, ready managers. So looking at the opportunity sets that are available in the industry, IIM Udaipur decided to start this program of 1-year MBA in Digital Enterprise Management.
IIM Udaipur was set up in 2011, so it has crossed its first decade. And in this first decade, it has made its mark, both nationally and internationally. So IIM Udaipur is already in the FT Global Masters in Management ranking among top 100. And if we talk about research, we are ranked among top 4 in India. Nationally, of course, we have